Hi, welcome to Women of Courage Asia. We are 2 years old. Where is my Lynette? Hey. Where is Lynette? Hi, Lynette. Look,
Hi,
we
everyone.
are 2, and happy birthday to us. Okay, I have to stand a bit in front because Lynette is super tall. And she's not wearing shoes.
No shoes. So that we are, BFM.
But we will safe
Yes.
distancing.
Yes. Oh, the 1 meter, then we go on screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we want to say good morning, everybody. My name is Anita. I'm one of the community leaders for Women of Courage Asia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lynette. I'm also a community leader with the Women of Courage Asia, and we are excited to welcome you here today. Thank you for joining us this morning. We're streaming live from
Gather
Co-work. Yes.
It's such a beautiful space. I mean, you should just see the view I'm having, besides not looking at Million at the side. It's such a beautiful space. It is really an amazing space where it is not too far from the city. I mean, we're quite near to Somerset. We're near to Clarke Quay.
Roberts, actually, we're quite near to right smack beside Robertson Quay.
Robinson Quay.
Yeah,
and also, we are
Robertson Quay.
near, what's the nearest MRT for us?
Fort Canning.
Fort Canning Park.
Fort Canning Park.
And
Yeah.
it's a beautiful place where it's not crowded in that sense. It's really a good place to think, and it's really a good place to do your work. So, and for those of you who need to know, gather at Co-works, is in our link. Go check them out. They really have amazing space, and they're really nice people. They have already so kindly
Offers us the whole floor. We have
Whole
our
floor?
technical team behind
Yes.
supporting us as well.
So we're treating this like our home
Yeah,
today.
we've actually set up home. Anita has very kindly furnished the pantry, so we're well fed throughout. Yeah.
So, okay, just to give you an overview as to what the program is like today. Okay, so we will share some screen. We will share our screen. Can we have the next slide on the program we're going to have today?
Actually, while the slides are coming up, just to share with everyone, I got to find out that Gather Co-work is actually pet friendly as well. And that was a big takeaway, because for people who love pets and have them beside you, especially, soothing balm as you work, it's fantastic.
It's true. So before we start, we have some very nice happy birthday from our partners and mentors. So watch and have fun. Okay, so next we give Mdm Rahayu. Okay, so
Are we back out, or is it actually?
Oh, hi.
No, we.
Who pressed this? No.
All right, we're having some technical issues.
No worries.
Bear with us, because it is our first time streaming live, not only on our Facebook, but on our YouTube channel. So we're a bit nervous here. It's our first time, but it's actually a first step for us. So bear with us. We're going through some technical issues.
No problem. So before we go on, we're going to entertain you. We're going to tell you what the program we have today. We're starting from 9 o'clock all the way to 4 o'clock. We have a total of 15 speakers. Oh, are we on? Can we play? Yes. Can we play? Okay.
Hello to Women of Courage Asia community. I want to say happy birthday. My name is Hari Marston, and I am executive coach. I work a lot in the domain of leadership, performance, health, and wellness. I'm also co-author of this book, Fit to Lead, and I love supporting people to be fit to lead in their life. The greatest thing for me from being part of this community is that it really allows me to listen deeper, listen to other people's struggle, listen to their desires, listen to their challenges, listen to how they overcome their challenges. Also, listen to their emotion, what makes them emotionally connected to the meaning of their life. And why listening is so special to me, because really listening is sometimes being seen as underrated communication skill, yet it's a very powerful skill to build. So for me, it really helps me to be a better observer and also a better person. So let's keep on going with this collaboration and connection together. Again, happy birthday.
Hello, happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. I'm Cindy Leong and I am your Enneagram relationship coach. And I help people make sense of their relationship and have clarity about their lives. My biggest takeaway for being in part of this community is to be able to witness all the courage stories of so many women out there. And you guys are really my inspiration. I look forward to seeing you at the bootcamp.
Women of Courage, from Perspective Asia. My name is Teresa.
And I'm Joanne. And I'm Janelle. We're a platform for women, by women, to make
wise financial decisions.
Our greatest takeaway from Women of Courage is a community of women helping women. So keep up the good work and happy birthday.
Congratulations!
Hey, Women of Courage Asia. I'm Chen Hui from Impact Hong Lim Green, and I mainly oversee the partnership and programming development at Impact itself. My greatest takeaway of being part of Women of Courage Asia is the opportunity to hear the different stories of courage, learn and gain insights from the various community leaders and esteemed speakers, but most importantly, the chance to network and interact with like-minded individuals. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and once again, happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia.
Hello to Women of Courage.
So our program for today, that is so amazing. I think you can see it. Our program for today, we're going to start from 9 o'clock right now, all the way to 5 o'clock. And then we have 15, total of 15 women coming together to talk to you about their expertise. And many, about 5 of them, including myself, will talk to you about our story of courage. It's not a story of struggle, but a story of courage as to how we overcome big, I feel it's big obstacles in my life to have, victory, I feel, at my age. But we have a very special guest, Lynette. Who are we having?
Special guest, we have the Mdm Rahayu Mahzam, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly. She will be joining us very shortly as our esteemed guest of honor. She will be joining us to deliver her opening address, and she is an amazing lady who is a member of the ongoing People's Action Party. She was appointed as the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Health since September 2020. She is also the Member of Parliament for Jurong GRC for Bukit Batok East since September 2015, and she will be addressing us very shortly. So stay tuned.
Yep.
She is actually truly also a woman of courage, leading the way.
She's just so amazing. And on top of that, please note that do stay with us. Can we go back one slide where we have 2 panel discussions?
Oh, yes.
Yes, 2 panel discussions. Yes. The first one we're going to have, which is in the morning, it will be self-leadership, because we are going in line with World Women's Day, which talk about self-leadership. So we're going to have 3 amazing ladies, actually, because I saw Lena's face, but she's also amazing. Okay, as female entrepreneurs coming together to share with you in this pandemic season how you can still thrive and be successful just being a woman, and you can be a female entrepreneur. And the next panel discussion we're going to have is
actually, if I can add on to Anita what you said, it's really being you. The courage to be you, which is actually the theme for our 2nd anniversary, which is actually aligned with the International Women's Day as well as in do you choose to challenge. So we look forward to listening to that as well.
But we also have in the afternoon, later on, in the later part of the afternoon, where we have self-leadership, where we have a group of panelists again. The moderator will be none other than our very homegrown beauty. I like to take credit because she became beautiful because of us. Okay, Carol Cocker. Yeah, she became more beautiful because of us.
Yes.
Carol Cocker will be moderating self-leadership female community leaders. We have a lot of female entrepreneurs, but with very few community leaders. These are brave women, coming together to build a community. And you're going to hear how they're going to successfully build a community and also maybe the struggles a bit. So if you're inspired, so it's throughout the day. And our program for today, just flash it one more time so that you can see, you can pick and choose what you like. Okay, it's like, I feel like you're going for a buffet.
And you have a spread, right? But of course, don't go for the buffet line.
Yes.
Stick back, stay with us,
Yes.
enjoy the program, because every story of courage, we hope you can be inspired by them. And
Yes.
with every expertise sharing that there is, we have people like Carol, Julia, a lot of content leaders actually coming and sharing their expertise with us.
Yeah. So on that note, let's say hi to some friends. Okay. Oh my goodness, we have so many comments here. Thank you. Keep it coming. Many good mornings,
Wow,
from
good morning.
Audrey and from Julia and from Jack. So what I'm gonna say here is, please comment. Keep me entertained. I know the net is fun.
So we don't feel like we are actually talking to just literally the computer now.
Yeah, because we can't see you.
Yeah.
So please put it in the chat, talk to us, and we'll try to comment as much as we can.
Yeah.
We'll continue to tell you how comfortable we are at Gather Co-work, because the aircon is magnificent. So it's nice.
Especially with the hot
Okay.
weather.
Okay, without further ado, we're going to continue because you came for the serious stuff and we have a very special speaker next. Okay. And who's our special person after this? It's none other than okay. Let's play a video first. Okay, let's play a video and then we will see how we go. Lilian, you can come over, please.
It's amazing when you come together to a community where ladies actually come together from diverse backgrounds. First of all is the empowerment that each of us can get by coming together, especially as a woman group.
Step out of our comfort zone and not to be afraid, because I think a lot of us always tend to take a step back and then other people shine. And I think it's good to do that. Start showing that we can also do things.
Hi, can you hear me? Welcome
Yes.
back. Okay,
The volume is back on.
Volume is back on.
Yeah.
So, Lynette, who do we have next?
A lady that is dressed not only in the Woka colors,
In my banner color.
in our banner colors, but is also an amazing lady that has actually taken on self-leadership in not only for herself, but leading like-minded women and building the community. Yes, it gives us great pleasure.
Yes, and Lillian is no stranger to the community here. Let me give you some of her accolades. She's an author. She's the founder, actually, of Women of Courage Asia. Women of Courage Asia has come on in her heart for almost 10 years before she dared to do this. She's a woman
Before
who
the
walked-
birth.
Yeah, before the birth.
Yeah, so she go from 10 months become 10 years.
she was pregnant with this thing in her heart for 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but Lillian is a friend of ours. She's a woman who walks the talk. She's a beautiful mother of two very good-looking young adult kids. Yeah, I don't know. She still looks 12 to me. I don't know how she keeps it up. Okay, this is something breaks my heart whenever I see her. Lilian is also one person who is an author. She has traveled, all the way all around the world to speak in many public platforms. She has also volunteered her time in juvenile institution, and now she's also going to volunteer her time in Changi Women's Prison. Okay. And we're going to bring Lilian on, and she's going to scuttle here, and we will scuttle. Oh no, we scuttle. Okay, anyway. Hi, Lilian. Hello. How are you? Okay, we have a video coming up after this. So, Lilian.
Yes.
We did this. We are going live. I do not know if this is the first time. I know maybe and some other women groups around the world have done it live from 9 to 4. Knowing us, we'll stretch to 5. Okay, but I think we could be the first. If I Google, we are probably the first women group that has gone live the whole day non-stop. How does it make you feel?
Yeah, I always want to do something different. Yes.
And that's
stepping out of comfort zones.
Yes. So Lilian, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay. I know you had this in your heart for 10 years, and it took you 2 years now to build this. To start it. Okay. I want to know, actually, how did it all start?
How did it all started? 10 years ago, started in a seat inside. And then about 2 years ago, I took the courage to seek support. And after a women's meeting, a small group of women's meeting, while walking under the MRT track,
Okay.
I reached out for support.
Okay. Talking about reach out for support, we have the video. We're going to show you a video as to how our Lilian has reached out for support. Can we have that video, please?
I tell you what, I've been thinking about this now for quite some time. I think I want to start a women. Yeah, but I know women is challenging, but then going around volunteering like that is not. I think we cannot do what we want to do. I have some ideas, but I don't know how. I don't know how it's going to happen. But I just want to ask you if you can support me. Can we start this together?
Okay, I also don't know how. I never experienced this before, especially come to women. Okay, but okay, whatever you want to do and you have in mind, I'll just support you. Okay, we can rock. People like Helena, Wendy, Joyce. Then. Let's try. Let's do it. Let's do it. Anyway, we are already in Singapore Girls' Home. Our heart and our passion is already with the women. So, can I just do it?
You support me, Okay, must commit,
Support
cannot back out,
Like that.
God,
Sing. 对上帝有信心，可以吗？ Yeah, I think he will bring the right people, whatever we like.
Right, do it.
Yeah,
Just do it.
1 year anniversary, 2 years anniversary, 10 years to go. You go front, I go behind.
Wonderful. You go front, I go behind. Okay.
Very good at that.
Brenda is amazing. She's coming in next after Mdm Rahayu. Our member of parliament is in the back room. So she's coming on right after Lilian's opening address. Lilian, happy birthday. All yours.
Yeah, thank you, Anita. Thank you, Lynette. Yes, thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to thank everyone for setting aside your time to be here, celebrating together with us. Now, today is a day of celebration.
And Madam Rahayu and the team has already declared, 2021 is the year we celebrate SG women as well. So in conjunction of that and International Women's Day, we want to celebrate. We want to celebrate women. So for me personally, today is a very heartwarming, emotional day because it is the results. Oh my gosh, that was fast. Yeah, it is the result of the ladies' victory. Yeah, because the whole mission and vision of this community is to see women living out our dreams and our destinies, and making a positive impact in our own sphere of influence. I always say this to the team, whether you like it or not, you have a sphere of influence. It could be as small as your family, the community, the nation, or even the world. But you do have a sphere of influence. And how do we do that? We inspire and empower women, to go from being stuck in fear, self-doubt, and limiting beliefs to living a life of purpose, courage, and significance. And we do that through mentoring and a strong and safe community support. And we have been meeting month after month, every last Tuesday of the month. When we can meet on site, we do that. But when we can't, what do? Are we going to get stuck? No, we don't. We think out of the box. Sorry, by the way, there's no box. We create possibilities. And, while we are not tech savvy, that's not going to stop us. So we learn. We continue to be lifelong learners. We continue to step out of our comfort zone. Anything that we do not know, we tap into our inner resources and we learn. And that's how we are actually putting this all together by a team of women who knew nothing about technical, all these technical things. I don't even have the names for it. But here we are putting this together, all because we want to take courage to lead ourselves. Take courage to be you, to be the person, the best version of yourself. So that's what you're going to witness today, the whole day, a list of 15 women speakers coming forward, taking their courage to share their stories of courage, overcoming adversity. Now, speaking from a victor's mindset, not pity party, not whining, not ranting, but sharing from a victor's standpoint. How do we overcome the adversities and the practical strategies and tips that you can apply, that you can see your own breakthrough as well? So that's what all these ladies are going to share. How self-leadership, how taking courage to be you can bring yourself breakthroughs, see the results that you want, live your passion, see your dreams materializing, and not just building castles in the air. So self-leadership to us, to me, is simply walk the talk. Just walk the talk. It all started with this thought. How do I teach my children courage? I don't tell them, I show them. And that's what I've been doing for the past 10 years now and still doing, right? And with the team, I am encouraged because they now push me out of my comfort zone to do things that I cannot imagine that I'm able to do. But with them, only with the team, that we are able to come this far. So 2020 has been a challenging year, but we have so many milestones. So many milestones. You check out our Facebook page. We have posted all those milestones there, right? And today and moving forward, we're going to continue to break barriers of fear and stepping into courage and live a purpose-driven life. So with that, I just want to pass the time. I want to invite, we are very, very honored and privileged. Yes, come. Yeah, I think I need two at a time, right?
She needs girl power now. She needs support, right?
I think we just stand at a V, so we should have a bit of a
safe distancing. Yeah. Okay, safe distancing measures adopted. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we are very honored and privileged to have.
We are very honored and privileged to actually have Mdm Rahayu Mahzam actually join us. Lillian, you were saying.
Yes. Yeah. So let's bring Mdm Rahayu
Mahzam on.
So while that slide is being transitioned out and as we bring her out, let me share with you that we are very honored and excited, as Lillian was sharing, to have the Parliament Secretary at the Ministry of Health, Mdm Rahayu Mahzam, join us today as our guest of honor for the Women of Courage Asia's 2nd anniversary. So in Parliament, Mdm Rahayu has championed the interests of the special needs community, youth development, as well as efforts to empower women. So, oh my God, okay, that's right. She's putting on our scarf. She put on our scarf.
Yes. Sorry, I just literally got this. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Mdm Rahayu. Yeah.
I'll let Lynette introduce Mdm Rahayu officially.
Yes, let's list all her accolades out. She's such a beautiful woman for all the work that she's done, actually, for the community, for Singapore, and leading the way, actually, with what she has done. So, in Parliament, Mdm Rahayu has not only championed the interests of the special needs, the youths, as well as the efforts to empower women. And that's why we're so privileged for her to join us on our platform today, to also preserve a strong, multiracial, multi-religious community. I think that's actually what Singapore stands for very strongly as well. Mdm Rahayu is passionate about supporting residents in need, developing opportunities for people to come together to help one another. She's also introduced many social programs in Bukit Batok East to help families, support students, and uplift students, uplift women. Her initiatives with volunteers has also led Bukit Batok East to being recognized as a dementia-friendly community, one of the 8 in Singapore. And for those that are staying in Singapore, because we're streaming live, you know that Singapore has got quite a few pockets of residences, right? Now, as a vice chairman of the REACH Supervisory Board panel, Mdm Rahayu is closely involved in seeking feedback from the public. So you actually see her when you go onto her Facebook page, you see her walking the grounds, actually rolling up her sleeves and really getting involved with the residents on public policies and various issues. She also contributes nationally through committees, including the Executive Committee and National Youth Council. She leads the MQ youth mentoring efforts in the Malay Muslim community. Singapore has declared 2021 as the year celebrating women, and Mdm Rahayu is actually one of the co-chairs leading the efforts of the conversations on women development. Truly a woman of courage. It's with great pleasure and honor that we welcome Mdm Rahayu to the stage, please.
Thank you so much, ladies. Hello, how are you? Good morning. I am just so excited to be given the opportunity to join you here. Am I still on?
Yes, you are still on.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I wish I'm in a better position, but I'm in between a lot of events today, but I made sure that I made time for this because it is such an important occasion. So firstly, let me wish Women of Courage a happy birthday. I think it is such a great accomplishment, and also how wonderful it is that we're also celebrating International Women's Day. So it's really a joyous occasion, and I just love your colors, ladies. You are just so bright and sprightly this morning. Just what I need to start a very long day. I just firstly want to congratulate the team, Lillian and the team, for actually making this vision into reality. For actually being able to reach out to many women, to be able to actually do your part in building the community. I think that has just been such a meaningful effort, and I really congratulate you. I know that this is a very big, meaningful step and accomplishment for the team, and I really wish you all the best. I think it really segues well into the things and efforts that we've been doing here in Singapore. You know, to be fair, we are not so far off. We are doing fairly well in terms of basic needs, basic requirements in terms of education, giving women opportunities. But I think there's still some way to go for us to say that it is truly a space where we see women succeeding well. We still have low representation in certain areas, in certain profession. We still are plagued by issues of gender stereotypes. And we do see a lot of challenges women still face, especially as they juggle their multiple roles. So I think it is so important to encourage and inspire people to have that strength, that resilience, and also skills to be able to face their challenges. So what you're doing here is really wonderful. I wanted to just inform you about some of the wonderful developments we've seen. As you've mentioned, this year we're celebrating SG Women. It's a year dedicated to celebrating women, and it is so apt that we have been building on this effort by way of the conversations on women's development. You may know that I co-chair this team with Minister of State Sun Xueling as well as Lo Yanling, and we've actually been going around having conversations with men and women to actually get their views on the state of affairs and how we can do things better. So there's been a lot of buzz, a lot of conversation, and all these things are really triggered and energized by groups like Women of Courage Asia, because you guys keep the momentum going in terms of building, in terms of empowering. So I think these are things that we need to keep at. We are looking at various aspects of it. The aim of the conversation on women's development is really to see how, where we can change laws, policies, regulations, we try and do that, but also figuring out what are some of the other areas where we can build on. Eventually, we'll have a white paper, which will be discussed in Parliament, and then we will look at how to build a roadmap to continue building on the efforts. Yesterday in Parliament, there was a great announcement because there was a review being done to the sentencing framework of hurt and sexual offences. There has been now some outcomes of that review, increasing penalties and really educating people about offences against women and hurt offences against women. So these are milestones that I think we should continue to celebrate, that we should really see as positive encouragement of the efforts that you've been doing. I am just so glad and actually heartened because whatever you're doing is actually grounds up. It is also women helping women, because a lot of people talk about things, they complain, they maybe give feedback, but not everyone has that courage to take action. You guys did, and I want to congratulate you for that. I think it's so important for us to continue looking out for one another, to empower where we see there's some lack of support, to actually give and improve people with skills. And I think that's just the value, especially for today's event, because what you do translates to actually shifting lives, right? Because we know that the woman plays such an important role within the family. So as Lillian mentioned earlier, every one of us has our own circle of influence, has our own power to shift and make changes with the community, with the people at our homes, at our workplaces, with our children. And even within that small circumference, we have a lot we can do and say and help make changes on. The way we communicate with our children, teaching them values, I think that's just so important. And I just love how you're doing it by way of showing instead of just telling people how to do it. You start early, you start young, but in the community, it is also showing that you take action. So I hope these are things that people will emulate. I was just getting chills already listening to the things you said, your vision. And Lillian, I just felt that it was so serendipitous that we met some time back. And I'm so glad for that opportunity and for you to invite me again to actually be able to see for myself the outcome and the results of the efforts and labor of love that you've poured in. I really wish you all the best. I hope the women today will be touched by the efforts, are also inspired to continue to build that action, because it's all about taking that ripple effects, right? We have seen things, we've seen changes, but it can be done at the national level. But the true changes needs to happen within the community, with changes in mindsets, with changes in approaches. If we just keep quiet and not do anything, then things might just remain status quo. But if we take action, we see something that we can provide input on, or we can actually make changes to, let's do it. All of us play that role, and I really hope that this is something that we can continue to do together. I am so excited. I wish you all the best, and I would love to continue to support your efforts and also bring you to the platform. So you may hear of some national conversations on the conversations on women's development. Please join us when you can. And if there are occasions where we can actually reach out to many more women, especially in the segments where they're more vulnerable, where they need the support, let's continue to do that in all the different groups. I would very much like to continue to be part of this wonderful effort that you're doing. So my best wishes to all of you. Have a wonderful session, and I'm sure your speakers are all ready to go and they're also inspiring. I really hope for the best for Women of Courage, and happy birthday once again. Happy International Women's Day. Have a great weekend, ladies.
Thank you, Madam Rahayu. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for joining us today. And truly, it is true. It's really ground out. If you can see from the background, we actually have our daughters who are teenagers joining us here also to to support us and help us. Because again, it's what you say, like we have to live by examples, and that's all we have actually. So, Vivian.
Yeah, thank you so much for your
Thank
sharing.
you, my pleasure.
And affirmation for us. And I just want to wrap up this segment. I want to share this quote with everyone, including you, Madam Rahayu, and because that inspired me so much. And it's by Matthew Arnold. He said that if there ever comes a time where the women of the world come together simply and purely for the good of mankind, it will be a force such as the world has never seen. And when the day when I heard this quote, I told myself, I want to be part of that force. And I believe we can just start from our family, and then our nation Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rahayu. You have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
That was
Thank
a
you
lovely
so
quote.
much. Goodbye, Madam.
Goodbye. See you.
Bye. See you soon.
All right.
Yes.
So, back to you.
Back to me. And then
Thank you.
goodbye.
All
You
right.
have a restful day. You're going to have a lot more.
Right.
And I'm going to bring up on the next person. The next person, if you see the earlier video, where, the lady that was walking around with Lillian, that Lillian reached out to her very dear friend, Brenda. Okay, Brenda, I'm going to play a video on Brenda first. Can we have the video, please?
Women of Courage Asia. My name is Brenda. I'm a co-founder of Women of Courage Asia and a parenting education coach in my channel. My passion is to empower women to serve together in the community by going into the women prison and Singapore girls' home to inspire them. As a coach in my chance, my role is to help parents to identify the learning needs of their children as well as to unleash their potential. Once again, happy second anniversary Women of Courage Asia, and to all the leaders and our founder. Here's to many, many years.
Wonderful. And that's Brenda. I'm going to bring Brenda on. Hi, Brenda. How are you? You're muted, dear. You want to talk?
Hi, can you hear me, Anita?
Yeah, you perfect. You look
Okay,
beautiful.
good morning, everyone.
Okay, I'm going to introduce Brenda. Brenda is actually, if I may use that word, really the backbone of Lillian. I don't think Lillian would have had, I think by now, if without Brenda, Lillian would still be pregnant with the Women of Courage Asia. Okay, so Brenda has been her dear friend. Brenda has been her shoulder, her backbone. And Brenda is not only Brenda is also an educational parenting coach. And now she's also a co-founder, as you found out, of Women of Courage Asia. Brenda Lim's passion has always been in the educational field. Okay, her heart beat for the youth, and she spent time connecting with them. She's also she has faced many challenges. Okay, Brenda is not a woman without challenges. Behind that beautiful smile is a woman that has come up from many, many challenges. And Brenda is also very passionate about motivating youth to dream big and maybe be a better version of themselves. And Brenda, after joining Mind Champs, Holdings, Brenda expanded her skills from coaching students to family coaching. She upgraded herself to be a certified facilitator with focus on the family. She also helps parents okay, to identify the learning needs of their children. Okay, and also finally, Brenda has managed to achieve the top 5 awards for 5 consecutive years at Mind Champs. Okay, so this is Brenda, and Brenda today is going to share her story of courage. And I want you to really open your heart and hear from these amazing women. Brenda, all yours, darling.
Thank you, Anita, dear. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in this morning. Yes, if you are like me, who is a night owl, it's difficult, but yet you make time, and I made it. Yes. As what Anita has shared, can I have my slide, please? Yes. Okay, due to time, I am not going to share a lot about my takeaway this morning because I felt a little bit emotion just now when Lillian showed the video and shared about it. So I tell myself, no, I'm not going to talk about it so that I'm not going to get emotional this morning. Okay, share a little bit more about my personal life, who I am. I'm a mother of and a friend of these 3 young adults, as you can see in the picture. And yes, I've been in my champ since year 2006. So it's like a good last 15 years. And I spend most of my time in my champs. Yes, and besides my champs, of course, Women of Courage is actually a dream come true for me. My passion, as I have shared, in the video earlier, it has always been in, inspiring lives, and so that we can serve and volunteer together. And Singapore Girls Home has always been in my heart. And the next move that we're going in, which is a women prison, and I'm glad that most of the time that I spent with Lillian and Anita working in this social enterprise, class living, and even the community in Women of Courage has actually helped my dreams come true. Yes. And this morning, what I'm going to share is what most of my friends out there listening, what you do not know about me. My journey was not all smooth sail though. Can I have the next slide, please? I grew up in an environment where a lot of gangsters all around me protecting me. If you all know this area called Toa Payoh, yes, it has been a good 13 years that I actually grew up there. And what happened is most of the time when these brothers protected me, they also molested me. And I learned how to steal very, very tactfully, and I must say very professionally since young. And as I grown up as a youth, I experienced failure in my O-level. I was being dumped by men, and all this traumatic experience became more real, and it has been haunting me ever since I learned how to take care of my body. School gave all this education, sex education, and I started to realize that actually, since I was molested since such a young age, I felt very dirty. I felt the constant battling of mind keep haunting me, especially my dream, even after my marriage. Those moments where I felt brokenness, I felt darkness, and I felt pain, the hurt that was given to me. So my favorite quote then was always, 世界是黑暗的. And I think the slide earlier. One slide before again. Oh. There's one slide, marriage and relationship. It's okay. Go back to the first awareness. Yeah. Okay. The other one. The one with the fetus. Yes. Never mind. Okay. After this. Sorry. I think there was one slide miss. Next one. Yes. So I experienced 2 depression. First depression was when the year that I gave birth to my first daughter. Because of her constant crying for the 3 years, it has brought a lot of pain and quarrels in the family. So my relationship with my husband was bad, and feeling of guilt, unloved, dirty, ugliness, all came back again because of that first depression. So after that, I went into a second depression as life went tougher with 3 children. And with the loss of my dad to cancer, and it added more pain, and my marriage was at the brink of divorce because my husband also went into depression. So the weight of all this negativity caused me to have few suicidals. Yes, it was not successful, but I went into workaholic. I went into binge eating, drinking, so as to numb myself so that I can spend more time outside of the house rather than spending time at home. So all this guilt came in, and because of all this, I tried to make up, but I failed again and again. I remember in year 2011, that is where in this Korea, the lobby where you see in the picture, this is just one of it that I pick up. A very glamorous lobby. I actually saw a weighing machine at the corner. So out of fun, while the family were having fun, chit-chatting at the lobby, I went on the weighing machine. To my horror, I gained 13 kg. Any one of us as a woman, when we gain 1 or 2 inches on our waist or 1 kg, it will be a horror. But yet, at that moment, then I realized I gained 13 kg. I went into emptiness, even though they were all talking and having fun out there. When was the last time that I have gained so much without even awareness? What have I turned into? Who have I become? That was where I had my first awareness. Second awareness came when I was in church one day, when I saw this tornado, that there was a hand reaching out to me. Next slide, please. The moment I wanted to stretch out my hand to hold that hand, I refused. I shrink back again. I felt that I should not, because I enjoyed that moment to be in the tornado. Why? Because I enjoyed that moment to be singled out. I enjoyed to be stuck in this tornado, to be stuck in this moment to myself. I love that depression because I stopped joining all the social circle, my circle of friends. I stopped exercising. I even withdraw myself from my husband, and even withdraw myself from whatever activities. So I realized from these 2 awareness that I am not living like a human being. I have to make a decision to step out, to live like a human being again. So whenever I'm alone, at home in darkness, I will go into all the moodiness again. Although when I go to work, I look perfectly okay. It doesn't change much until 2014, when my support group actually supported me to attend a 7 months school of theology. One day, I recall that we were told to reflect our past. I knew it was coming to me, so I hide myself at the last row so that I will not be asked to reflect. Lo and behold, I broke down there and there. The moment I closed my eyes, I saw sin after sin. Those moments where I was molested at the dustbin then by so-called brother, at the neighbor uncle house where he invited the group of us, and many, many occasions where I was taken advantage. And those hurting words from men that done me, my failure, how I was rejected. All this sin came in and I started to release forgiveness for them, one by one. The moment I came to release that forgiveness for myself, I felt the freedom. When I heard the word that, Brenda, you're beautiful. Brenda, you're forgiven. Brenda, you are loved. That was where the freedom came in. As I reflected all this experience over the years, there were many, many takeaways in my life. Due to time, I'm just going to share these 3 takeaways that have helped me and sustained me until today. Okay? To have a balanced and healthy lifestyle and investing myself in self-development for the right program and join the right support system, be it religious or community. Important to have the right body, the right partner, the right BFF that you can share, someone that you can trust. And that's how it helps me to have a balanced lifestyle. And having a balanced lifestyle helped me mentally, physically, so that I can serve even more in the community. And serving in Women of Courage Asia, like I mentioned earlier, it has been always my dream. And that's why I resonate so much with the vision and mission of Women of Courage Asia, to be inspired to inspire many other women out there. So working in my chair has no longer been the same, because I learned in this course that vocation is God's divine calling. If it is God's divine calling, I should always do my best and excel in whatever that I'm doing. So my sharing today is not to remind you who are listening out there about your darkness. I know some of you may be still going through. I know whenever I heard story that is shared that I can identify with, I go into emotional mood again. No, today my purpose is to help you to know that we can walk out from darkness to light. I want to share with you before I end my sharing this quote that I have seen a vision once when I was in a dark tunnel. If we do not walk out, we do not move, we will never see the light at the exit, because there's always a ray of light on the end of every dark tunnel. And we can be sure that the tunnel has at least an exit. We need to move. If I do not move, I do not move out. No exit shall ever happen before us by itself. So at least we have to move. If today my sharing has touched you, or you think that any of your friends have came into your mind that need to connect with me, feel free to connect with me. And you can also click on those links that my dear friend is going to type in the chat. Just connect with me. And thank you once again for listening to my story of courage. Thank you.
Brenda, for your wonderful story. I mean, everybody who sees Brenda will know that she looks so gentle, but seeing her past, that she was actually from a background which a lot of people would shun the society. But Brenda has come forward strong, not only strong, she's so strong that she's actually the backbone or the shoulder to build this community, Women of Courage Asia, along with Lillian. And it's not because of Brenda and Brenda's strength to support her friend I and Lynette
will not be here today.
Will not be here today.
There will be no second anniversary.
There will be no second anniversary, and maybe even our children will not be having the better version of us.
You out there, all of you ladies has always been a really good support to Lillian and myself. You know, all of you have given your time, your heart, your effort, your love to even inspire Lillian and myself. And I learned so much these 2 years from all of you and felt so much love for all of you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We got a very special message for you. You can't see it, but it's in a private chat. It says,
Okay.
"Love you, Mama Brenda."
You know who it's coming from.
And Sarah is working
My
very
dear
hard.
Sarah. My dear Sarah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Okay,
Thank you.
and you have a wonderful day, dear.
Yeah, thank you so much. Brenda.
Okay, on that note, again, we would like to thank our wonderful venue sponsor, Gather Co-works. We are still very comfortable.
In fact, the aircon is so comfortable. I'm like donning on our Woka stuff. So this is a variation of how you can wear it. It keeps you warm and comfy in a nice atmosphere.
On top of that, please do support us. We have 2 books: Women of Courage Asia, Women of Courage, written Breaking the Fear Barrier by Lillian, and also Voices of Courage. It's a compilation of quotes by 22 women. Us.
And we are in there.
We're in there, okay? So
Yes.
support us. You can buy it as a bundle or even a scarf. You will look better than Lynette, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Pretty sure.
Okay, I'm pretty sure. So do support us. Okay, if you're in the area, come and say hi to us at Gather. You know, if you're Women of Courage Asia community, if you're there, come and say hi to us. Let's read some comments. Okay?
Or like the comments that are coming through.
Yeah,
And
we did not ignore you.
We're streaming in live comments from not only YouTube but our Facebook page.
Yes.
Which is really exciting for us to
Yes.
hear that we're not alone here. So
Yes. We are having we're streaming live from 9 to 4 on the Women of Courage Asia Facebook page and Women of Courage Asia YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So the links are already in the chat. I got to thank our chat ICs. Okay, every hour we got 1 woman every hour from our community. Okay, they are busy ladies. You know, every 5 minutes there's something going on. Okay. Let's hear from Betty.
Yeah.
Okay, look exactly what I'm saying. See, Betty puts in all of Brenda's social media, so you can
Connect with her.
And all
connect with
that.
her after this. If
Yeah.
the story resonates with you and it's something that you would like to reach out to her, please, those are the channels that you can reach her at.
And Brenda, just to encourage you, Brenda, we love you. We always love Brenda. Okay,
Yes.
Big hug to Brenda from Karen. Okay, I'm gonna put Karen up here. Oh,
Special shout out.
Special shout out.
Yeah.
I know Karen is a very Karen is just
She okay. When I first met her, she was very she's reserved, to say the least.
Yeah,
but she is amazing.
Genius.
All the
Genius.
visuals, all the graphics, all the designs that you see here.
Yeah, all our slides.
All visuals. She is the woman behind the scene, that's actually doing all this. And despite all the last minute things that goes on in a project, in all our events, even now, she was the lady that was actually putting together everything for us.
Karen is a
All
graphic
visuals.
designer. Okay, you can see from the chat, because she's already keen on Facebook. Click on her Facebook and get connected with her. I like what Lillian says about Karen. Karen can read my mind. And for it's true, for a client, you need your graphic designer to read your mind. And look, she designed this, okay? She designed this, and Mdm Rahayu has endorsed it. So well done on you, Karen. Okay, without further ado, I'm just so excited about Karen. Without further, I'm going to pass this time back to Lynette, and she's going to introduce our next story of expertise. Lynette, all yours.
Thank you, Anita. So in this next section, where we start sharing our stories of expertise, we have none other than Ms. Carol Cockle. Carol is a confidence coach, author, speaker, and change maker. She helps women unleash their inner goddess through her coaching blueprint, right? So she's also a NLP practitioner with the American Board of Neuro-Linguistic Programming, as well as a certified style coach with the Style Coaching Institute in London. Throughout her coaching time, she ensures that you will develop the tools and confidence to take action, because we know having the tools but no action is equals to zero. So she actually would take you through from end to end. She was recognized as one of the 100 faces of the international iconic influencers by the Aesthetics International in India, Singapore, and England in 2019. She hosted the United Nations UN 75 Dialogue in Singapore. And as I'm saying, my goosebumps are already standing. She is amazing. So she enjoys cooking, a little bit behind the scenes. She enjoys cooking, dancing with her two children. They're beautiful, aged 8 and 9. Carol has always been a woman that chose to empower women in becoming the leader that you want to be in your personal life or in your professional life. Her mantra is that you are unique and you can have it all and do good at the same time. So without further ado, let me welcome Carol.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia! Hello, I'm Carol. I'm a confidence coach, visual marketer, and author. I help women rediscover their inner confidence so that they can shine and rise in 8 aspects of their lives. Serving under Women of Courage Asia as a community leader, I've always had this strong belief that we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. This is a famous quote by Winston Churchill. Over here, my greatest takeaway with Women of Courage Asia is the love and support and positivity within the community. I'm very blessed to be here serving alongside women who are like-minded, who are all about locking arms and supporting women in their growth. So with that, happy birthday once again. Happy birthday! Hello, hi, good morning, everybody. I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you to Anita and Lynette for that incredible introduction. To be very frank, what Lynette has mentioned in terms of my accolades, those were just accolades, to be frank. And if I may have the next slide. Just for all of you to have a little bit of understanding of what has been shared earlier, just to get to know me a little bit, and I hope to get to know you as well. So if you are okay, I would like to get to know you. If you can just, I want this section to be more as interactive as possible. So we'll key into the chat because I want to hear from you. Because in order to, because we don't want this to be a one-sided presentation, because I wanted to be able to share my expertise with you and then to interact, to see what you have. And today is all about empowering other women, and hence I'm here today. And thank you to Women of Courage Asia that I'm here today. So as Lina has mentioned earlier, I'm actually a confidence coach. I help women to rediscover their inner confidence so that they can live the life that they want. I was actually very, very pleased and also very honored to be picked as one of the co-authors for the book Breakthrough with Mr. Les Brown, #1 in a motivational speaker in the world, and NLP practitioner with American Board of Neuro-Linguistic Programming, NLP. I'm certified style coach with Style Coaching Institute, and I got it in London, and certified makeup artist with Career Academy, and I'm an ex-trainer with Impact Models. And the main highlight for my year in 2019 was being asked to host United Nations 75th anniversary dialogue in Singapore. So, but the thing is that all of these are just something that that was used to describe me. A lot of the times that what people don't know is it didn't happen this way. If I may have the next slide, please. Yes, yes. This is actually my childhood. To be very frank, growing up, I didn't have a lot of confidence. I've always been that awkward person in the room. I'm taller than most of my classmates, and I'm unusually thin, and don't really know how to fit in with myself. I was told that my voice didn't matter, and I'm best, to look pretty, to look pretty, and that I will only be able to speak when I'm spoken to, because no one needs to know my opinion. So my whole life, I had that idea that I'm unwanted, I'm not important, and as long as I look good, then that means my life would be set. However, at the age of 15, as you can see from the picture on screen, or the last picture on screen, I suffered from teenage acne. Suddenly, my confidence actually gone all the way down. Suddenly, my whole idea about who I am, I'm no longer pretty anymore. Then that means I'm unwanted and I do not deserve to be loved. Because of that, I seek a lot of validation externally to find love, to feel accepted. And what happened next is I ended up marrying the first man who made me feel beautiful, who said that I look beautiful, because I didn't think so. And I ended up being in 13 years of psychological abuse, and I attempted suicide. I lost all my self-worth and self-identity. Well, today, I recovered from that incident because I invested in myself. I am happily married. I have 2 children. They are aged 8 and 9 years old. And this whole journey wouldn't have come about if I didn't invest myself. And also, it wouldn't have come about if not for the support of a group of women. My girlfriend actually was the one to help me to seek help. And without the support, of women, my friends, women, I wouldn't be here today. So I'm very, very pleased to be part of this women community and Women of Courage Asia. And because of that experience, it actually inspired me to do what I do right now. It is actually to help women to be confident. But today, because of time constraint, I'm unable to go through my whole entire blueprint. But I'm going to actually be showing you and teaching you, right, sharing with you my expertise on how to stand up confidently. Because I wasn't confident and I found a way, and I want to share this with all of you. Okay, but because of time constraint, I'm only able to do it. Maybe we will just talk about just one small little portion, which is how to stand out confidently, in social media. Because all of us are online right now, and we want to be visible. Whether if you are an executive, whether if you are, an entrepreneur, everybody's jumping onto the online bandwagon, and then we want to actually stand out, so that we want to be noticed, so that we can actually achieve our goals. So what you will be learning today will be know your brand identity, all right? And then the image that you see yourself and the image that you want to project, how to consolidate the two. And then also we're going to be talking about the color psychology of personal branding, okay? Discovering the types of dressing style, the dress to your type and your personality style, and what does your Facebook profile say about you. So for the last one, it will be something that you can learn today, which means that you are able to, to be able to immediately apply today. All right. So now we talk about brand identity. What is your brand identity? Right. So what is brand identity? Okay, it is actually more or less attached to who you are. Because right now in the past, traditionally, the brand has always been attached to a company, to a name, right? Like say, for example, if we talk about, famous brands, we can think about, say, McDonald's, for example, like for example, BMW, for example, when it comes to car. But the thing is that right now in this social media world, in this visual world, our brand identity is actually us. We are the brand. And what is our identity? So there are actually 5 elements that I'm going to be showing you, which are the 5 elements in the brand identity. For you as a person, you are the brand. So first off, we'll be talking about when it comes to the 5 elements are physical appearance, all right, how you dress, your skills, your behavior, and eventually your story. Because people want to be able to connect with you. They want to know what your values are, what are your passion, what's your purpose, and your mission statement as well, if you are an entrepreneur. So when we talk about, say, physical appearance, okay, we are talking about, how you're grooming, how does your hair look? Is it actually oily? Is it clean? Your skin, your makeup, your posture, your fitness, your weight, and your overall diet, right? And today I'm going to be touching a little bit more on how you dress. Okay, whereas for your skill sets, there won't be anything on the skill sets. But then the thing is, if I may have the previous slide, please. So sorry. Thank you. Previous slide. Yes. Previous. Okay. On the 5 brands element. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. And then we also have a few others leaders who will be sharing their expertise. Okay, that will actually talk about your behavior. All right, your behavior. Then this will be done by Lynette. So please do stay here and stay on and keep a lookout on that in your behavior on business etiquette. And then we have another leader, Nicole, who will be sharing about how you think, your mindset, self-leadership as an entrepreneur, as a person. That will be your behavior. And last but not least, we also have another leader who will be sharing. Her name is Julia. Julia is our content marketing coach, and where she has the expertise to share about your story. So do stay tuned and continue to engage with us. All right. So we will talk about your personality traits. Okay, what are some of the personality traits that you would like to express? Maybe let's just do something a bit more interactive. I want you to actually get a pen and some writing paper, or if you have a notebook. I'm going to ask you a few questions. I want you to really think about you yourself as a brand. Okay, think of it of yourself as a brand, and then think about some of the things that you want to project. What you want others to see you as a brand. Okay, as an executive, whether you're a female executive, whether you are an entrepreneur. Okay, I'm going to ask you these few questions. I just want you to really write it down. This is just for you. You don't have to write it down onto the chat. You don't have to show it to me. This is something for you to keep a lookout. And I wanted to use this experience to help you to start thinking how you want to build your brand. Okay, what are some of the core personality traits you would love to express when it comes to projecting yourself on social media? Projecting yourself onto to the people that are around you, right? If you can answer this question, and then the next question that I want to ask is, what are the messages you want, to get across in terms of how you want to project yourself? Do you want to be seen as someone who is, powerful? Let's say, for example, if you're a fitness instructor, you want to be able to show your fitness, your physique, for example. What kind of message do you want to say? I'm health conscious. If you want to say, I am in the beauty line, I want to be seen as the authority, then what are the message that you want to get across in terms of the way you present yourself online? Then, when it comes to the pictures that you are projecting on social media, can you picture what kind of style you would like, to choose, and what colors that will look good on you? Okay, let's have a think right now. Okay, what colors will look good on you? And then the last bit, and then think about, what are the clothing choices for your work, for formal wear and formal functions as well as informal functions. So let's have a think on that. Okay, and then next I will actually go into, what is your color? Because I mentioned about color as well. Because I understand that a lot of us, we have our own favorite colors. My favorite color is yellow and also red. I can't decide between the two, so I just choose both. The thing is, when it comes to color, the colors are actually a way to help us to project our brand. When you think about red and yellow, right? What is the brand color that you can associate with to a particular famous brand? Okay. When I told my friend, okay, my favorite color is red and yellow, they're like, oh, it's like McDonald's. You see, these are the colors that you can associate with a brand. So whatever colors that you put on yourself, it is actually an association of who you are, right? So if I may, I would want to look at this. What is your color, right? So the next slide, I will be showing you. Okay, let's take a look at the color wheel. So this is the color wheel. Okay, from a color perspective, there are these three basic colors, right? We have the basic color, which is red, the blue, and as well as yellow. So these are the three basic color. And then if you're going to mix the red and the yellow, and then you get the spectrum of the orange. And if you're going to mix yellow with blue, then you will have, you know, the spectrum of green that's actually coming out. And then of course, if you were to mix blue and red, then you have a spectrum of pinks and purple coming out. So if you look at the color wheel, all right, it's being separated into the cool and the warm palette. So right now, I would like you to think about it, okay? Looking at the cool and warm palette, what color do you think you are? Are you a cool or a warm palette? Yeah, I'm just going to ask you to think about that. You know, there's no right or wrong answer. This is just something to, you know, to help you to get started. Are you a warm palette or cool palette? I would like you to think about in terms of the colors that you have been putting onto yourself. Okay, what are the colors that you put on yourself? Are you a warm color or are you a cool color? This is not about your favorite color, and also not about your brand color, because I would like you to think about yourself as the brand, not your company logo if you're actually a business owner. Let's have a think. Which palette do you think you are? Are you a warm or a cool? So are you able to just maybe just put it into the chat? Just I would like to see, you know, who are the ones you know, you think that who are cool. If you say that you are cool, I would like you to just put on and say, hey, I'm cool. Put on on the chat, I'm cool, or you know, I'm warm. There's no wrong answer. This is what you think. You know, let's have an interaction. Let's have a look. Okay, right. Okay, you're warm, you're cool. I see quite a few. Ah, wow. Okay, we do have quite a yes. Okay, we have cool. Quite a number of us, actually, quite a number of cool. I think, you know, that I see on the chat. Thank you so much for your participation and also for this interaction. Yes, and actually, I think I saw one from Julia. I'm so cool. Oh, of course you are cool. I'm Julia. I can't wait to see your sharing and hear your sharing later on. Okay, so yes, thank you so much. Warm, yes. And I see one on the comment, Lisa. I thought I was warm, but cool is actually more suitable for me. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your sharing. Thank you. You see, the warm and cool tones were actually they are the colors that will correspond with your skin tone. All right. Contrary to popular belief, a lot of us think that Asians, we're all warm tones. But the thing is, some of us do have a cool undertone. Some of them have warmer undertones. Well, by choosing the right color, you will actually help your skin to grow, or rather glow, not grow, help your skin to glow. So by choosing the wrong shade of tone, or let's say if you are a warm tone and you choose a cool tone, will actually cause the skin to be a bit more shallow. So by knowing what is your cool, whether if you are a cool or a warm palette, will actually help you to feel more radiant. So some people with a common question they will ask me this. Okay, well, Carol, if I'm more of a warm colors, does it mean that I cannot wear colors on the cool spectrum like the blue, like the greens, for example, or maybe the purple? Is it, you know, then it really kind of limits my choice. And frankly, there are actually warm tones in the cool tones and cool tones in the warm tones as well. Okay, that because I can't go really into detail, but you know, this is just for you to keep a lookout and then for you to understand. So if I may just move on to the next thing to understand how these colors will come to actually project the mood and then what kind of psychology when people are looking at you when you're using that color. So if I may, yes, for the next slide, as you can see from here, this is just some basic colors that people are commonly used, you know, on their brand and commonly that we put on ourselves. Right now, I have a few spectrum of colors that's on me. I have white, I have red, and as well, this is actually navy blue, but because of the lighting, so it looks kind of like a black. Let's look at the color psychology and what all these color represents. When people are looking at it, what kind of emotion that they actually evoke. Like for red example, we know the first thing we think about red. Okay, for Chinese, we will think about Chinese New Year. It's joy, right? But it also means energy. It means strength, and also red is the color of love. right? Color of love. I love red, I guess, probably because it's the color of love. All the heart shapes are always in red in color. And even my beads today is a little bit of a heart shape as well. Because I personally believe, this is my own personal belief, I believe that when you love, when you radiate love, when you're ready to give love, love will come back. I always believe in the boomerang effect. And then white. White, for example, is actually the white, it signifies clean, simplicity, innocence, and also someone who's actually wearing white, the idea, the image that you're projecting is actually being honest. And a lot of the times, we think about that, white is associated with innocence, right? So a lot of, like, for example, the children, running around, in white, you always have that feeling, it evokes that kind of feeling. And then for yellow is, it projects a sense of happiness. And that's the reason why McDonald's have that big M always in yellow. Okay, that is actually happiness. And then blue. Okay, blue is it projects the psychology. Okay, it gives the feeling of trust and loyalty. And it also brings about peace. So if you think about United Nations, particular shade of blue that you see on screen right now. And blue is also brings on trust. And that is the reason why a lot police, okay, and then those people who are actually in the protective force, they are usually in blue. Like, for example, if you look at the scrubs that's being put on nurses in caring homes, they are either blue or white because they involve loyalty and competence. All right. And then next, if you once you know all of that, okay, then the next thing to look at would be your personalized color charts. All right. How are you using that, your warm or cool tones, and understand what are the colors that you want to project? Then you need to have a personalized color chart. And that I can't do this to you here, but we will be, if you are open, then you will need to get a professional. They need to find out what is actually your personal color chart. All right, and then that you will have this in order to project all the right colors onto you. And then next, I would like you to see, okay, and have a look would be your body shape. Do you know what your body shape is? Okay, there are generally 5 basic body shapes. Okay, it's a triangle. Either you are in a triangle or inverted triangle. If you are round, if you're a rectangle, or if you are an hourglass shape. So there is no perfect shape. Just want to put it here. There's no perfect shape, right? That it is, based on your bone structure. So how will this will actually affect the way you dress, right? So if you don't want to quickly just go into the way you dress, okay, what is your style personality, right? Because this will actually affect in terms of the way you dress. Now, the characteristics of the first style personality are, now, okay, so this is what I would like you to, if you say yes, okay, to all this statement. So if you like, I would like you to just put it into the chat and say, yes, this is me. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, there's no wrong answer. This is just for you to have an understanding, to find out what's your style personality. All right. If you prefer something that's tailored, that's smart, cut pieces, is this you? Right? If you prefer something that's classic, color combination, like, the grays, the black and white, simple, solid color. And then when it comes to your makeup, you have something that is more predictable, simple. I just want something that is maybe one nude lip color. I will just go with a little eyeliner, for example. So basically, what you prefer is your style is smart and understated. And then if your jewelry is fine and timeless, then you are the classic personality. All right. So let's look at, the next style personality. Okay, the characteristics of the next style personality is you love to follow the latest fashion trends. Your makeup is like, red lips, bold lips, eyelashes, and you like to experiment and try different looks. Are these you? Right? If you have fun, you like to have fun with colors, and you like to make a grand entrance, and you would rather to be overdressed than to be underdressed. So if you mark these are, yes, this is me, this is my kind of style, then you are a dramatic style. So how many of us are dramatic here? Right. Okay, now let's quickly move on to the characteristic of the next style personality. Okay, the next style personality are, okay, if you have, you like to have fun with your wardrobe choices, you like very unusual silhouette. Okay, if you can see the pictures here, some of these, something that's baggy, or like crease cuts, cross cuts, uneven hemline. You experiment with exotic prints, right? And then you like strong contrasting colors. And then your jewelry are more or less, very, very eye-catching. They're all these very big statement pieces that kind of like doesn't really fall, towards the norm. And if you say yes to all these 5 characteristics, then your style is a bit more creative. Okay. And then this one is actually quite, the next characteristic for this next style personalities is very, very common. Now it's like if you say that you like feminine detailing, you have fabrics like silk, tulle, and you like something that is more delicate, print, like very small, tiny, delicate flowers. You like lace, you like frills, you like ribbons, you like soft, pretty colors like peaches and, light shades of pink. Something that is flowy, you like materials that's actually flowy. Then if you tick yes, right, to all this, then your style is more romantic. So how many of you are actually romantic style? How many of you are romantic style? Can we see anyone who is actually romantic style? Yeah, so tell us, share with me, what is your style? Okay, so the things are, these are just 5 basic styles, but then they are also, they can be expanded based on your personality as well, in order to showcase you. Yes, let's have a, oh yes, classic clean cut. Yes, thank you so much, Ben. Yes, Julia said classic. Yes. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Now let's just move on to the next style characteristics. Okay. Now this one, okay, if you can see, you like something that is a little bit more casual. The go-to pieces are something that is simple. You just want to put on something quickly and then you're out the door. Then in terms of jewelry, it's more minimal. If not for you, is you don't want to wear any jewelry at all. Maybe some of your choice would be t-shirt and jeans would be a normal combination. And then what you would want is actually more comfort. So you prefer comfort over style. So if you take all of that, then your style would be natural. Right? There's also natural sexy, there's also natural, dramatic as well. But this is the kind of the style. If you actually prefer shoes, they are actually flats. If you have you will be wearing trainers all the time, then yes, then your style would be natural. So the next thing I'm going to be sharing with you would be what does your Facebook profile say about you? Because I've gone through all of that, understand you as a brand. Then you think about yourself, what kind of colors that suits you? Like how are you going to stand out confidently in the social media space? Right? Then you think about, what is your style? What kind of style are you in terms of the way that you dress? Then, if you can, then right now, with all this information that I share with you, I would like you to see what are the do's and don'ts on social media, because you want to be visible, right? So the next slides you can see here is, let's look at some of the example, right? This particular lady, if you see, this is the Facebook profile. There's no cover picture. And then the Facebook profile picture is just her eye. Fantastic. She has beautiful, beautiful eye. But the thing is someone who, if you're a job seeker, if you're working as a secretary looking for a career change, you're probably log on to social media and see that this is you. It doesn't say anything about you at all. It doesn't mean that, do they even know it's you? A lot of the people, they actually use pictures of dogs, their pets, or scenery or plants, as their profile picture. It doesn't say anything about them at all. So then there's another one. The next one, as you can see right now, this is another profile example. Now you can see that, I guess this lady, she's a mom because she has 3 children. And so there's a picture of her children on her Facebook cover. But then the thing is that we still can't see her face. It's a very fantastic post. It's very arty, it's very, very lifestyle, but her head is turned away. You can't really tell who she is, right? So this is something that I would like to for you to think about what you can actually do today, to try to project your authority. And then for the last slide, this is a sample profile that is actually a very, very good example of showcasing who you are. And this happened to be Julia. Julia will be presenting later on, and this is her Facebook profile. All right, it's actually very powerful to showcase what she does. Look at her Facebook cover, right? She says, "Takes courage to leave." And she's actually a content marketing coach. So she knows exactly. And then you see her pictures, she's actually there smiling, to project a lot of trust. Because when you're on social media, you need to up your know, your like, and your trust factor so that people will want to actually to engage with you. So if you see one thing, you look at this profile, say, okay, wow, okay, this is what Julia is doing. And it really shows who she is. And then in terms of the color that she wore on, she projected a certain kind of authority as well on her profile picture. So this is something that you can actually apply. But because of time constraint, I'm unable to go through all of this, how to stand up confidently with you in detail. But all of this will 100% be shared in this passion project that Women of Courage Asia is working together with Class Leading in order to bring this to you. And this will be part of the coaching blueprint on this weekend that is happening next month on the 16th to the 18th of April, and it will be done stay in at Changi Coast, Singapore. So what I've shared today will be covered more in depth in transforming you as a person, because branding is for life. Branding is a direct representation of who you are as a person, right? Your authenticity needs to show through in your message, and in order to be authentic, you need to know who you are as a core. And this is actually what we are going to be doing as well at the Transform with Courage Asia Bootcamp, right? Once there is clarity, you know where, you know how. Once you know the how, you know the where, and then you know when to proceed. And of course, if you hear from Anita and Lynette, we have this special scarf that's actually being designed by Karen, our designer, and this is where we are going to be showing you. And this scarf will actually be given, and then we're going to be showing you how to actually use this scarf and to put on yourself. Because if you see earlier, Mdm Rahayu had it on her, and this specially designed was created with all of the women in mind, right? For women, in order to be who we are today, in terms of your journey, for us, we have been broken in some way. We have our hearts broken, we have our spirits broken. But as long as we take the courage to stand up, right, then we can actually proceed in life. And this is how this design concept came about. If you think about this Japanese art or Shinzuki, it's actually where they take all these broken potteries, and then they actually connect all these broken pieces back into using to make it whole. All right, to make it whole using gold as well as silver. So if you can see in terms of the design, this is actually what Women of Courage is about. We may have our hearts or spirits broken. As we come together, we heal each other, and this is what this bootcamp is all about. And of course, last but not least, I'm really thankful for all of you coming here to allow me to share this with you. And we can, the next thing that I can help you with in terms of your continuous journey in how to stand up more confidently. So I want to share with you this particular giveaway for all of you who attend, and that would be the lookbook. If I may have the next slide. So if you can scan on this QR code to download your lookbook. Okay, it is actually what it is. It's how do you use 9 pieces of clothing, right, to create 30 pieces of outfit that you can wear for the entire month. So out goes that I don't know what to wear and all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we have a little technical Okay, yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for our slide IC for doing all of this, because it's not an easy job. And we are doing our best to give you the best as well. So if you can, yes, all of you, take out your phone and scan this QR code, and you to get to the link to download this lookbook. 9 pieces of essential clothing that you have in your wardrobe that will create 30 pieces of outfit for you. And with that, I'm so thankful to be here presenting my expertise to you. And do stay tuned and look to hear the stories of other women who are courageous to step out of their adversity, and also for the other experts who will be sharing later on. With that, I shall end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you, Carol.
We're back online. Yes.
You're back online. Thank you for giving us a little break.
Commercial break.
Yeah, for us.
Yeah.
So thank you, Carol, again. So if you want to know more about your style, your colors, and also about confidence, because Carol is a confidence coach.
Yes.
Yeah. So Carol, we have some thank you for you. Some nice, amazing sharing, Carol. Learned so much from you. Oh, and then thank you, Lucy said. And then courage to go above our challenge.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes.
So Julia went, thank you for the shout out.
Yes, Julia is a content coach, in case you don't know, and that's she speaks her brand.
Yeah. So and Karen, again our rock star, great tips. Thank you, Carol. So Carol, just to encourage you, thank you. Carol is also actually here with us.
We're all gathered today on
Whoops. Well done.
Hang on.
Remove them. Thank you.
We have slight control back again.
Okay. So goodbye, Carol. You have a great day. Bye-bye, Carol. Okay, we're back to us.
Yes, back to us. Yes,
I think sometimes I feel we need to call ourselves, B1, B2.
B1, B2. Pajamas. Oh yes, that's a favorite movie of my kids actually.
Yeah, it's a good one, right?
Okay, but with good values.
With good values. So we are not in pajamas. I can see we made a lot of effort. Okay, you should see our footwear. We are not having any footwear.
Yes.
As you say, we're treating this place, Gather Co-work, as our home. Again, we like to thank Gather Co-work for being so generous to us. They're located at 22 Martin Road.
Yes.
So do come down, make an appointment with them. The link is actually in our
description box there that you see.
So do come and book an appointment, see their workspace. The internet is amazing.
Yeah, we're streaming wireless. So we're streaming live on our Facebook page and on our YouTube channel.
Yes.
Wirelessly, and you can see how stable the internet connection has been.
Yes,
right.
And we have not been lagging, and we've got
a lot of amazing
equipment in the background.
Yeah. And I was just walking through just now, right? Because we have Carol and we have tech support, and we've got various leaders coming in as well.
Our daughters.
Yeah, our daughters, yes.
In case one of us faint.
Yeah, you can do CPR support.
Yeah.
But they're all spread out in the individual cubicles over there. And you have your private work corners.
Yes.
And I stumbled onto level 3 by accident, and they were doing yoga there.
Yes.
Wow.
Yoga movement is downstairs.
Yes,
okay, no need to shout out to them, but it is really, if I may use that word, it's fairly a holistic kind of environment, because you're, again, as I say, you're not too far away from the hustle and bustle, but you still get the quiet and privacy, and still very peaceful. Very, very peaceful. Great coffee place downstairs.
Yeah, go check them out.
Check them out.
Yeah, check them
so
out.
Come down, level 3 is the reception, and they have a reception service, meaning that you come here, not only you have a workspace, you also have what they call it, photocopying, printing services.
So it's like a business center.
Yes.
So you need support, they are there. If not, you have your own space to do your own things.
Yes. Yeah. And if I stand corrected, some of the people actually can work here they have 24 hours access. Some of the people who choose to work in this place. So it is very safe and it's very peaceful. So on that, a bit of shout out again. Next slide for sponsorship opportunity.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So there is a whole host of sponsorship opportunities available. And as you are aware, the Women of Courage Asia is actually...
Let's cut Lynette off because she's not important.
Let me hide behind. Oh, shoot. I came back into frame.
Yeah, we just
okay.
But you're just so beautiful. Yes,
that's why we're without shoes. Okay, never mind.
Anyway, there's some sponsorship opportunity. It really does help, if you can support us at Women of Courage Asia, because 100% of anything you purchase here goes back to fund to the community. So we have this bundle We have the books here, Voices of Courage and Women of Courage, Breaking the Fear Barrier by Lillian. Okay, we have a bundle. The links are already there. Just scroll into the chat. The links are there. You have this scarf, which Madam Rahayu has worn today.
Yes, as a headscarf.
Yeah, she wore it as a tudung.
Yes.
So for religious purposes. So that's really amazing. Okay, next we're gonna play a video for our next. Yes, we have our boot camp.
Oh yes, that's actually happening.
Yes, so our boot camp is happening on the 16th to the 18th of April at Changi Cove.
Yes.
It is a very relaxing place, but I think I like what Jack said. You're gonna get booked.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna get booked at the boot camp.
At the boot camp, because you're gonna be not only going through being transformed by knowing yourself more, but we're going to equip you with tools, and there's actually going to be a coaching program after that.
So it is not just a 3-day program. It's a total of 90 days post boot camp. So there'll be post boot camp support to make sure and hopefully to help you journey to achieve your goal. It is time, actually. I feel, Lynette, our age. I know we're not 25. We can add a few more. Right? No, but it comes to a point now in our life where we feel that we need to invest in personal development.
Yes, it's critical. Actually,
it is critical because we not only own our own life, but we're also answerable to our daughters, our husbands if we have some.
Yes,
like Sarah has a boyfriend.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. A shout out to Sarah. Okay. So on the next slide, we're gonna have now a really wonderful community leader. We're gonna play her video first. Let's play her video.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. We are too. Woo! Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa, full-time banking executive and also founder of Stiller Maternity. My goal in setting up Stiller Maternity was to create not only an inclusive apparel label with stylish clothing that aid new working moms to transit pre to post to pregnancy with confidence, but also to spread the importance of self-love and good mental health to the working moms out there. Serving as a community leader here in Women of Courage Asia, I'm glad to have found a tribe of women who are warm, genuine, and greater than themselves, looking always to help others around them be better. I'm proud to see the lives being transformed in this community, and I'm looking forward to many more mindsets being challenged and changed. So looking forward to see all of you here and meeting you face to face.
Hi, Lisa. How are you? Hi, Lisa. How are you? We need to hear your... Hi, good.
Hi, me too. Sorry, talking on mute. Yeah, technical.
No worries. Lisa, you look very relaxed. We know where you are. You're having a staycation. Can you give us what's happening in the background there?
We will share a little bit of the view. I'm not sure if you guys can see, but I'm actually, a little bit at the top of the world right now. I'm at MBS as I'm sharing with you guys. I'm getting ready to share with you guys my story of courage. My husband has kindly taken care of the kids while I spend this time with you ladies up here today. Yeah.
Okay, so let me introduce you, Lisa. Lisa is actually a Treasury Executive, Entrepreneur, Community Leader again with Women of Courage Asia. As you know, she's the founder of Stiller Maternity, a homegrown maternity wear label designed to cater to the needs of new moms to be in the corporate world. So her clothing actually, I've seen it, her clothing actually is very versatile. So I feel sometimes as pregnant women, right, Lisa, we already feel pregnant, but I don't think we want to look pregnant. I feel sometimes, but Stiller Maternity I've seen, go to the website, later we'll put on Stiller Maternity website. You can see the clothing are actually very versatile. I remember one of our committee leaders was wearing it, Catherine, and she's using it to go to work too. So it's really amazing. Well, as you can see, she is a full-time banking executive, a mother of 2 boys. Woo, okay. And she understands very well the strength of a mom in the workforce and have to juggle, okay, many demands of the work and family. She's passionate to serve the moms in the community and raising awareness for the need for mental self-care. And Lisa is no stranger when it comes to the need to take care of your mental health. And today she also serves, as I said, community leader with Women of Courage Asia, okay, and encouraging women to step forward from fear to live a life of courage. So on all that, Lisa, all yours. And thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Anita, for the introduction. And yeah, like I was saying, thank you, ladies, for coming in early this morning to come and celebrate with us the 2nd anniversary of Women of Courage Asia. And I'm just very happy to be here to celebrate and share my story of courage with the ladies out there that's tuning in. And I hope it will be an inspiration and an encouragement to moms who are walking a similar journey as I had. And yeah, so without further ado, let me just share a little bit more about myself. Hi, I'm Lisa. I am a mother of 2, a full-time banking executive by day, but also a founder of Stellar Maternity. So for me growing up, I'm always usually outspoken, and many people have told me, I'm going to be a lawyer or I'm going to do well in sales and marketing because of my strong and outgoing nature. I love trying new things, and my spontaneous personality usually portrays me as a confident person. So when I graduated from university and got a job in one of the top global banks, yeah, it was a great confident booster for me. My grades were only average then, but a year and a half into my new job, I was seconded into a front office role. And next year, I was promoted to assistant vice president. And yeah, things all seems to be falling into place very nicely to me. My boyfriend proposed the year after that. We got married, and there were lots of opportunities that were given to me at work. And yeah, I was kind of like leading the life that I envisioned myself to have. And after trying to conceive with difficulty for some time, we finally found ourselves pregnant. So it was woo for us. The 9-month journey for pregnancy was a very difficult one. First time mom, I had morning sickness. Was just not for the morning, but was the whole day. I was feeling nauseous and I was puking throughout the day, and it lasted well until I was in my 5th month. So despite feeling as sick as a dog and puking my way to work daily, I was really looking forward to being a new mom and envisioning what life will finally be. Life would be at its fulfillment. Having a new addition to the family. But plans didn't turn out the way I thought it would be. After as I carry on my pregnancy journey, it was tough, and it was not a happy ending at the end of it all. I could remember that fateful day still when I lost my baby, my full-term baby, and hours just after he was born alive. And nothing could have prepared me for that gutted feeling or emptiness in the days that followed. My confidence and my self-esteem took a huge hit as I felt like I was a failure. My body had betrayed me. And one of my biggest struggle was, of course, also dealing with my faith in God. How was I supposed to trust this God who was supposed to love and protect me? How do I love him when my heart has been ripped into pieces? And there were many hows, whys, why me?
to answer, and I really wanted to run away from everything from him. But yet it was at this pit I knew that I needed him more than ever before. And despite feeling like a hypocrite, I continued to show up in church, continued to try and lift my hands to worship, and continue to, be in that environment. And though seemingly very painful at that time, it was a support that there was a support that I got and I needed. But that is a story I will leave to share another day. But despite it being almost a decade ago, I was never the same again. So thankfully, we managed to conceive and give birth to my eldest son 2 years after yet another nerve-wracking pregnancy. We were delighted to hold this precious rainbow baby in our hands, and I threw myself into my new role as mom, determined to make up for the missed opportunity before, giving him everything and more that his elder brother did not get to enjoy. But motherhood was a steep learning curve with, breastfeeding woe, lack of sleep, and even health scare with him at just 3 months old. And on top of that, I was also battling guilt for enjoying this baby, having less time to think about my firstborn. But despite of that, we got into a routine. We also welcomed our youngest one into our family in 2016, but yet also not without its own fair shares of scares during the pregnancy, where we were told that he might be a Down syndrome baby. But now we have 2 lovely, healthy boys in our lives, and things were looking rosy again, on the outside at least. But what unknown to many, while we look all collected and happy, deep within me and my husband, we were still both struggling and dealing with the remnants of our inner demons, unresolved anger, fear, and trust. And little did I know I was also exhibiting signs of postnatal depression. And so going back to work after the baby was just 3 months old and grappling with a toddler and newborn, it took a toll on my mental and emotional health. I felt like I couldn't contribute as much as I wanted, and I felt like I was being judged by colleagues for leaving work on time to pick the kids, taking leave, when the kids started falling sick after another. And especially bad when, I couldn't stay back to help elevate our colleagues' workload when there were things to be done past 6 o'clock, because I need to pick the kids at a certain time. I'm sure moms out there, you guys understand what I mean. And back home, family responsibility mounted as I had to struggle with my elder son's tantrum, as he felt the extra attention my younger son took away from him. I was constantly tired, feeding through the night. My husband was also facing issues at work, and that kind of resulted extra financial responsibility falling onto me. And it soon felt like, everybody wanted a piece of me, and I just had nothing else to give. I was burning out. And mommy's brain didn't help in my self-esteem. I had problem remembering things, that just happened yesterday, and details that used to come to me like this, and I just had problem remembering them. So I began tearing out easily at work whenever a negative thought hit me, of how I wasn't being good enough or I was being unfair to the team. And at one point I was so upset with myself, and I told myself, okay, that's it. And I walked up to my boss and I told him that, maybe I'm not cut out to be in this team anymore. I should be looking out for a new role. And you could imagine his shocked face. But thankfully I have a very nice and understanding boss who realized that I was going through a phase and didn't fault me on this outburst. But it was all a slippery slope down, and the final straw came, and the kids were playing one day, and I saw them holding a sharp object in their hand, and I found myself thinking, what would happen if I took that and poked it into one of them? I know, right? Okay. It's not a normal thought, I guess. Yeah, and I got a shock when I found myself thinking this, and I'm like, something is really, really wrong here. And I knew I needed to do something, and I had a talk with my husband that night after the kids were asleep. And as I shared with him what was going on in my thoughts, we just agreed that, maybe it was good for me to take a step back from my daily role. I had lost my self-identity. I don't know who I was apart from being a mom. Apart from being a mom and a colleague at work, I felt like I didn't know who was this person. And I asked for his support to, take some time out for me to rediscover myself again, to find back my confidence and overcome these fears that were holding me back. And so there begins my self-discovery journey. If we can have the slide, please. Yep. So you can see from the slide, I was actually going on a cooking class, sewing sessions, checking things on my bucket list, like doing diving. And as I did this, I began to find joy again. And it wasn't that I wasn't happy with the kids and all, but it was something that fed my creative soul. It was small little steps with the completion of each cooking class, finished clothing, that I felt an achievement for doing something I couldn't do before. And I later signed up for a fashion class and was told to conceptualize a brand collection. And I recall how during my pregnancy days, the maternity clothing were expensive, mostly casual looking and overly flowery. Yeah, that tend to be that few style that was out there, and there were very few that were just, they were either maternity or nursing. There were none that were like dual function. So I decided to come up with a brand that provided, stylish dual function maternity workwear for professional women like me. So they could wear them from pre to post pregnancy. And I guess all would have remained a concept if not for, a divine meeting with a mentor who encouraged me to take the leap, since I felt so much for this cause. So after weighing the odds with my husband, I decided to start on the journey to start still in maternity. So the entire journey from finding drafter, manufacturer, learning the different types of fabric, how to source for fabrics, traveling by myself to meet and negotiate with manufacturer, marketing, social media and otherwise, how to do a photo shoot. Let me just tell you, they were daunting every step of the way. I mean, looking back at it, I'm still quite amazed that I did them all, but there were definitely times of doubt and times when I did stumble, but yet I felt stronger as I walked this journey, feeling all the fears fall away slowly as I regain confidence when I see how much I have achieved and overcome. I mean, to be honest, these days, sometimes my husband still say, you don't give yourself credit enough for what you have done. But I do learn to appreciate, and I do learn to just give myself credit for what I've done. And yeah, so many people anyway have also asked me why I chose the name Stillen. Well, the story is simple. I started with Googling for words that were related to breastfeeding and came across Stillen, which actually means breastfeed in German. But I also had a revelation on the special meaning that Stillen had for me. So Stillen, Singlish way, we have the word still and earn. Still, which means just stillness. Earn, which means grateful in Chinese. So reminds me that I am still grateful for this journey, for where I am now, the family I have. But most importantly, Earn is also the Chinese name of my eldest son, my firstborn. And it just reminds me that he's still with me through Stillen. And watching Stillen grow, I guess in a way, it's like watching him grow. It's been a year plus since Stillen has been launched, and Stillen has received many great reviews on our design in the past year. You can see us being featured on CNA Lifestyle and Expat Living, as well as Singapore Motherhood Forum. And so we're very, very thankful for the love that's been given to us. But more than just a maternity apparel label, I have the desire to use Dylan as a platform to reach more women with similar story like mine. Moms who have to juggle work and family, but not spending enough time to take care of themselves. So to spread the importance of mental health, the awareness of mental health as well for working moms. And there will be many more challenges and milestones to come. But I feel much more purposeful daily now. I am happier. I find my capacity expanded. I have grown, I have stretched myself, and I am contributing back to the women's community with Women of Courage Asia as well. And relationship with my colleagues have also improved now that I'm not constantly living in the mind of doubt. Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much my story. But to close, I just want to leave a word of encouragement to you ladies by this quote from John Lennon. There's always a way out. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. And thank you so much for listening to my story. And I hope that you resonate with what I've shared. And know that there is always hope, even when you cannot see it yet. You know, you might feel stuck now, but keep opening the new windows in your life. Try new things, seek support, talk to your friends, find a mentor. And with that, I leave you with my best wishes of peace, joy, and hope. Thank you, ladies, for tuning in.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa. Just some encouragement from you. You have a lot of love coming out that way. I just, you can see in the chat, behind the brand, Lisa.
Thank you, Catherine. I see a familiar face, a familiar name.
Yeah, so a lot of wonderful encouragement to you. So continue the great work. Thank you so much for taking time from your really relaxing, wonderful. I know, right? I mean, that's the beauty about us, right? Even though we cannot travel, we can still technically travel. So that's really wonderful. So thank you again, Lisa. We wish you all the best. And now we okay. Goodbye, darling. You have a great rest. Yeah.
Right. Take care.
So we got a very special video for you to play. It's our boot camp that's happening at Changi Cove from 16 to 18 of April. So let's play the boot camp video.
I'm very excited because we are launching our first ever Transform with Courage Bootcamp. It is a bootcamp for women, by women only. We are going to look into your body, soul, and spirit. We're going to address your mindset, your emotional state, and most importantly, your action, so you can be launched forward to live your dreams and your purpose in life. It is time to awaken the courage in you and ignite that power of influence. First to lead yourself and then to lead those around you. So start to take actions. First by doing what is necessary, and then what is possible, and suddenly you'll be doing the impossible. I'll see you at the bootcamp.
Okay, we're back. All right, we're back. Thank you for staying through. Thank you, Lisa, for your heartwarming story. And there is always a story behind the brand, as they say. And now we know the story that's behind Stillen as well. So now, without further ado, we are actually going into our panel discussion, the first panel discussion of today, and it will be facilitated by Lillian. So let me bring Lillian on stage as well. Yes,
Hello.
Lillian. So the panel discussion this morning that we're going to be talking about is self-leadership as a female entrepreneur. And who better than to lead this discussion than Lillian herself? So here at the Women of Courage Asia, there's one thing all our leaders face, and that is when they commit themselves to build this community together, to grow, to cultivate a lifestyle of leadership, to exercise being courageous, right? And to challenge themselves daily, like how we're doing right now. So we're walking that talk, literally, to become a better version of themselves, of ourselves, literally. So even now, as we celebrate our second anniversary, it is a challenge for us to step out of our comfort zone and do something that's radically different for us, something that we've not done before. That's live stream on YouTube and our Facebook page throughout the whole day. Goodness. The campaign team for the International Women's Day 2021 this year is Choose to Challenge. A challenge world is an alert world, and from challenges comes change. The theme for our second birthday celebration, our second anniversary this year, as we've mentioned, is the courage to be you. Now, and the first set of challenge is self-leadership in every area of our lives. So I hand the floor back to Lillian, who will facilitate the panel discussion that will start now.
Thank you, Lynette. Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome to our panel discussion. And actually, it's more like a conversation. Yeah. So, Lynette, you have just took my script.
Oops.
Sorry. Yeah, just joking. Yeah. So here at Women of Courage Asia, yes, it's truly one thing that the thing that we always motivate each other and inspire each other is challenge. You know, we ran so many challenges, and we are still continue to run challenges in every step of the way. It's all challenges. All right, so I'm gonna go and we're gonna introduce our panel for this obviously morning. Yeah, this morning, right? The first one I'm going to bring on is Jocelyn Go. Jocelyn, hi, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, how you doing? You're doing great?
Great.
Yeah, let me just give you a quick overview, introduction of Jocelyn. Jocelyn is Visibility Strategies and co-founder of Just Go Visible, right? It's an agency with a mission to help businesses increase their online presence and impact through digital mediums, right? She's also a live video advocate, creative producer, and coach for experts who want to grow their online presence through video and live stream content. Now, she is the expert in this platform, actually, right? Yeah. So Jocelyn believes that women should be more present with their online branding, and also hope to be able to empower more women with her expertise to impact others with the messages they want to spread, right? So thank you so much, Jocelyn. You just give me a minute and let me introduce our next speaker, which is Peru Teo. Hi, Peru. Morning.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Right. So Peru has a decade of entrepreneurship experience under her belt. Wow. And is a much sought after thought leader. Now, Peru is a very determined action-oriented, self-driven individual with a rigorous engineering academic background. Now, she also has comprehensive training in the financial industry with Citibank as a management associate and in a private equity fund, managing projects over 4 billion, right? So thereafter, Peru, you spend the next 9 years in entrepreneurship, turning around a company facing bankruptcy to lead it to be the market leader in the wedding industry by innovation and process automation. Now, her work of business transformation and technology has been featured in Channel News Asia, Straits Time, 联合早报, the Business Times, Berita Harian, and Today. Wow, that's wonderful. As a millennial herself, she leads a team of dynamic and dedicated team of AI and software engineers, as well as automation specialists to build the robotic workforce of the future of key replay. Oh, that's wonderful. Wow, I'm so inspired just by reading off your profile.
Happy to share more later.
Right. And last but not least, we have Miss Jenny Young. Hi, Jenny. Let's bring Jenny. Let's bring Jenny to the screen. Yes. Jenny, your screen is it closed? Facing some technical issue. Okay, it's okay. Let me introduce her while she resolves that. All right. Jenny Young is the founder of the local fashion brand Rose of Sharon, right? And that recently won a Singapore Golden Brand Award 2020. Now, with 3 local stores and online stores, she leads a team of more than 30 people. Now, she heads a movement called My Joyful Moments with her 13 Rose of Sharon ambassadors, right? Aiming to empower women and help them to find the meaning of joy and beauty. Now, Yenny's leadership covers not only the corporate sector, but also the domestic home affair. Now, she has taken up the mantle of household leadership after the passing of her husband. Now, she juggles work and family equally, bringing not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 beautiful daughters. Now, from her own journey of loss, she also volunteers with HCSA Community Services to be a befriender to single parents. Now, while Yenny is still resolving the technical problem logging in, right? Let me just, okay, yes, fantastic. Thank you, Yenny. Hi, Yenny. Can you hear us now? Just give her a minute. I think there's a bit of lagging. Can you hear us, Yenny? Okay. So now because we only have very limited time, so I'm going to go straight into the questions. Okay. So first question, in a nutshell, what is your story in becoming an entrepreneur? Now, who would like to go first, Jocelyn or Peru? Peru,
yeah, sure. I think I can go first. I guess because we just ended a very intense 2020, right? It brings me back to how I really started, which was after the global financial crisis in 2009, right? Because I think during then, when I was almost kind of fresh out of school and there was so much exuberance, right, in the financial markets that it can only go up. It was kind of like the feel during then. And when everything just went crashing down, I think it was a big wake-up call in terms of what we used to take for granted and, what we wanted to do with our energy and our lives. So I think that was when I started to go into entrepreneurship. And I think it's really not like what you see in TV, like, just a boss and, you direct people around. And it's so much hard work. Even like businesses that seem lifestyle or seem simple, right? There's usually so much hard work behind that. And I think that was when, we got, my partner and I, we got cheated and we almost went bankrupt. And I think that was, just like 2 months into the business, we were like 500,000 in debt, right? For example, we never thought that we would come out of it. And hence, my partner quit as well. And I don't blame her. right? So I think that was when we realized that we have to find something to bring and to contribute and bring value. And that was when I stumbled upon using technology to change and make things different. And we managed to turn around the company. And I think that really brought me to understand the value and the leverage that technology can bring to companies. And hence that brought me to what I'm doing with Key Reply, where we want to use technology to bring healthcare to more people, right? To make it more accessible and help patients or normal people like you and I get access to all the information that we want anytime and not be very helpless and feel like it's so out of reach. And I think that's something that I would use to really fuel and bring me along to my path in entrepreneurship going forward.
Wow, what a journey. Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. Technology is great, and without information, without the tech, without the knowledge, it's a lot of people are not able to actually access to the support.
Yeah.
Because, you didn't know. You didn't know better.
Yeah, or the information always seems to be within, the hands of the chosen few, right? And we feel like we are not in control. And I think it's great time to pass it back to people like you and I. Yeah.
Thank you. That's wonderful work that you are doing. How about you, Jocelyn? What is your story in becoming an entrepreneur?
I think my journey is very much the opposite of Peru.
That's great.
Because I left employment in 2019, late 2019. So I mean, of course, I was already planning for the business, and I mean, ironically, it's actually my previous work that really inspired me to go into the area of like live stream and video marketing. So I know I was planning my exit for about 1.5 years, and so the plan was to start in 2020. and then there was we did have some training, we had some productions going on in probably February, March, and then we started to hear news of COVID and then circuit breaker. So then things like corporate training, face-to-face trainings, and production was all halted. So it's actually a very interesting time to be starting a business, I think, right smack during COVID. But I think the really lucky thing for me was that I really saw the huge potential of live stream much earlier before COVID struck us. So by the time COVID struck, I was already pretty well equipped on what to do. And even we managed to run a course, a boot camp to help other people with their live stream and branding work online. So I guess in a way, COVID helped my business in the sense that it shows the market the importance of what I do. Because previously, I think a lot of people are still very iffy about live stream, still very iffy about video marketing. Like it seems very much like a good to have only. But when COVID struck, I guess it was no longer just a good to have. It was like a bit like do or die for certain businesses. Yeah.
Now everyone almost, I mean, everyone I know that is around me, they are all online. They're using some are all of them are like going online in one way and another in different platforms. Yeah, right. Sharon, can you hear us?
Yenny's back.
Oh, sorry. Yenny, can you hear us? And can you try to say something?
Yes, I can. Hi, everyone.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, just in time. First question. Let's do it at the first question. Right. So, in a nutshell, what is your story in becoming an entrepreneur?
Well, it all started back 24 years ago.
4 years.
I was actually a wholesaler to stores in Singapore. And it was a financial crisis back in 1997. And my customers then did not fulfill the orders. And as a result, I was stuck with about 200,000 worth of goods. And I asked myself what I'm going to do with it. So to get rid of the items and to get back the money, I started to go door-to-door sales, car sales, van sales, private shopping. And I realized that that wasn't sustainable. And I deep dive into opening retail shops. So in 5 years, I actually opened 7 stores.
Wow. Wow. So and existing the currently roles of Sharon, is there's different products, right? You're talking about the one that you mentioned earlier. Is it a
Yeah,
different
so
product?
I'm actually in retail of female fashion.
Mm.
Yes, I'm in the retail of female fashion, in dresses, and so Rose of Sharon was started 24 years ago. Yeah.
Wow, wow. Okay, I'm really, really very inspired by the challenges that you face, but yet you took that self-leadership, and that courage to overcome all that. So very, very inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing that backstory. Now, how does cultivating a lifestyle or okay, maybe let me rephrase this in one sentence. In one sentence, right? What does self-leadership means to you? Because the theme here today is all about courage to be you, and the challenge is self-leadership, right? How do you lead yourself? Yeah. So in one sentence, what does self-leadership means to you, ladies? Heru, you want to go first again?
Sure. I think to me, it's really about bringing out the best in ourselves and to create our future regardless of the circumstance. Right? We can't judge, we can't predict what will happen in the future, but rather than being put left, right, center by our kids, our work, our family, I think we should be in control and always make sure that we put our best foot forward no matter what. I think that's what self-leadership is for me.
Right. Thank you. Very well said. How about you, Jocelyn?
Well, not exactly one sentence, but maybe one sentence with a lot of comma lah. Okay. I think I put it down to 3 points. In my so far my journey of complete entrepreneurship of 1 year, but I think before that, leadership is already very much present at work lah. So I think essentially it boils down to knowing your values as a person, knowing your value as a person. So it's different, right? Values is your inner compass. Value is knowing your worth and your value of what you can contribute to society or to someone else.
Right.
Yeah. And I think lastly is to know what are your non-negotiables. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love what you said. Yeah, the values, especially, the two values, the values and your value. Yeah, and the non-negotiables. Right. How about you, Yenny? In one sentence, what does self-leadership mean to you?
Okay, I'll describe it in 3 words. I'll break it down: self, leader, and ship. Okay, so from the word self, it's a mindset of self to have, the sky is the limit. Yeah. And from the word leader, I need to be a leader to my team. And from the word ship is I need to be accountable. I need to steer the ship and be the captain and steer the course of the direction that I choose to go.
Wow, that's wonderful. Well done. Yeah. That's a good one. Right. Thank you so much. Now, how does cultivating this lifestyle of self-leadership, right, impacted your life as a female entrepreneur, especially during the pandemic? I know, Jocelyn, you mentioned about these values. Yeah, maybe, you want to highlight, which particular value was so evident and impacted you during this pandemic.
Well, I guess it's my personality. I guess probably I'm quite lucky that I'm born quite optimistic. I have to thank my parents for this. So I think it's to really have a lot of faith in yourself and your skills, and to know that, to have the good faith in yourself that no matter what happens, right, actually you do have something in you that will help you to cross hurdles or obstacles. It might not be really like the business at hand. So to be willing to be flexible, I guess that's one area that we should all open up our minds to. And to really have faith that you definitely always have something in you that will help you to cross an obstacle or cross a hurdle.
Right. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you for sharing that. How about you, Peru? How does cultivating this lifestyle of self-leadership impact your life?
I wish I had all the answers. The honest answer is that I don't. Last year was rough, right? It was tough, and being in tech, right? We see some companies doing so well, and I have a few friends who had to close down their companies. It was rough, right? And I think there were many moments where I had a lot of self-doubt. So if you ever have some, you're not alone. Yeah, you're not alone. High five. Plus all the things like the kid banging at the door, shouting "mama" when you're in a meeting, and it was just so many things. I felt like I had to work very hard to define myself, and to bring myself into tests and try things to see if they bring me energy or not, and bring me positivity or not. And when we can't go out there and we are kind of isolated, I think it's sometimes even harder to kind of control some self-talk that might go on, right? Which is why what I said earlier about always making sure that we bring our best foot forward. Even today, where a few things didn't go well and you feel like you feel bad, there must be something, right? There must be something that you can still hang on to, or you can still be grateful for. And no matter what, like what Jocelyn said, we have to find where we really add value and make sure that we use our energy to polish that up and bring that out, and not focus on the things that bring us down. And I think this is something that we must hone ourselves over time, and I think that would be a very, very good life skill going forward. Like whatever today I can be proud of, make sure that I acknowledge and I give myself credit. Even if it's tough, we take it one step at a time, and every day, and we will move on, and we will be a better version tomorrow. So I think especially during the pandemic,
self-leadership
Yeah.
over there, Yuri.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yenny, how does
Okay.
self-leadership?
Okay. Based on what I shared regarding the 3 words, okay, let's work on the word self. Okay, so the one thing I discovered, right? There are 2 words: mindset and skill set. Okay, so I had to put on and skill set. So I was told that mindset is something we can control, and I had to set my own self mindset to be 10 upon 10, to be courageous during this pandemic. Okay, so circumstances aside, my mindset had to be 10. And how I achieved that is being a believer, with God, all things are possible. Right? So that was the self version. And the leader version said, okay, I have a team that is looking to me, and I have to be accountable, and I have to lead them through this pandemic. Okay. And so the next word was skill set. And to look at the skill set that I have, right, which was at that time videos, virtual videos, and Zoom. So what I did was I used that platform to upskill my team during that time, up to even twice a week meetings, just to stay connected, to pivot, to go online, and even teaching my team to teach a 70-year-old lady to buy online. Okay, so I had to help them, right? And the word ship, right? I had to form relationship, friendship, and steer the ship out of this choppy waters that we were in. And before we knew it, we were in some kind of coast, looking beyond, and in hope that the coastal shore would be a promised land. Okay, that was how I lived my pandemic.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I love what you said about the mindset and Women of Courage Asia and my own social enterprise class leading. That's what we focus as well. Yeah, focus a lot on the mindset and equipping the ladies around us with the skill sets. Yeah, like what most of us are doing together as well. Right. Now, how does being an entrepreneur support your dreams and passion? I know you're all helping others, with helping other women, helping others out there with your business. But how does this business support in your dream and passion? What is your dream? Share with us your dream. Heru, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I think for me, my eventual goal, and I think that's a question that I validate and ask myself very often, right? If today I didn't have to work for money or I could do whatever I want, what would I want to do? So I think my answer is that I will still be doing what I'm doing right now, which is I want to use technology to uplift the lives of many people, right? So I think being an entrepreneur really helped me to be able to pursue what I believe in, even if I might be wrong, right? What if I change my mind? And it's perfectly okay, and we should all forgive ourselves for that, right? It allows me to at least try. It gives me the flexibility to experiment, right? That's on the work side. On the other side, as a complete human being, I think it allows me to cultivate more passions as well. And I think all of us, by being here on a Saturday morning, it means that we are people who are willing to work hard, right? So if you're willing to work hard anyway, might as well do it your terms, right? And I think a big part of entrepreneurship is about time, giving us the flexibility of time. Time doesn't mean you have a lot of time, but it just means that you can choose whatever pockets of time you can work hard in. And I think that really helped me to better define myself as, life pulls us in all these directions.
Right. Wonderful. Yeah. So I totally agree. There's so much, there's only 24 hours a day. Yeah. And how do we as entrepreneurs manage those time and make use of those time, right? Justine, how about you? How does your being an entrepreneur support your dream?
Well, I would say the business I'm doing now is very much part of a, well, I wouldn't say it's a dream. It's a passion. It's an uncovered passion that I found about 3 years back, when I wasn't getting a lot of fulfillment at the workplace. So I started looking for things to ignite some excitement in my life. And then I suddenly remembered, actually many years ago, I was doing some simple video editing work for a project at work also. Yeah. So then, started dabbling, went through an entire journey of self-learning, even for live stream producing and video making. And I think right now, I would say, my end game, my end goal is very much in tune with what I'm doing, because one of my biggest dreams is to be able to direct a film.
Oh, direct a film.
Yeah. So although right now what we are doing is more of like commercial work, more for business and all that. Yeah. But I'm also taking the opportunity to do more like non-commercial kind of video projects. Yeah. And there are some plans to roll out some very interesting ways of how the market sees what video can do for us. And it's not just like only for business. So
right.
Yeah, I'm actually moving towards that. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to your film, to you directing the film.
Thank you.
Yes. Yenny, how about yourself? How does you being an entrepreneur support your dream? Oops, I think.
Okay, this is what I learned. This is what I learned, right? You be a dreamer to build my dream, or others will hire me to build their dreams.
Right. So you build your dream.
And so, in order to just build this dream of dream and passion, right? There's a few criterions that I kind of set on myself. Yeah. That, to feel the passion, one actually needs perseverance. So it's actually just beyond our emotions. Okay. So perseverance is key, okay, in fueling our passion. And actually I desire to bring joy and beauty to women out there, and but also to bring joy to myself. Okay. So in my journey of loss, I was God turned my ashes to beauty and mourning to joy. And when I was growing up, success was important to me. But through that period of loss, I rediscovered that, it's just beyond success. Everyone says be the best, but I realized being the best, there is only going to be one, okay, to be number one, So, but this is what I learned now when I rediscover myself as Yenny Yong, okay. I want to be uniquely myself, and there will be only one of me, and to rediscover the strength and talents that I have, so that I'm the entrepreneur that's true to myself and to my audience out there, right? Being entrepreneur is not about where the head of success. You know, you can be you and who you are, and pursue your passion at your.
I think that is what we are advocating here, right? The whole theme is to take courage to be you, right? To be the real authentic you. And you know, when we are taking the courage to be ourselves, we have all that freedom. We feel free to do what the things that are, you know, like what Yenny said, you know, if we are feel called to do certain things in our lives, to empower a certain group of people, then we have that freedom to do that. Thank you so much for your sharing. There's really a lot of value here. There are a lot of nuggets of wisdoms and experience coming from all of you. I just want to ask this one question. You know, what is that one greatest takeaway from your journey? I know there's a lot of takeaways, but what is that one greatest takeaway that's so, you know, evident, that's in your face? Can you share that with our audience?
Maybe I go first. I think it's 2 words: keep moving. I mean, I can't cycle. I can't cycle, but generally people compare it to cycling, right? You stop pedaling, you have a chance of falling down. So I would say you have to keep moving. Sometimes you have to disregard certain emotions that comes out to sabotage you, and just keep moving. So why I say this, because I think probably because the bulk of my business was during COVID, right? Like it happened, right? So when there was no so-called business activities going on, I actually took the time to go on Facebook Live a lot more. I put up content online to share with people, to educate people, even for free, and I think that is where my visibility really grew, and a lot of people got to know me, who I am, what I do, and very naturally, well, the inquiries, the businesses started to come in. So it's about keep moving. You can't just say everything I do has to equate back to some form of revenue or direct revenue. Sometimes things are just indirect. But if you don't tell yourself that in my downtime I still need to be doing something, then I think it's very hard to then maintain the business or to keep things going. So in a nutshell, 2 words: keep moving.
That reminds me of farming. You know, you thought of cycling, I thought of farming. You know, you keep sowing, you keep watering, you keep weeding. You know, you just keep taking action, and you will see the harvest, right, in due time. How about Peru and Yenny? Who wants to go first? What is your one greatest takeaway? Being, you know, an entrepreneur.
I can do a fast one. I think really to dig deep and find something that you will genuinely want to still work and find joy in doing, no matter when things get tough or things are really good, right? So what is that you will find that brings you together, that no matter what, even if you were to pay to do it, you would do it. Right? So if you find something like that, you know, really go in there and you know, make it your life's work. So, you know, the Venn diagram: do what you love, do what people will pay, do what you're good at. I think it takes time, but never stop searching for that and keep trying until you find something like that.
I think, yes, having the purpose, knowing the purpose and digging deep into what you love.
Purpose is a very big word, right? it's find your purpose. It seems like, you know, the gurus have it and like people who has it all figured out. it's not that sacred, but you know, I think we find our own way to chip at it.
I think continuously digging deep, reflecting, introspective reflection.
Mm.
That's great. How about you, Yenny? What is your one?
Hi. Okay. For my greatest takeaway is the ability to create my own destination, and how far I want to take this journey with me, who I want to bring along, and how can I make the best of what I have, and be a blessing to society. You know, in life, there's only one, right? And I just want to make a difference. Life is never easy. And you need to look beyond the mountain that's in front of us, but visualize the mountaintop view and take courage, okay, that we have the ability, okay, to scale those mountains and enjoy a different view.
Right. Yeah, thank you for sharing, all your thoughts. And there is so much to digest here. Yeah, so I think our audience, I think you really need to watch this replay. You watch this again and then pen down all the nuggets of wisdom and advice that our panelists have shared earlier. So one more. Can we have, I think if I can push it for two more. Yeah. How do you balance between your family? Because like you're doing so much, and how do you balance between your family, the business, or community, or church ministry, or community service? Yeah, how do you manage that? How do you balance all that?
Work-life balance. Work-life balance is a myth. Work-life balance is a myth. I think we need to be very careful to not over glamorize it, right? And not to think that work and life is totally separate, right? I think it's about work-life integration, right? And if I may say something, balance is fluid and it's circumstantial. Like maybe a time in your life where you don't have kids or what, right? And you can put 100% into your work and perhaps your family, and other times in your life where work might take a back stage, right? And I think it's circumstantial, and I think the great thing is that we define it and we must be at peace with it. Right, as long as we define it, we are at peace with it. I think we will be. We'll be happy, right? And we want happiness, and there's no way we can do that if we don't allow ourselves some room to move. So I think as and when you feel you're not balanced, come back and see, do I need more self-care? Do I need more time for family? Then we shift, and until we feel at peace, and continue to shift, right? Until it makes you feel like you're at peace.
So I think that brings back to your earlier point, right? To always look and reflect and evaluate, so that you don't burn out.
No surprises that I'm an introvert. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. How about Yenny? How do you balance your time for to integrate, like what Piru said? How do you handle that?
To be honest, you can never balance.
That's a trick question, right? For all of us.
Like an orchestra, right? There's melodious, there's high, there's low, right? It's the dramatic turns that makes life interesting, right? And most importantly, all of us are given the same 24 hours, and it's to manage those time and to give each area that we're passionate about at that very moment the very best of who we are, to bring the value, the time, and just make that really, really meaningful at that moment. And so when the next moment comes, you can always think back that your last moment is already beautiful. So I agree, work-life balance is a myth. It doesn't, I think it's what we do with the time that really counts at that very moment with what we do and who we love. Yeah.
I think I love what you said about the moment.
Thank you.
Appreciating that moment, living in that moment, and not, being present. Yeah. Right. Thanks. Thank you for that. And Jocelyn?
Okay. I'm glad I'm going last on this. Because I don't have kids. So that's one less factor. Like that, I'm married, that's another factor less. So if
whatever you have right now,
I would guess I represent a group that social life is also part of it. Right? It's I mean, family is still there, but it's a different kind of family dynamic. So I think it's true that the term work-life balance is, there is no such thing as a perfect balance. Like, you determine yourself what is the balance. I pretty much go with the flow of things. I think it boils back to what I shared at the beginning about self-leadership. knowing your values, what is important to you, and what are your non-negotiables. Because I see there are people around me whom I know that you know when to say no when you know what is really important to you.
Yes, yes.
I've said no to friends who say, hey, come on, let's come out and you know, enjoy drinks. But you know, when you're a business owner versus you know, friends who are employees, right? They have a fixed income every month anyway. So they don't have other people they generally don't have other people's livelihood to really be responsible for in that sense. It's a very different game lah for everyone. So when you really know what's most important for you at this part of life, like Peru mentioned, like every moment could be different. You know when to say no, and I think that's where some level of, in a way, balance or priority or less guilt comes along. Yeah, when you know very clearly when you are saying no to something, you're actually saying yes to something else. So what are you saying no to? What are you saying yes to at every moment? So when you are very clear on your end goal, your non-negotiables, then I guess that's where, in a way, the word balance could probably start to come into play. Like, I think it's more of you feel emotionally balanced, that you are giving where you should. Yeah, and but then the actual like balance or perfect balance, it's really up to all ourselves.
Yeah, I think it's that definition that comes back to what is your definition, what are your non-negotiable, and where do you find the peace, you know, like what Piru says, and living in that moment, because opportunity cost, and you know, you say yes to one thing, you're saying no to the other, right? Wow, fantastic. Okay, our last question for our discussion, our conversation today is we always, like I mentioned to our community, you know, we don't just learn by experiences, we always learn by reflecting on our experiences. And I'm sure you had a lot of reflection, you know, practicing self-leadership and leading others, you know, in your journey of entrepreneur. What would you like to encourage, you know, the aspiring female entrepreneurs out there, or entrepreneurs who are already, you know, on their journey but are struggling, especially during this period? What encouragement would you want to leave them with? Who wants to go first?
I can try. I can try. Well, it's okay. I think it's to let you know that it's okay, that if you don't feel like it gets a lot easier, like don't expect it to get easier, and it's okay, right? And once again, I think it's really to dig deep and find whatever gives you energy and positivity. I think we really need to protect our positivity, our psyche, and basically our whole emotional well-being. I think that's super important. You know, I came across this one liner in The Miracle Morning, which is fear and worry are a misuse of my intelligence and imagination. Right? So I think that's so true, right? And only think positive and self-affirming and confidence inspiring thoughts. So, you know, are you worrying too much or not, right? Really make sure that you work on self-care, refuel and top up. Right, be it go for massage, spending quality time with whoever it's important to you, right? Always reach out for help and forgive and be kind to yourself. Like, I think a lot of us are very hard on ourselves, myself included. So please be kind to yourself and reach out for help and recharge if you need to. Please.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you. Yeah. Sharon and Jocelyn, just one word of encouragement as we wrap this up for the session.
One word. Well, have faith in yourself.
One encouragement.
Yeah. Have faith in yourself and the world. Keep moving.
How about Yenny?
I guess 2 words: bouncing forward. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And we are more vulnerable than we thought, but we're actually stronger than we can ever imagine. So to my audience, is going through the struggles, you know, don't give up and persevere on.
Thank you so much, ladies, and thank you so much for your time. We are going to wrap up this session, and you know, please continue to comment and, you know, connect with our panelists their social media, handles are in the caption as well and in the comments. So I will pass you on to back to the MC. Okay, and here are some of the the comments that the MC will be showing you. Right. Thank you very much, ladies, and Anita.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Hi, Annie. Hello. Hello, Peru.
Hi, Anita.
Hello.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
one.
you so much.
And thank you for being so gracious and sharing your wonderful wisdom. So feel free to stay on and watch. We got amazing leaders after this. So good night. Goodbye. I feel like
Have a good in advance. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, ladies.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye, ladies.
All to you.
Yeah, all mine. Yeah. And we will end. Hi. I am not lonely because I have
I'm coming back.
Yeah. And we're coming back because we just really want you to see our boot camp video again, once again, because I think it is important. And I
birthday, woman.
No, is that happy birthday?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, we'll just watch a short boot camp video. And before we get the video up, we have our books, the Women of Courage, Breaking the Fear Barrier, Voices of Courage, both Lynette and myself are here. And then,
Of course,
Lynette.
the scarf.
Yeah.
I think one thing I want to mention also to the world out there who's watching in is that Women of Courage is actually a self-funded community.
Yes.
Which means we are all volunteers running behind the show with a common vision, common mission, and that's to inspire other women out there to live a life of significance.
Yeah, it is. So on that note, we will get a video playing by our we just get a video playing.
We will have the video coming out very shortly.
And it's very interesting when you work here on site, right? They don't talk to you, they just give you the thumbs up.
It's behind the scenes.
I really want you all to come here and see how there's some of us. Okay, I'll stop talking.
No, and this is the reason why we love gather, co-work, allowing us to be in the same place. Because imagine if we were in all different locations. There's a big team that's supporting all of us at the back, and that's why we thank Gather Co-work again for being our venue partner, for giving us this opportunity to work together so seamlessly together. So,
Okay, Sarah is clicking. Click away, Sarah. It's okay.
Commercial break.
And you know what's the funny thing? We have people in the background. I know we have our next speaker, which is Julia. Julia will actually be sharing her story of expertise. She's an excellent content writer, and I can see her in the background, right, dancing and laughing at us. But this is what it is, right? We are not professionals.
We're not
professionals. We are professionals. We're not professionals MC, but we are professional human beings.
Human beings and women.
And women.
Women who wear multiple hats, actually.
And taking the step of courage actually to really do this the whole day and still looking great. No, I like my hair. I love my earrings today.
But it's really with that vision or that mission or that hope, right? If we can just sum up to inspire another fellow women out there, that you're not alone. There is a whole world out there that's supporting you.
Yeah. So play the video whenever you are ready.
I'm very excited because we are launching our first ever Transform with Courage Bootcamp. It is a bootcamp for women, by women only. We are going to look into your body, soul, and spirit. We're going to address your mindset, your emotional state, and most importantly, your action, so you can be launched forward to live your dreams and your purpose in life. It is time to awaken the courage in you and ignite that power of influence, first to lead yourself and then to lead those around you. So start to take actions, first by doing what is necessary and then what is possible, and suddenly you'll be doing the impossible. I'll see you at the bootcamp.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. This is Natalie Nancy Tan. I am a wellness resilient coach and a dance fitness instructor. Besides conducting dance fitness class, I also help women to get stronger and more resilient body, mind, and spirit. My greatest takeaway from being part of Women of Courage Asia is monthly Empower meeting, also known as MEM. Now, in these meetings, different leaders will share their story of courage, and also we will have expert sharing. It never failed to motivate me and also inspire me to pay it forward. I'm really honored and very happy to be part of Women of Courage Asia Community Leader Team. Many more years to come, Women of Courage Asia, aspire to inspire. Happy birthday, Women of Courage.
As a community leader for Women of Courage Asia. Okay, she's definitely a wellness resilient coach and a dance fitness instructor. So her whole mission of doing this is to help women to move resilient through their body movement, to be resilient through their body movement. And when I say she's a mini powerhouse, she's really mini, okay? I mean, she's like fun size, okay? She is fun size. she's fun size, but when she's in her studio and when she's doing her movement, she's not fun, okay? Because she's the most fun size, okay?
If I can interrupt, we were all privy of that. Okay, we were like,
this is what would happen, okay? And she'll believe, okay? She'll believe in pushing one's limit, to unleash the potential that one possesses, okay? So this lady believe in pushing you. So she's one of those people you need to have as a fitness instructor because she will push you. So we have a very special video after this, which I am here to confess I was not part of it. Very strategically, I couldn't wake up on a Sunday morning. So let's watch this torturous video. Please look in the background how they're suffering.
Morning, everyone. This is Carol here. It is 7:55 in the morning. Okay, a bunch of ladies, the Women of Courage Asia women, are gathered today on Valentine's Day to do something really, really fun. Okay. Hello everybody, so right now we are done with the recording. As you can see, I am all sweaty, but it is all for fun, okay? And the things that we can't wait for you to join us at the second anniversary.
Morning exercise.
Join us!
Please join us! Hey everyone, this is Natalie. Finally, we have finished whatever we have done. So I'm really happy that the recording is done in one take. I was really stressed this one take because it takes a lot. of effort from our side, and I really, really thank the lady for actually helping out. So, want to know what we're doing right now? Come follow me. So now I'm going to interview them. So how do you feel after the whole thing?
Refreshing! But my motto this year is do it.
Okay.
Just do it now. Yeah.
All right, what
Do
about
it now.
Lynette?
But after all the CNY goodies, it was more of, let's just do it because it's the second anniversary, right? And it's time for celebration.
Who I found next? Ta-da! Okay, I heard that she's a dancer.
I think especially like COVID and this year, I think really time is very short. I think things can happen without us knowing lah. So dance has always been something that I always wanted to go back, whether is it just for a few classes. And when Natalie asked for me, I just jumped for it because I think why not, right? It could be the right platform for me to come back to dance again. And I really enjoyed myself. I think Natalie has been really a big gift in a small package. Yeah, a lot of energy, very inspiring. It really makes us feel that no, regardless the age, not that she's very old, and regardless your size and everything, you can really move and dance is for everybody. And I welcome you to try her class. So I'll see you at the class, okay?
Okay. All right, now we've come to the last two in the team. And you know what? They're actually volunteers. I'm really, really appreciative of their agreeing to helping me to do the recording because they are not community leaders and they are a newly joined volunteers. So come on, I'll show you who they are. Hi, ladies. Hi. Okay, all right. This is Betty, and I have Audrey over the other side. Right. So Betty, how do you find the recording?
It's so much fun. I really enjoy that. I haven't been dancing for so long, and it's fun. Woo! Like I think I can learn dancing in 5 minutes. It's amazing guidance.
How about you, Audrey?
For me, I find it's an interesting idea. It sounds fun, so why not? Let's just come and exercise. Biggest takeaway for today is whereby actually dancing and keeping fit is actually not that difficult. Although it's a short, but it was quite fun. Then with the rest of the girls, it's enjoyable. I think we all had fun too.
Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, this is Natalie. Today we'll be celebrating Women of Courage Asia 2nd anniversary. So you know what? Me and my team of ladies were actually going to do a dance to celebrate. Now dance is a form of expression, body, mind and spirit. When we dance, we express ourselves with emotions that word cannot describe. So I hope you will join us today to express yourself, unleash that power within yourself, unleash that dances and dance like nobody is watching. So are you ready? Let's rock!
Get ready to ride. Put your hands up. Now say, whoa, get with it. Whoa, get with it. Whoa, get with it. Get with it tonight. Whoa, get with it. Whoa, get with it. Whoa, get with it.
Hello and welcome back. All right. So, oops, mute has. Who says unmuted me? Yes, please. Thank you. My turn to speak. All right. So, you see, this is what Anita was talking about, that powerhouse. We were all noticeably sweating our hearts out on Valentine's Day from 7 a.m. because it was still during the Lunar New Year. All of us were in the midst of visiting and etc., coming together with that common vision. So check out Natalie's Facebook page. Connect with her if you want some powerhouse, real dance movements of expression. She is fantastic. So without further ado, let me introduce our next expertise sharing. We will have Julia. Julia is no stranger because Julia Chong is the founder of Blue Keyboard and Jules Wellness Studio. As a content marketing coach, she is passionate to help female entrepreneurs generate tons of content ideas for their social media. She's developed a simple framework, really simple. I was privileged to enjoy that simple framework to help ease the stress and frustrations of having to constantly create content. Right? Some of the tips and strategies that she shared with us were amazing during the workshop she ran. So today, we're also delighted to have Julia join us today. You get to know how she went from a typical 9-to-5 working professional to enjoy what she's doing now, today. How she's overcome her darkest time in her life and how she uses self-leadership to get out from a valley of despair and climb up towards the mountain of hope. So without further ado, let's welcome Julia. Hi, Julia.
Hi. Thank you for the introduction, Lynette. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's play the video.
I'm a content marketing coach as well as a community leader at Women of Courage Asia. Now, 2020 had been a very challenging time for all of us. But as for me, I had many breakthroughs. Now, one of them is overcoming my fear of public speaking. Yes, whenever I'm on stage, my heart will beat very fast, my hands will tremble, and I talk really fast. Thankfully, with encouragement and proper training, as well as all the support from the leadership team, I have done a few speaking gigs. I have done tons of webinars and workshops. So today, I'm so happy to have found my tribe of like-minded women who are so passionate about encouraging other women to live a life of courage. and significance. So happy birthday again, Women of Courage Asia, and I wish you many, many, many more good years to come.
Okay, we're back. Right, thank you so much. Thank you, Lynette, for the introduction. And I just want to take this opportunity as well to thank our guest of honor, Parliamentary Secretary at Ministry of Health, Mdm Rahayu Mahzam, for gracing our event, for giving us that speech, as well as Lillian for her opening address. The two MCs working hard, and the speakers before me, and especially, please, a big shout out for everybody who's working tirelessly, very hard behind the scenes to bring us this amazing show. Okay, we are just halfway mark. I hope that you can continue to stay with us. It's not easy. I know they have been planning this for some time already, and even coming together at co-work. It's really a miracle. It's amazing. So please flood the comments chat on YouTube or Facebook with lots of emojis for them. Okay, clap hands or hearts or kisses. Give it to them because they work really very hard, and I'm so happy to be part of this amazing group of women. Okay, so today I'm very excited to share with you the 3 must-have leadership content, something that I'm so passionate about. Now, before that, first, let me share a little bit about myself so that you can get to know me a bit better. Yeah, so last year I wrote a little ebook and I entitled it The Courage to Live. Okay, so some of you may think, why do we need courage to live? Well, to many of you, living is as natural as breathing, right? You go about doing your daily stuff and you don't think about it. But to many of us, because we are facing so many challenges, so many pressures and problems in our lives, living really takes courage. Okay, so before I start my story, I would like to share this quote with you. And this quote really resonates so much with me. It says it takes courage to live, correct? It takes even more courage to wonder. For me, wonder is to dream, to visualize, to have goals. But it takes the greatest courage for all of us to believe in ourselves. So how many of us, because of all our failures, all of our problems, have we stopped believing in ourselves? Okay, currently, I'm a content marketing coach. I'm the founder of the Blue Keyboard, Jules Handmade Jewelry, and Jules Wellness Studio. Of course, I am also the community leader at Women of Courage Asia. Now, before I went into the glamorous world of entrepreneurship, like many of you, I have spent about 20 plus years in the workforce. So I started my time as a junior secretary and I worked my way up to become an executive secretary. And these are some of the companies that I've worked for. Now, when you look at it, you must be thinking, wow, Julia, such interesting places that you have worked in. And yes, you know, I have grown a lot professionally and personally in these companies. However, I was not very happy at where I am. I'm stagnant. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong being a secretary. This is just me, my personality. I wanted to do more. So I asked for internal transfer. I even went to a point to tell a recruitment consultant that I don't mind starting at the beginning, right? Start from the bottom. But unfortunately, I was not very successful. So after many rejections, what I did was I decided to give myself the opportunity because I always wanted to be in Marcom, right? So what I did was I mustered up my courage, I quit my job, and I lead myself right into the business world. So my first business was handmade jewelry. I created for a woman who wants to walk in the beat of their own drums, who want to be different, okay? Then I went on to design websites. And I did social media management. I also did content marketing as well. So if you look at some of the business that I do, it must be very interesting, must be very exciting. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So it must be very interesting and very exciting, right? Now, the next slide. Thank you. So if you look at all my social media profile, you can see me smiling, right? If you look at all my social media profile, you can see me smiling. Then you must be wondering, wow, you know, Julia, you're having the best time of your life. You must be doing very well in your business. But behind those smiles, I was struggling. Yeah, I thought as a solopreneur, I don't need to do much work. I just go online. You know, so I didn't go into any network marketing. I didn't join any community. All I did was to learn all I can about my business and then try and make as much money as possible. And I started to have all these negative feelings in me, like self-doubts, fears. Imposter syndrome is number one, okay? Low self-esteem, low self-confidence. And because of that, soon enough, I went into depression. And I went to depression because my business was not doing well. I suffered huge financial challenges. And it came to a point that I was very, very suicidal. And the last straw, because of all the immense pressure I had, I decided to end my life. Now, if you were to know me back then, you would never know that I was depressed because I was a very high-functioning depressed person. Nobody knew. My friends didn't know. My family didn't know. Nobody knew. And I went about, you know, do my business as per normal. So, because of all the problems I have, I decided to end my life. I planned to end my life as painless and as fast as possible. But on one fateful day, God sent an angel to me. And her name is Lillian Ong. Now, Lillian and I met in another network platform. And when I reconnected with her, she asked me to join Women of Courage Asia. And we met a few times to catch up and to, you know, there was some discussion going on. Now, if I'm not wrong, it was either the second or the third meeting that she gave me a letter. But that was the fateful day I wanted to end my life. And so I took the letter home and read it, and her letter woke me up. When I read the letter, I felt so loved and so appreciated by her. And I never knew that I could do that to somebody else. So the letter really woke me up. And of course, Lila and I, we are believers. I thought about God. I thought one day if I were to see God at the end of the day, what is my report to him? How am I going to report and account my life to him? No, I don't want that kind of report, right? And then finally, because of all this, I thought about my family too. How can I leave my family if I end my life? How can I hurt them? And how can I leave them thinking whether they could have helped me more? Or they must be thinking, how come there were no signs they didn't know? So with this awareness, right, I really snapped out of my suicidal thoughts and the plans of killing myself. So I started to change. I changed my attitude. So what I did was, first, I began to forgive myself for all the wrongs that I've done, for all the mistakes I've made. And then I looked in the mirror and I started to accept myself because that's what God has made me to be. And then I love myself more and more each day. And of course, I started to join Women of Courage Asia to be with in a community of like-minded women who are so passionate about, you know, supporting and empowering each other. And I never knew that it was such a powerful thing and so much benefits to join, you know, a community group. Can I have the next slide, please? Thanks. And the next slide. So with that change of attitude, then I took intentional actions. So what I did for my business is I focused more on it. I just honed it down to just, you know, focus on being a content marketing coach. And earlier on, you have heard me saying that I overcame my fear of public speaking. So I did a lot more public speaking engagement. I did workshops, webinars, and also I have given so much opportunities to be able to do content marketing coaching and business coaching to the leaders in the community. So we learn not only from the experiences that we have, but we also learn from the reflection. So when I look back, reflect upon what happened to me, this is what I've learned. Okay, never give up. Never give up on yourself, never give up on other people, and never give up on, what you have, right? It doesn't matter. If it's very hard, it's very hard. The road can be very hard. The tunnel can be very dark. The light at the end may not appear so soon. It's okay. Don't give up. Just push on, because along the way, somebody may just come alongside with you and will pull you through. And it's never too late to start anything, to do anything. I completed my degree program when I was in my 40s, early 40s. And when I came out to do business, I was in my late 40s already. So it's never too late to go back to school, never too late to learn something new, and never too late to do something that you always love to do. And finally, never stop in investing yourself. Put yourself first. Put your personal development as a priority, and never stop learning. Okay, so today, I am very passionate about empowering women to live, to take care of their health and wellness first. And then I help them to create meaningful and sustainable businesses. So this is my story, a bit short. So I hope that my story can inspire and encourage you, one way or the other, to live a life of courage, purpose, and significance. Okay, so you have heard me use two keywords. One is courage, and the other one is self-leadership. So at Women of Courage Asia, we are all about courage and all about self-leadership, right? Practicing self-leadership. And as a as a content marketing coach, I've always encouraged my clients to take the courage to create content that shows their expertise. Okay, so now you have always heard this phrase, content is king. Okay, and let me tell you this, content will always be king, whether you are in last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the road, content is always king. Because without content, there is no context for who you are and what you represent. Okay, now creating content will help you to establish your know, like, trust, and respect factor. Now you must be wondering, then how do I, as a person, stand out among all the rest of the content? And the most important and the frequently asked question is what to write, because I got no idea to write. Okay, so today, I want to encourage you to take courage and step out of your comfort zone and create valuable content. Okay, be courageous to offer your standpoint, stand your ground, and show your self-leadership style. Okay, you can always offer a well-rounded content that focuses on your personal brand and expertise. So here are some benefits of doing content leadership. You all must be wondering, why do I need to write content, right? Now, one of the benefits is increase your personal brand awareness. If you heard, Carol was talking about branding, right? Now, hers is more visual branding, mine is more like content branding, okay? It establishes your credibility, whether you're a business person or you're a working professional, and of course, increase your know, like, trust, and respect factor. So what is self-leadership? Okay, we've been talking about self-leadership. So if you have joined us earlier, there were a lot of interpretation of self-leadership, okay? So self-leadership is simply this. This is my interpretation. It's how you lead yourself to achieve your dreams and goals, how you interact with your colleagues and clients, and how you lead your family, how you lead within your work, and how you lead your business, okay? Now, why then it is so important to lead others first before, to lead yourself first before leading others, okay? Now you have to remember that whether you like it or not, you do have a sphere of people to influence. So when you begin to lead yourself first, the outcome of it will affect or influence the people around you. So self-leadership helps you to become a very disciplined person, right? Now, it will make you become an action taker. You will take actions. So in other words, you are trusted to complete a task. And it will make you to be an accountable person. That will also increase your trust and respect from others, okay? It will make you to be very focused. So once you're very focused, you're able to get things done, right? And self-leadership also help you to be very, very patient. Now, patience is a virtue that all of us would want to have, correct? Now, when it comes to content writing or content creation, I know many of us will struggle, right? Like, number one, what to write, how to write, what else to write? I got no ideas. So today I'm going to share with you the 3 types of content that you can create for your social media. Okay, the first one is story. Now, let me say this, okay? It's not FB stories, it's not IG stories, and it's not LinkedIn stories, okay? Not those stories. It's about your story, okay? Can I have the next slide? Thank you. So it's your story of your self-leadership story, just like how I shared my self-leadership story, right? I lead myself out of a depression. I lead myself from a 9 to 5 to a business person. You can also share other people's self-leadership story. Take a look at Lillian's story of courage, right? She lead herself from depression also into something, you know, so big like this, a community. She lead herself to write a book. And also, you know, she also struggled with public speaking, but guess what? Not only did she have a local platform to do her public speaking, she went international as well. So, you know, these are so amazing story. And when you have story like this, like other people's story, you can share, you know, you can share your perspective, your takeaway, or your point of view. Okay, so share your story, share a leadership story on social media. Now, the second type of content to create is educational. This is slightly easier because you are the expert in your subject matter, right? So teach somebody a skill, teach somebody some leadership styles, teach somebody that, you know, they don't really know much about your industry, and you can also offer tips. And if your tips can be executed immediately, all the more. Okay, now at Women of Courage Asia, we are all about courage. We are also we also love experiential learning. Okay, so next slide. Now, this is what I need you to do. Okay, no point listening and then don't do anything, right? Okay, and this is also the point, the part where you take courage to write content. Okay, so share one self-leadership tip, like maybe how you lead yourself through any of the challenges or problem in the past. What is your self-leadership skills, or maybe your dreams and goals and how you're going to achieve them. Okay, now just one enough. You want to share many, it's okay. So what you can do is share it in the comments. Okay, and after, when I finish my talk, I will go in and I will respond to it. So let's take 1 or 2 minutes to share. Okay, don't be shy. I actually can't really see what's going on, so I think the MCs will help. So just share one leadership tip, one skills set that you can share, one of the dreams and goals that you have. Okay, and then you can type it into the comments section there. Okay, now I can't see anything because I'm in another area. So you know, take the courage and share. Okay, so just continue sharing, don't worry, you know, just continue typing in, you know, share a content. Don't be afraid. Okay, don't worry. I'm not going to judge you. Nobody's going to judge you. We are all about learning. Just type in, yeah, share one leadership story. Thanks, Wendy. Thank you so much. Okay. And also a big shout out to all the chat ICs. Okay, I was doing chat IC duty just now, so not easy. So woohoo! Shout out to all the chat IC. Thank you for working hard behind the scene too. Okay, so thank you for the participation. I think I'll just take it that everybody is doing something. Okay, so great. So next slide. The last type of content that you can create is to curate other people's content. So after you read a book or blog or news or forums, or after listening to the panel of speakers, okay, share it onto your social media. Write 3 takeaways. Okay, don't just share and then run away. Okay, then nobody knows what you are doing. So share your 3 takeaways. Okay, when you do that, you're showing up your credibility, you're showing up your expertise, and you're also showing the kind of leadership role that you have. Okay, so before I end, I think I'm quite early. So before I end, this is my tip. Okay, have courage Don't be shy. Have the courage to write. Have the courage to share your opinions. Have the courage to show off your expertise and your leadership style. And when you write, don't overthink. Okay, Lilian always tell me don't analyze until paralyzed. Okay, so don't overthink. Be confident of who you are, and be confident with your content. And last but not least, have fun. Social media is here to make sure that you have fun. Okay, is don't take yourself too seriously. Have fun. Next slide, please. Have fun. Always remember to have your call to action. Okay, your call to action can be asking people questions like, oh, what do you think? Do you agree with me? How about you? Can you share a tip and an idea? Something like that. Okay. Now, right, I actually done. I finished with all my sharing. So I want to thank all of you for staying up to, I hope that all of you have started from 9 o'clock to 12. And also those who stay on to my segment, I want to give this thing to you. It's called a simple framework guide that just now Lynette has mentioned, and she has used it before. So I just want to give this to you to thank you for joining us on our birthday and for staying through my session. So I hope this one will help you generate tons of content ideas for your social media. And also, yes, please sign up for our Transform with Courage Bootcamp 2021. Okay, we are all very excited for this. This one is definitely power. Okay, come, learn, be together with women, like-minded women, grow and glow together. Okay, so remember to check it out and join us in April at Changi Cove, Singapore. Okay, that's it. I am done, and thank you very much for listening to me, for spending your afternoon with me. Thank you, and back to the MCs.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Julia.
Julia.
Thank you, Julia.
I think we have all been privileged to download all the content that you have shared with us generously within the community. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So do connect with Julia. Her links are in the chat. So Julia, maybe we just want to show you some encouragement.
Yes, there's a whole barrage. Okay, so we'll see about the very see.
Thank you.
Sharing, Julia, from Sarah,
from Wendy.
Yeah.
Don't overthink.
Moral of the story: don't overthink.
And it's true, right? What Wendy said. When you do content writing, you just have to be confident with who you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's so amazing. So if you want to get your content written, or you want to get some coaching about content writing, connect with Julia. Her link is already in the chat.
Yes.
Okay. If you don't know, just key in the blue keyboard. It is blue, not red. Blue. And blue is not what we are feeling today. So bye, Julia. You have a great day, darling.
Thank
You
you
too. Bye.
See you.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to go and do some really interesting stuff. Okay, we smell of chicken rice. We have to thank Jasmine.
Oh, yes. We have to
We love Jasmine. We love Jasmine.
Get her here. She's like jaw-dropping at the back, right?
Okay.
Because
Jasmine is one of our community leaders. She will be sharing later her story of courage, which you want to stay on and listen. She'll be coming up in about an hour's time.
Yes.
Okay, please
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, because such an amazing story, and we only heard it just recently.
Yeah, and her heart, oh my God, her heart is big, and that's why we are fed now. Okay, we've been fed while being on site.
Yeah, and this is the wonderful thing about our Women of Courage Asia community. I didn't ask, she offered. She said, "Hey, babe, how y'all going to eat our lunch?"
Yeah.
And then she not only came all the way, provided lunch, she said, "Hey, surprise everybody." And then she also got bubble tea, and that's Jasmine for you.
Sweeten the dew.
Yes, and Jasmine is also a principal in one of the childhood, early childhood. That's why you don't eat chicken rice before your MC. Okay? Thou shalt not eat chicken rice. Okay. Anyway, just to tell you.
Heavyweights. But we're good. We're good.
We're good. If you want to see now, we have Carol crawling at the bottom here. This is how real we are, okay? I'm going to show you Carol, hand and knee. Hi, Carol. Okay, we got no idea why she's down there, but this is who we are.
Who we are. We're just having fun and sharing with you
I
stories.
got no. Why was she there?
I don't know. I wasn't looking. I wasn't even looking.
Okay. Anyway, please support us. 100% of your proceeds that you buy the book bundle or even the scarf bundle will go to continue to support the community here.
Yes.
Okay. We have various outreach, especially like the girls from Singapore Girls' Homes. We still do support. Now we're going to Changi Prison, so do support us. And now we're gonna play a video for our next community leader, which is Helen Lee. Can we play her happy birthday video?
Okay, let's play Helen's happy birthday video that's coming up now.
Let's play Helen. Helen?
Asia. I'm Helen Lee. I'm the founder and creative director of Rosette Designs & Co. We are a creative wedding planning and styling here in Singapore. We have been voted as top 10 wedding planner and stylist in Singapore by major online publication. And we have served about 500 over couples over 8 years. And despite of the pandemic, we are also launching a second brand, which is in flower and gifts e-commerce called Seasons of Rosette. I'm so proud of our team that despite of the business downturn, we still manage to keep strong and innovative. And all of this wouldn't be happening without a strong support. And that will be you. I'm so thankful for Women of Courage Asia community that we keep encouraging each other, supporting each other, also celebrating milestones in every of our life, growing together as individual and collective. My greatest takeaway here is the relationship I built among the leaders and the community. We are not just friends, we are sisters. We may have different dreams, but we have a common goal, which is we want to support women to achieve their best potential with the right mindset. And with that, I want to congratulate you again for achieving so much within 2 years. And there's many years to come. So enjoy your birthday. Bye.
Okay, so without further ado, Helen has various accolades behind her. So if I can bear with me, let me take you through her profile, right? Helen Lee is the founder and creative director of Rosette Design and Company, a creative wedding planning and styling company that started in 2010. A former award-winning motion graphic designer, her foray into the wedding industry started from her own wedding planning. Wow, amazing start. Today, her company has been voted as the top 10 wedding planner and stylist in major online publications and has served over 500 couples. And in fact, Helen had just ran over from setting up a wedding. How real can that get, right? So in 2020, during the pandemic, Helen started a second brand of flowers, gifts, and lifestyles called Seasons of Rosette. To expand the Rosette brand, she also teaches wedding planning in her former alma mater, and that's the Institute of Certified Wedding Planning. In 2021, she launched her podcast, No Ordinary Story with Helen Lee, uncovering the back of the story and mindset of entrepreneurs and community builders to inspire the audience to take bold steps themselves. Born in Jakarta, Indonesia, Helen has called Singapore home for the last 20 years. Together with her husband, they have two active and curious young kids, Savannah Grace and Aiden Joshua. So let me hand the floor over. Let's welcome Helen.
Hi, thank you so much, Lynette, for the introduction.
Helen, yes.
Yeah. Just a little introduction. Just now, Carol was found crawling under the table. It's actually because she wants to bring water to me. So thank you, Carol, for that.
So sweet. This is community, women supporting women, regardless of what the needs are, right? Yes, take it away, Han.
Okay. Hi, everybody. As mentioned by Lynette, I'm founder and creative director for Rosette Designs & Co. And yeah, we have been in the industry since 2010. And since we also been voted as top wedding planning in Singapore, we have served about 500 couples so far. So I grew up in Indonesia, where most of Chinese Indonesian actually do business. So I always thought that since my parents do business, my family do business, one day I will also do business myself. But what I'm very passionate about is actually about design. So I came to Singapore when in 2002 to study animation, and because of that, I worked in the industry for almost 7 years. So most of my growing up years, I work in the media industry. I serve as so yeah, that's the slides. So yeah, I also work for big names like Katy Perry, Justin Bieber, as well as Lady Gaga. Yeah. So, but it was fun while it lasts. But in my heart, I always thought that I will one day have more than a job, more than a designer, but also have my own business. So it's not until 2009 when I actually planned my own wedding. I stumbled upon the wedding industry. I thought, hey, this is quite fun. I enjoy the whole process. I enjoy the process of designing and also decorating. But I also see there's nobody that can help me materialize my design. I only can find a wedding planner or florist, but there's no like somebody that can help me just design my wedding. And because of that, I saw an opportunity of business here, and that's why I took a step of courage. I enrolled in a wedding planning course and start blogging about my own experience. And then after that, the readership just grew. Yes, the readership just grew, and people start getting curious. And I was covered in the magazines also about the blog, and people start engaging me for my own wedding. Sorry, for their own wedding. So they got curious like how to design, and then they also want me to design for them. So I thought this could be a business. So I take it slowly. I started a wedding planning company with a fellow wedding planner, and I was juggling it for about 3 years. I was enjoying having a part-time business plus full-time job. But in 2012, I was pregnant with my first child, and everything comes together. It's very hectic. And towards the end of my pregnancy, I was juggling full-time job. At that time, there's a big concert for Justin Bieber, and have to do all the design. Plus, I have my client's wedding. Plus, also heavily pregnant, and I have to move house. So everything just come together. And while doing the checkup, the regular checkup, doctor found that I have a severe preeclampsia, which means my heart blood pressure was very high. So immediately I have to be warded, and I have to drop everything. I gained about 20 kg because of water retention, and I have to drop everything and get hospitalized. Every day the doctor has to take blood to monitor my blood pressure, and they have to take blood until there's no more, until all my veins are bruised. So this because of the breathlessness, I couldn't sleep. So I remember just about 1 month to the being in hospital, I couldn't sleep for almost 3 days, and I remember in and out of consciousness. I was so scared. I hold the nurse's hand that night, begging her not to leave me alone. But I think I passed out, and that morning the doctor has to do emergency C-section. Yeah, so that is actually quite a scary part of my life, and I feel like I have a near-death experience. that after the delivery, Savannah was born only 1.125 kg. She was so small, and I couldn't hold her after the pregnancy, after the delivery, because she has to be put in the incubator as soon as possible. Only 3 days after the delivery, then I got to see her, and I remember just looking at her so helpless with all the cable, and I broke down. I broke down beside her in the incubator, and that is the first time I broke down towards the whole ordeal. And really, it's not only that. After that, I hope that things get better, but turns out there's another challenge. I still have my breathlessness and insomnia even after the delivery. So the doctor has to send me to cardiologists that they discovered that I was having a heart failure. So my heart function was only about 15%. And because of that, I have to take medication right away. And what's more sad is because at that point, I was breast pumping for my daughter, because that's the only thing that I can give her, the milk. But because of the medication, I have to stop that process, and I have to take the medication. So the doctor said that there's only 3 chances. There's one gets better, the other one it stays the same throughout, and I have to take medication for the rest of my life, or the third one it gets worse. And the doctor couldn't give me any hope. But because of that, I cling on to my faith. I cling on to my faith, and I didn't let myself down. I keep on believing. I believe that my faith actually pull me up towards the whole ordeal. Then not only the health issue, because after that I have breathlessness, I still have heart failure, and my kidney is failing, and my body full of rashes. And the whole ordeal doesn't stop in the health problem. My business, I dropped immediately after the delivery. My business partner decided that, well, she can do it by herself. So I have to close down the business that we built 3 years. Because it turns out that it's only under one name, which is not a partnership at all. So I was quite naive back then. I didn't know about all the legal stuff. Then after that, I have to start all over again. So at that point, I lost a partner, I lost a business, I lost my health. I hit rock bottom. But I remember staring at the wall of the hospital room, couldn't even stand up, but I started singing, "Jesus is the center of it all." And I offer my sacrifice of praise. At that lowest point of my life, I believe like it's my faith that helped me go through the toughest time. I keep confessing or healing over my heart, and didn't give up. So during one of the checkup, the radiologist found out that, hey, actually your heart is back to normal. I was quite surprised, but I believe that it's actually my faith that gained a miracle of healing. So because of that, my health was getting better. And also soon after that, I realized that I'm pregnant with my second one. So it was one after another, and this time it was rather smooth. But I only realized the pregnancy over the week of 15. So today they are both in primary school, 7 and 9 years old. Savannah was healthy and they're creative, just like the mother. And so there they are, 7 and 9. So the whole ordeal is very scary, but it's also very rewarding. And as long as you don't give up, I think there's always a hope at the end of the tunnel. As for the business, I started all over again. My new company, Courage Design & Co. was born, and but by God's grace, within a month, we actually completed our first wedding. well, in the midst of the heart failure. So it's really, think about it, it's really God's grace. And my story was picked up by media, and we were featured in magazines. Another encouragement for me. What started with me only in the business now, we have a team of planners, stylists, as well as designers. I also teach in my alma mater as a wedding planning coach. Well, the pandemic disturbed the whole entire industry. We continue to pivot to virtual wedding, to another brand, Season of Rosettes, small intimate package. I was also interviewed by newspaper and TV, giving exposure to Rosette. I think that's also a grace of God that this year we launched the Season of Rosette, an e-commerce flower and gift lifestyle. So going through the hardship myself, I know there's many stories of courage out there. Like just now we hear so many of our community leaders here share that I ask myself, how can I contribute more? So I have been really benefited by podcasts over the 5 years. So I decided to start a podcast myself. And it is to highlight stories of these different people, different entrepreneurs, community builders of their own personal struggles and journey in the raw and honest matter. No Ordinary Story with Helen Lee is launched just yesterday, just 2 days ago on my 38th birthday. So it's another accomplishment for me. And my first guest is none other than Lillian Ong. So she has been very instrumental in helping me with my mindset and all the coaching session, or asking why do you want to start a podcast. I think it's very helpful for me to really crystallize what I want, plus what impact do I want through this podcast. In the end, you see, everything works out for good. There's always testimony in your test. Your story of courage, your story of struggle will become another story of encouragement for others. So that is my story of courage. So I really want to encourage everyone that no matter where you are right now in your situation, as long as we don't give up, we'll keep on trying, keep on finding encouragement, community, and don't isolate yourself, you will get there. Thank you so much.
Hi, Helen. Just a few words of encouragement. Thank you so much for sharing your story about Savannah. It is truly, we didn't know about it, actually. Savannah is this active, constantly moving, very artistic girl. So I just want to share some of this, encouragement to you. Okay. So thank you so much, Helen, for always being ever gracious. Okay. And please know that Helen has an amazing business. So if you are planning a wedding or you're planning to buy flowers, okay, please contact Helen. Her link is already in the chat. So on this note now, thank you, Helen. Goodbye. Yeah, look, all this encouragement for you. Yeah. So on that note, we're going to play some birthday greetings from our friends and community leaders. We also here she comes. You see how she sneaks in like that. She sneaks in.
Go behind.
Okay, she just want to show you how she wore the stuff.
Another new design by our confidence coach of how you can actually don the Women of Courage Asia scarf. So just another design, just for fun. Right?
Yeah. So while she tried to steal my thunder, I'd like to
hand it over
back to Sarah to please play the important infomercials that we have from Mind Champs and our various happy birthday greetings, and also our bootcamp video. So enjoy, have fun. Bye. You want to say bye to me?
Birthday Women of Courage Asia, can't believe it's only been 2 years this far serving Women of Courage Asia. I'm Sarah. I'm currently one of the community leaders serving in Women of Courage Asia. And I'm currently an interior designer. But more than my job, on a day-to-day basis, I love conversation with people for them to understand their core and their needs so that they can empower themselves and step out. And that's what Women of Courage Asia really does. Not just we impact people, inspire people, but we also empower, women and men, alike for self-leadership, right? What I want to share and biggest takeaway from Women of Courage Asia is actually their values, which is class, to live a life of courage, to always act in love, to be authentic, to understand stewardship, and so to understand your significance in life. So I'll see you there in second anniversary. Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. And I'm Betty. I'm abundance life coach, and I helping people to find their passion in life and really connect with abundance. And I'm so glad to join this group and knowing these women and they're so caring and loving and they support each other to become the best version of them. And my big takeaway is to actually knowing myself and really connecting with myself and also connecting with amazing and wonderful women. I know it and connecting with a group of women with big heart and they caring and they loving each other, and together we support each other to achieve the best self. Thank you.
I'm very excited because we are launching our first ever Transform with Courage Bootcamp. It is a bootcamp for women, by women only. We are going to look into your body, soul, and spirit. We're going to address your mindset, your emotional state, and most importantly, your action, so you can be launched forward to live your dreams and your purpose in life. It is time to awaken the courage in you and ignite that power of influence, first to lead yourself and then to lead those around you. So start to take actions, first by doing what is necessary and then what is possible, and suddenly you'll be doing the impossible. I'll see you at the bootcamp.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. I'm Nicole Tay. I'm your holistic wellness coach. I help women take control of their lives holistically using essential oils. Essential oils are great for helping us spiritually, mentally, and in that space, it means it helps us on our mind, body, and soul. My biggest takeaway for being in Women of Courage Asia is that I know that I'm always surrounded by women who are very courageous, who take charge of their own life, step out of their comfort zone, and we come together and support each other. So, do join us and have fun.
And speaking of fun, we definitely, if you know the Enneagram, and if you know one thing about us at Women of Courage Asia, we are very big into the Enneagram. And one thing about Enneagram is this personality called type 7. They are the kind of type that you want to be with, that you want to have fun with, and they are kind of people that, come on, let's do this. And it's none other than my friend and our community leader, Miss Nicole Tay. I'm going to bring her on now. As you can see, Nicole will always say, let's have fun. Okay? So, Nicole, are you having fun?
Yes, Anita, I do. I'm having fun every day.
Yes. Just like me, I was just sharing with Lillian and the ladies here with Lynette. I said, you know, to be able to MC the whole day, you need two types of character. One is either someone very calm, like our Lynette, or someone like me who is ADHD undiagnosed. Okay? Speaking of ADHD undiagnosed, I'm going to introduce you the fun person, Nicole Tay. Nicole is the founder of Symphony Sensation. Symphony Sensation. And she conducts a lot of series. One thing about Nicole is that if you are in her group, there is a lot of DIY workshops. Okay, a lot of DIY workshop, a lot of team bonding, and in that chat you can go. I don't know where they find the time and the resources. You can see as Nicole, she's not only fun, but she's also very passionate in terms of using therapeutic grade essential oil. She's with a multi-international company and local government agencies. Okay, she's also a master trainer for the local secondary school and one of the elective modules. So she's MOE trained. So what you're going to hear from this expertise lady is that, you know, you're going to hear her sharing her expertise about entrepreneurship. Okay, so about self-leadership, you know, and Nicole, take her seriously because she's known as the 5-figure mom. Okay, you want to listen when someone is earning 5-figure, not ADHD undiagnosed. Okay, all yours, Nicole. Have fun, and we'll be rooting for you at the back. Okay, bye, Nicole.
All right, thank you, Anita. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I wouldn't say that you're ADHD, and you are also a type 7 inside you. All right, so thank you, Anita. All right, thank you, everybody who come together today. Thanks to those who volunteer in Women of Courage Asia, our guest of honor, our sponsor, our guest speaker, and of course, our audience as well. Today happened because of you, right? So I'm Nicole Tay. I am a mother of 2. I have a 13-year-old teen and an 11-year-old boy. So I'm currently the founder of Symphony Sensation. So if you want, you can put up my slide. So Symphony Sensation actually conduct a series of DIY workshop like what Anita has mentioned earlier, and also team bonding as well, such as creating your own personal perfume, jewelry making, soap making, using therapeutic grade essential oils. I'm also a diamond leader and a Singapore founders in doTERRA. I actually built my business around the essential oils. Symphony Sensation is actually set up because there's a demand for such talk where corporates are looking for pain and stress management classes, and I know that my oils can help. I have also created a 20 hours elective module curriculum for the local secondary school. Now, in my last 6 years of doing my essential oil business, I never felt like I'm working. I just feel like, okay, I'm having fun every day. I'm drinking coffee, I'm catching up with my friends. And before I become an entrepreneur, I spent almost a decade in the financial planning industry and a decade in the corporate world. So please do not ask my age, yeah? Right, so when I was 30 years old, my husband and I decided that going into the corporate may be a better option for me, as we needed the CPF contribution for the housing loan and the regular working hours. And I believe most of the people here have worked in the corporate world before, right? And if you have worked in the corporate world before, can you give me a yes by typing a Y? So if you key in a Y, then I know that you have been in the corporate world. And how many people like me find that corporate world is not easy? If you felt the same way, maybe you would like to key in YY. Double Y, so that I know that, oh yeah, actually corporate world is really not easy. So if you are in the corporate world now, yeah, it's really not an easy task. And sometimes we may face challenges or crises. But ladies, today I want to share with you how I managed to survive, not 1,
not two, but three major crises in my corporate world. I still remember I was being called to a meeting room where I hold countless meetings for my candidate. I never felt this heavy heart while waiting at the door. Here I am again facing the same situation where I was being called for a serious meeting. Not again. I knew this is unlike the first incident 3 years ago where I was being forced to be converted from a permanent professional to an hourly paid staff just because I was pregnant. Just because my colleague who was pregnant came back from her maternity, submit her resignation right after she returned from her maternity leave. Back then, I was just starting my family. I had mortgage loan to service, a newborn along the way. You can imagine how stressed I was. And that was my first crisis. So all right, after I deliver, I found another HR job immediately. Just when I thought my job was finally secured. In less than a year, guess what? Lehman Brothers crisis came. It got me retrenched. And that very quickly became the second crisis of my corporate world. So now, again, outside the meeting room, I know this is not going to be just a conversion. I knew what was coming. Standing outside the room with a big belly, I put my hand to feel my baby. I comfort myself and my son that everything is going to be okay. And I began to breathe heavily. Even though I knew what was coming, even with that, I had a lot of fear coming through my head. My heart was pumping. When I turned the doorknob, I saw my allocated seat right in the middle of a big meeting room, dragging my feet with a heavy heart. I sit one side of the table, facing the branch manager, who used to be my friend, who hired me, who got me back to this company, and the country manager, who came all the way from New Zealand, 2 against 1. I was trying to recall my script to defend myself, but, my mind just went blank. I felt helpless. I was so fearful that my mind went blank. The meeting was just maybe 20 minutes, but it felt forever. I felt that I was glued to the chair, receiving a death sentence. I could see them talking, but nothing goes into my head. Until I hear, "You can pack up and go immediately." Wow, my heart, my whole body was trembling with anger. And I can feel my ears hot and burning. I can feel my tears swelling, but I refuse to let it flow. I wish I never joined her because I felt that she ruined my career. To make herself look good, to make the company look good. This overwhelming feeling of betrayal was too much for me to take. I thought this only happened in drama. And this so-called friend of mine who already knew my first crisis, why is she doing this to me? What have I done to her? But what can I do? Stomping back to my desk, my blood was boiling. At the same time, I noticed all eyes were on me, as if I've done something wrong and I was asked to leave. I wish I could just disappear in thin air. For a split second, I felt so humiliated. I wish everybody has gone home instead of trying to pity me. Because by now, I really need some space to cry it out. I wish I never took up this job offer. I really felt that this was the end of my corporate world. Because who will employ me in the future? But hey, I knew my rights. They cannot do this to me. Instead of going into my fear, anger, and humiliation, I decided to leave my parting words. I say, hey, you can't terminate me in my third trimester. Please check it out with MOM and revert to me next week. You see, being a HR professional, I kind of know what to do. I saw this termination coming. When I was being issued a warning letter, I called the MOM, which is the Ministry of Manpower, to find out about my rights. I went to find out under what circumstances can my company terminate me. I took a picture of my sales result, left messages with MOM 2 to 3 times, and recorded the date and the timing and which consultant I spoke with. Eventually, I got my 5 months payout in the following week, 1 month for letting me go, and 4 months for the maternity payout. That was my third crisis. I never give up. I found another new job after that saga, and I was successful for the next 6 years. Then an opportunity came along, and I had this opportunity to venture into the essential oil business. I managed to build a team of inspiring leaders who come together to impact more lives through the natural solution, of course, the usage of essential oils. In my 10 years of corporate world, there's many things that I've learned. But one thing that I've learned, and I want to leave it with you, is don't be a doormat. Don't let things happen to you. And because of what I went through, having gained my own freedom, now this key learning has become my key mission. And we can have the slides. Yes, thank you so much. And my key mission is to inspire people to inspire people to take ownership of their life so that they can live a life of freedom and happiness. Be courageous to take charge of your own life so that you can have the freedom and happiness that you want. And that's my story of courage. And I hope you all can understand and how I actually went through my 3 major crises in my life, and really sometimes just have the courage to push through. And now that I have moved on from an employee to an entrepreneur, I'm also curious, are there ladies here who transit from employee to entrepreneur? If you have, please put in a comment and put EP. Then I know that you are also like me. You came from corporate and you actually start up your own entrepreneur, your own company, or you went into entrepreneurship. All right. And as for the new womanpreneur here, or newbies here who wants to learn more from us today, do you wish you had a community or a support group when you first started? So if you think it's a yes, key in a why for me. If it's no, then you just key in an N for me, for us to know in the future. All right. So thank you all for sharing. Now, today my segment, I'm also going to share how I use self-leadership in my entrepreneurship journey. Okay, entrepreneurship has given me financial stability, personal growth, and a mission, as I mentioned earlier, and even the ability to leave a legacy behind for my children. If you're looking to explore entrepreneurship, you can key in me, NE, so that we know, so that next time we will have events, we have workshops, we will look out for you. We will let you know. Now, when I first got in touch and attended Women of Courage Asia, I was amazed by the number of womenpreneurs inside and how open they are to share about their experience. And that's why today, in our 2nd anniversary, we have lined up all these speakers and make sure you learn from them. All of us have different value and different experience to share with you. And today, I would like to share my entrepreneurship journey so that I can contribute back to the Women of Courage Asia community. I hope my story and my sharing today can empower ladies here to take charge of your own life so that you can have the freedom and happiness that you want, as I mentioned earlier. Now, most of you must be thinking, so what's entrepreneur? The definition of entrepreneur by dictionary, not owned by me, is someone who organize, manage, and assume the risk of a business. Very much like what I do daily. I must be responsible for my own business to organize and manage it. Today, I will share 3 main categories that leads me to a 5-figure income monthly as an entrepreneur. The first part will be knowing yourself. I think in whatever business that we are in, knowing yourself is very important. Do you agree? I'll give you an example. I'm in my essential oils business for 6 years. I come across many successful leaders, but they are also, have a different personality. And they become successful by focusing on their strength. For me, after taking a personality course called Enneagram, like what Anita has mentioned earlier, I realized that I'm able to find success fast in doTERRA was because I was focusing on my strength. Now, after spending time with me, I'm pretty sure you know that I'm an extrovert. I can talk to anyone, including stranger, Grab driver, car driver, bus driver, anybody. I get very excited when I talk to someone new. Maybe some of you may find it weird, but that's okay with me. I also build rapport very fast. I can enroll people very easily. After I did an Enneagram personality test with Lillian, our founder, I realized that, oh, I'm a type 7, wing 8. This means that I'm an enthusiast. And with type 8 as my wing, this means that I'm very assertive as well. So I'm assertive at work. So type 7 can be fun to be with. But type 8 is an action taker. And this combination of personality belongs to fast-paced type. So I'll give you an example. Like a fast-paced environment would most probably be in the food and beverages, F&B business. So I was lucky that my instinct was correct. Otherwise, I may follow a leader where their style may not suit me, may be very, very different from me. So for those of you who are new to entrepreneurship, you don't want your business to depend on luck. So I would suggest that you can find different ways to know yourself better. And Enneagram can be one of the tools for knowing yourself. Knowing yourself and your personality type does give us an edge when it comes to doing business. So I'm very glad that I have Lillian, who actually worked with me to give me some clarity on my personality type. And I also did clarity program with her. And with that, I felt that I had a breakthrough in my business. All right. And at the same time, thanks to her, I also learned 3 A's from her. So with Lillian's permission, I'm going to share this slide. So how does learning these 3 A's apply in my life? And how does these 3 A's let me know more about myself? Okay. And how does going through these 3 A's give me another level of understanding? So let's look at it now. As you have listened, I've been talking about awareness. So the very first A that we need to have is awareness, self-awareness. We need to know our strength and weakness so that we can learn how to leverage on our strength and be okay with our weaknesses. For example, I know that I'm an extrovert. I love to talk. So I ask myself, what can I leverage on? And doing corporate talk is definitely one of the things that I can embark into and I can leverage on my strength. Next, I also realized that I cannot handle admin or I cannot handle finance. So what can I do? So I outsource my admin and I do budgeting every year. So way in advance. So I will not overspend and I can manage my finance as well. So with my money coming in every month, I don't keep the money. It will be distributed out accordingly to insurance, to the children, and I don't have to worry that I'll overspend. So self-awareness is very important. It helps us not just in our financial, not just in entrepreneurship, but all areas of our life. And also, my character is that I'm a doer. And when my team cannot achieve their goals when they say they want to, I cannot understand why they cannot keep up with their commitment. Okay, because I feel that, hey, this is the goal that they want to commit to, and not my goal that they need to fulfill. So at times, it makes me feel very, very frustrated and impatient. So the decision that I make, or the words that I say, may have negative impact to the person that I'm partnering with. However, once I know my personality type and my team personality type, I have the awareness, and my attitude towards my team, my leaders, or even an individual will be different. I will understand what is easy for me may not be the same for others, and vice versa. So when I have the awareness, I'm able to check in with my thinking and my feeling, and I become more intentional in my choosing. So the action, the next A, taken will be beneficial and build that person in terms of leadership. All right. So yes, number 2 is what I mentioned earlier. The second A is attitude, and the third A is action. So now that learning Enneagram and the 3 A's, I know myself better. It actually increased my personal self-awareness, increased my sense of empathy, and helped me to be more patient. I can understand my team members' personality better now, and I'm able to understand their struggle, and I'm able to support them in their growth. This skill set is actually transferable to our family relationship as well. We can apply all this skill set to understand our children better. Then we can understand their struggle at school and support their growth in all areas of their life. Like I know Lillian support her son in his relationship, and that's so amazing. Okay, so now you know, knowing yourself is important as an entrepreneur. And I will share part 2. This is very important to being a successful entrepreneur. Now, for the second part, let's look at the 3 must-have of an entrepreneur. The 3 R's, right? The very, very first R is resourceful. Imagine you open a cafe today. Your coffee is not as good as it should be, and nobody is returning for your coffee. Do you want to look for new recipe? Get help? Do more marketing? Do whatever is needed to increase sales because you have already paid for the rental, manpower, and the rent of the equipment, or just the equipment itself. This is where resourcefulness comes into play. As an entrepreneur, we need to be resourceful to resolve different parts of our business, and I like to call it troubleshoot. In my business, I have to be resourceful. I need to network. I need to source for more business. Now that I'm in this business for 6 years, I have partners who will arrange corporate talk for me. So when I first started, I will look for corporate talk. Now people look for me because I have already built a base. And because of networking, I also managed to teach in local school for a 20 hours elective module. I still recall in the month that I first achieved the rank of a diamond, I had 1 week left and about $8,000 worth of sales to go. 1 week left, yeah? And I asked myself, should I continue as the gap is so huge? But I've planned this for months, for years. I've engaged all sorts of help, including empowering people to see that they can do it, and it is possible for them. And voila, you can imagine, yes, I managed to get to my goal. You can imagine how happy I was, how happy my leader were. We need to be resourceful, and we need to train our people to be resourceful as well. Setting aside time for brainstorming for my business is very important for me. You can consider that as well, because the more you practice, the better you get. In the beginning, you may be a bit lost, you do not know where to start, but it's okay. Start to allocate time for it. And in time to come, you will be resourceful. Now, the second R that I want to share is resilient. In any business or career, we need to have resilience. The capability to recover quickly from difficulties, toughness. Staying positive is very important to make this work. In any business, it's only natural to have ups and downs. I recall when I wanted to go into entrepreneurship, my husband was against it. He felt that I may not have the perseverance, as he felt that I'm always after the next shining coin. Type 7, we are always very enthusiastic about the new things that we discover. Yeah, and we're so in love with it. Okay, so he's worried that if I do not do well in doTERRA, eventually his single income may not be able to support the family. However, after much discussion and planning, he finally gave me his blessing. However, things didn't go as I hoped. At the end of 6 months, after I actually quit from my job, I was actually nowhere close to my goal. I was very tempted to return to the corporate world because my funds were low. During this 6 months period, I have to make major adjustments to my lifestyle, both financially and also in terms of my time. But when my husband saw my determination and realized that I'm not going to quit so easily, he silently supported me by taking good care of the children and their schedules so that I can concentrate on my business. With my family's support, I managed to achieve this particular goal that I wanted, which is called the Founders Club, within a year. And I never returned to the corporate world from the day I quit my job. All right. So one of the example for resilience would be like the recent COVID-19, if we talk about out of my business context. Now, some business suffer and some business survive and some got better, like we saw some of the advertisement recently. So this pandemic is not something that we can avoid, and it is impacting the whole world, not just Singapore. And it's only resilience that can help us tide through this period of uncertainty. I remember when COVID came, we cannot have meeting. This really affect our business. We display resilience by coming up with strategies to do like Zoom classes, and we find ways to deliver oils to our prospect. We use mailing, or we will just leave it at the doorstep. We just find our way, yeah. Or we use courier services. And very fortunately, our business did not suffer much in this pandemic. In fact, it actually got better, yeah. And the third R, reflection. I always believe in reflection. How does this COVID affect us? How can we learn from this experience? Okay. And also in my business, if I can enroll a person, why? If I cannot, why too? Okay. What is it that I've done well that I can improve on? Or sometimes I will reflect, hey, how come A leader is more successful than B leader? How can I bring them to the next level? And I also believe that, I will become a better version of myself daily if I reflect. Okay. And this way we are growing. Okay. So one thing that I always do as an entrepreneur is that I always set goals as well. Okay. And how do you set goals? And if you do, what framework do you use? So if we have more experienced entrepreneur out there as audience, maybe you can type up for us what kind of goal setting or any kind of framework that you use. Okay, so if you notice entrepreneurship, all talk and no action plan, it's not going to get you to your destination, not going to get you to your goals. You may get lost halfway. So personally, I use SMART goal to assist me. Yes, so smart way to do SMART goal. All right, so I think the best way is to show you some example. Now, before we display the next slide, may I know, I want to lose weight. This statement, is this a SMART goal? Yeah, okay. All right, so you can key in yes, no. Yeah, you can key through StreamYard, Facebook. Yeah. All right. So my answer is no. Why? It is not specific. It is not measurable. Yes, we can have the next slide. Okay, we never talk about how much weight, like 1 kg, 2 kg, 1 inches, 2 inches. Okay. And how does achieve? Can I have the next slide? Yeah. And we never talk about what we want to achieve. Like, do I want to lose like 10 kg in a week? Wow, is that even achievable? All right, so I want to show you SMART, SMRT, SMART goal. All right, so it is specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time related. Okay, we can have the next slide. Okay. So I want to give you an example. If I want to lose 3 kg, 2 to 3 kg in 1 week. Yeah, so these are some of the example that we have. So if let's say I want to lose like 3 kg in 1 week, that is something achievable and realistic. Okay, and I put a time bound on it. Okay, so another example would be if I want to set an example for the family, I want to say spend time with my children. So I can say like, oh, I want to spend 2 hours per week with my children. I want to set aside Sunday for my children, but I can't set the whole day, right? So let's say, for example, I want to spend 2 hours with my children. Yeah, so that's what we can do. All right, so we're shifting around. Okay, so maybe yeah, okay, cool. So these are some of the areas that we are talking about, different area and different aspect of our life, as you can see over here. Okay, we have social, personal, family, personal growth. Okay, and I have given you example over here, like I want to lose weight is something not smart, but I want to lose 3 kg in 60 days, that is smart. I want to spend time with my family, but if a smarter goal would be I want to spend 2 hours per week with my family watching cartoon, for example. I'm still young at heart, right? Right. So these are what we call specific, measurable, and achievable with a time frame, right? Time bound. All right. So what I want to do is I want to give all of you maybe 3 minutes to set a SMART goal. So maybe can we have the slide? Okay, we can actually stick to this slide. Now we can stick to this slide. Yeah, sorry, thank you. We can stick to this slide and just make sure that you set goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic, and within a time frame. Okay, time related. Okay. So can someone help me to time like 3 minutes? Yeah. So I'll give you some time to set out a goal, because later I will have some giveaway for you. And while we give you the 3 minutes, we can also, I will just maybe talk about other things, like, for example, you can talk about things like for the financial, for the family, for the relationship. Relationship could be, oh, I want to hug my mother every day, every morning, for example. I hope this slide is clear. Okay, cool. Now, I understand that we are having live right now. So what I would suggest is that I think in whatever business that you do, is very important to set SMART goal. And if you want to improve your life, which means for the aspect of personal growth, you may also want to set SMART goal. So actually, I would like to encourage all the people here today to actually cultivate the habit of setting goals. Okay, we can practice this daily. Okay, not just setting goal, but SMART goal. And it takes actually 21 days to build a habit. Previously, we had a challenge, a 21 days challenge, all right, to set a SMART goal. But today, what I'm going to do is I am going to give a giveaway. So we can have the next slide. So the next giveaway, the giveaway that I'm going to give away is I'm going to give away 3 of this book where I actually co-author Voices of Courage, all right? And I'm also going to give sample essential oils plus a free essential oils class, all right, to 3 winners, Essential Oil 101. So what I need you to do is I need you to hashtag these 3. I can't really see the hashtag, but yeah, okay. If you can hashtag, if you can set your SMART goal and hashtag Women of Courage Asia, SMART goal _ Women of Courage Asia, and hashtag Women of Courage Asia 2nd anniversary. Right, so if you can hashtag this, that will be good. All right, so we are going to give it, okay, I'm going to give it to the first 3 winners. So why don't we post something now if you want to, and you can just take whatever time that you have done up earlier and post it, all right, and do all the hashtag. Okay, so lastly, I would like to leave you with this quote which can be found on this book. Be curious, that's where creativity and possibility begin. Be humble, that's where learning continues. Be persistent, that's where the path of success lies. So with that, I would like to hand the segment back to Anita and Lynette. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you for sharing with us about having SMART goals. It's no point like, you know, how people in beginning of the year, why are you standing away from me?
I'm scared you say I push you away.
Okay, so, you know, anytime beginning of the year, you all have New Year resolution, and then we were like, oh, I want to lose 5 kilos. But it's not about losing 5. The intentions are good, right? You know, Nicole, isn't it? The intentions are good, but can you, like, say, for example, I want to lose 5 kilos. How will you change it into a SMART goal? Give
I want,
an example.
okay.
Yeah.
So for example, I want to lose 5 kilo in 60 days, 90 days. So you set a timeline or a deadline. Yeah. So then it is more measurable. You can measure it. Okay. And there's a time frame. If not, then I take forever to lose that 5 kg or 3 kg, right?
Okay, so that's where the SMART goal comes from. I see.
Yes.
Okay.
So it can apply to anything in our life, right? Can be business goals,
Definitely.
can be
Yes.
relationship goals. Can you give us an example of a relationship goal? Example with your husband, with your spouse.
Okay. So we can have a date night every Friday, right? I would like to, have a date night. So date night means, do we go for movie? Do we go for dinner? I would like to spend 2 quality hours with my husband on every Friday. So that would be a SMART goal.
So Nicole is not open for business every Friday night, okay?
Yes. Because your husband is paying for date night. Yeah, so I'm sorry about the essential oil business. Essential oil will not be sniffing anything on a Friday night. Okay? So on that note, we're gonna bring you, thank you, Nicole. Have a great day. Thank you for spending time with us. And then we're gonna pass it back for some birthday greetings from our friends.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
See you, Nicole.
Let's play
Alright,
some videos.
So we're going to be playing some videos now.
Happy birthday, World of Courage Asia. I'm Audrey, an interior designer. I help clients to transform their space into a loving home where they can come back, spend time, rest and relax. Biggest takeaway in the world of courage is see and give, help one another in a community where we all come together to learn and grow to a bigger us. Happy birthday, World of Courage.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. This is Teresa Chong. I enjoy helping women to gain and rebuild their self-confidence by empowering them with the knowledge of choosing the right skincare and makeup products to restore their youthful skin. By being part of Women of Courage Asia, I see myself moving from being stuck to now live a life full of meaning and purpose. I'm encouraging you to jump out of the line, have the spirit of optimism and go after your dream, no matter the obstacles and whatever things that are being thrown in front of you, because you are great at your adversity. Never give up on yourself. Continue to live full and die empty. My name is Teresa Chong. You have something special in you. You have your greatness. I look forward to seeing you, how your life can be changed.
Correct. So let's walk further.
Thank you so much, Teresa and Audrey, for sharing your birthday greetings with us. As you can see, I just kicked Brenda out of the screen because she decided to think it. I don't know why Brenda is here. But maybe because she's the co-founder of Women of Courage Asia and we love her so much. Okay, we're gonna play. I'm gonna introduce you to. I'm gonna bring back Lynette. Hi, Lynette.
Lynette was busy.
Lynette was just going live, introducing her community. Lynette was introducing her community. To her community, her sharing of expertise.
My sharing of expertise, because I'm up afterwards, and to be honest, I'm nervous. All right. So, in any case, thank you, Anita, for covering.
Yeah. So this is again, we would like to ask you to support us. To get the book. Women of Courage: Breaking the Fear Barrier by Lillian, and so Voices of Courage, which all of the ladies that we heard so far have contributed into this book.
Yes.
Okay. And no other than our next person who is going to share, Jasmine too, has contributed in this book. And also with the bundle that you buy, the books and the scarf, as you can see.
Which we've shown you various computation, So this scarf, you can wear it in various ways. And Mdm Rahayu Mahzam, who joined us this morning, our minister, she was actually using it as a tudung as well. So you see, it's a multifunctional scarf, which can be worn in different ways.
Yes.
And presented.
Yes, wonderful. So we're going to play a video, a happy birthday greeting video by Jasmine before we bring her on.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia! You are two this year. I'm so excited. I joined Women of Courage Asia last year, and I'm so happy that I'm involved in the second birthday this year. So who am I? I'm Jasmine. I'm the community leader of Women of Courage Asia. I am a preschool education coach by profession. So I help females, I help mommies, I help sisters to get to know their siblings and their children better, so that they each can also help maximize the child's potential, so that our future will be as bright as Women of Courage Asia. Well, my greatest takeaway with Women of Courage Asia is I find clarity in who I am. Because with the clarity coaching session with Lillian, that really helps me to have a clearer picture of who am I and why am I in this community. And definitely it aligns so much to my beliefs and my philosophy in life. So that is the greatest takeaway that I have in Women of Courage Asia. So join me and see you soon.
All right, welcome back. And as Jasmine has shared, she is preparing at the backstage. So allow me to introduce her. Our next story of courage speaker is none other than a co-founder of Growing Up Confident, a co-author of Voices of Courage, like what Anita was sharing earlier. It's a collection of quotes, inspirational quotes by the community, for the community. All right? So, She is a grandma with furry friends. What? Okay, never mind. She is also with furry friends of Berryland, and of course, a community leader of the Women of Courage Asia, Jasmine Ang. Jasmine is also has an incredible big heart, as Anita was sharing earlier, where she bought all of us not only drinks in a hot weather, but also food, so we've got continuous energy, right? So her 12 years of experience working with children actually says it all. And when you meet her, you can see how the kids actually have had an impact on how she actually carries herself as well. She understands that the psychology of young children and is very passionate in helping children build their confidence through speech, drama, as well as effective public speaking. She believes besides in doing coaching and guiding children and parents to build confident communication and to build a strong foundation for communication from home, where it all begins. Jasmine, however, faced setbacks and challenges in her journey thus far, but she's overcome, and she's here to share with us her insights, her story of courage on how she overcome her adversities to become a story of courage. So let me hand the floor over to Jasmine. Jasmine, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to you, and it's really my pleasure to be here with Women of Courage Asia, sharing my life testimony. I think it is a stunning story because many women actually face what I'm going through, but yet they actually hide inside and they didn't want to share. So here I go, sharing my story of courage to connect with vulnerability. So Jasmine was a cheerful and chippy little girl when she was really young, and she loves to make everybody around her happy. You know, happy is the key in her life since young. And besides making everybody happy, she likes to share all the good things with the people around her. So in her life, when she was young, there is no sadness, there is no anger. She just wants to make everybody around her so happy. So you can see from the slides, Jasmine grew up from a very big family. That's me. Okay, Jasmine, I'm Jasmine, right? I grew up from a very big family. I have 6 siblings. My father is a sole breadwinner, and my mom, another amazing woman who raised all of us up with only herself as a homemaker. So I'm the middle child in the family, and thus I am the cheerful giver, I am the happy giver in the whole family. So every time when we gather, I'm the one who brings joy, brings laughter to every one of them. And it seems applying to my friends. So when I'm with my friends, I'm the one who will always bring joy, bring laughter. And you know, some people will say, "Oh, I think you are like a clown, Jasmine. You make every one of us so happy." So I think there is me, and I think that was what I was made for. So as the years goes by, my siblings all got married, my friends all got married, and they all have children. And guess what? My desire to connect with children grew so much in me that I am a preschool education coach right now. And to me, connecting children to their families is the key. And it not only helps them in communicating, but after what I've gone through, I believe that what is inside does matters as well. So you see, as every one of us got married, they have children, you know, the desire to have my own children grew much deeper and stronger inside me. So very soon, when all my families got married, settled down, have children, I was wondering, when is my time for me to get married? And very soon, in 2008, I got married to the love of my life. And very, very, very quickly, I was pregnant, 2009. So I thought, yay, my dream has finally come true. Perhaps it come true. Why I say perhaps it come true? Because very soon, during the week 6, I felt something unusual. So I went for a medical checkup. To cut the story short, I lost my child, my very first child. So that moment, I was like, okay, I lost my first child. My desire my desire to have my own child, I lost it. And strange enough, I felt that I could not really connect with my emotions. I'm sure like most women, when they are pregnant, they are overjoyed, they're over the moon. But when they lost it, miscarriage, they went deep sorrow. They have very, very deep sorrow. But to me, something is missing. I am sad, yes, I'm sad. But very quickly, I came out of it as well. Because I keep telling myself that, oh, it's okay, maybe this is not the right time, this child is just not meant to be mine. So very quickly, my head will tell my heart, say, okay, it's okay, no, we'll try again next time. And so I move on. And within the next 10 years into my marriage, I had 2 more miscarriages. So to a lot of women out there, you started to feel something wrong with me. Same, I felt something wrong with myself too. How come I cannot carry on with this pregnancy? I have this desire, very, very strong desire to have my own children. But yet, I couldn't carry this baby, my own, even past the first trimester. What is going on? I know something is missing. And yet, I can't connect to my emotions. I felt something is missing. So the bomb dropped when finally my dad, which I started to build relationship with him before he passed on, he gave his life within 3 months to cancer. That was a wake-up call for me. I love my dad. I used to hold him. I used to have meals with him, but now he's gone. That kind of emotions overwhelmed me, and I cannot contain it anymore. I broke down. Even 2 weeks after my dad has passed on, every time I think of him, I cried myself to sleep. I feel him, and I missed him. And I know I cannot go on like this anymore. I need to face my emotions. And so the friends around me started to talk to me, started to pray alongside with me. As you can see in the next slide, this verse really spoke to me. That I should not be fearful because my God is with me. And because of these words, I grew strong. And through the prayers that my friend have worked with me, have prayed with me, it makes me realize that Jasmine not only have happiness, not only have joy, Jasmine has emotions, sadness, fears, anxiety, and I need to acknowledge that. So after my dad episode, right, I knew I need to do something about my emotions. Besides praying with my friends, reading the words, I speak up more about my emotions now. I not only talk about joy, I talk about anxieties. I talk about my fears and how broken I was when I lost my 3 children. I talk about all of this now. So now, as you can see, in my next slide,
I focus a lot on self-care. I used to think about, this is my desire. I need to do everything to do it, to make my desire come to pass. But no, I realized that if it happened, it happened. I have decided to switch my mindset. Instead of focusing on my desire, I have switched my mindset not only to take care of myself, who is the present one, and to really show care and love for the people around me. So I started exercising, I started working out, joining a full marathon when I hate running, going out into the open waters to swim when I don't even know how to swim. So I'm starting to break through all the challenges that I have in my life, just to show fear that I am not afraid anymore. This is my courage and this is my strength and my life that I want to show you. You do not have to fear any setbacks. Take it strongly, take it with courage, because you know, and I know, you are not alone. So don't be afraid to share what is going on inside you. And that is what building you from inside. So now I can say my smile is brighter, my smile is more radiant, because I am totally healed from inside. And I know when I talk about my 3 children who is out there watching me, I can say that I'm waiting to join them back in heaven. So thank you so much for listening to my story, and I hope my story encourages you too. So let me hand over the time to Lynette. Thank you, and I'll see you.
Hi, look at me now. I put on the business etiquette front because I'm going to be sharing next. And this is another way of which you can actually put on your scarf with a jacket, because that's my next segment. So my EMC, please introduce.
No, but before we go on, thank you. Bring back Jasmine. Come back here. We really want to acknowledge you. I just want to show you some of the encouragement that you have shared, Jasmine, because we always believe that whenever we share our story, Jasmine, it's never wasted. Mm-hmm. Because I know sometimes it's cliche that we say, oh, if only one person gets touched. But when Jasmine was sharing here, we have a fair bit of people here, and it's pin drop silence. Why is pin drop silence? Because it's the impact of the story, the impact of you're in early childhood. I'm in early childhood, yes. Yeah, you see other people's children every day. And we do not know. I'm sorry. Okay, but I'm hoping one day you'll be blessed. Your womb will be blessed. Definitely. Yeah. And I want to share some of this, how do you say?
Oh, there's comments.
It's a lot of comments. You're so strong by Jack and Sarah. Thank you for sharing your vulnerability. And then Jasmine is a pillar. Okay. And then there's so many, even Karen. Thank you for sharing, Jasmine. Okay. And then it says you have been such an amazing inspiration to many, because you do have a pure heart despite the journey.
Not because chicken rice.
No.
Chicken rice not included.
Never about chicken rice. Okay? It's never about chicken rice. But again, we also have to acknowledge Sarah here. Sarah is actually one person right at the back, handling 2 laptops. I didn't know what do you call it?
Multitasking.
Not multitasking. People who can use both hands. What? Ambidextrous. That's just Jack. That's ambidextrous, and she's so amazing. So thank you so much, Sarah. Please shout out, Sarah, if you need help. Okay, we are here. So, okay, one more. On top of that, I would like to thank Jasmine for your amazing story of courage. So Jasmine is also currently a principal with Yio Chu Kang Chapel. Montessori. So she's a principal there. Definitely, you may want to go there and visit. Yeah, please do that. Her link is in the bio. So on that note, I will actually play the next video, which is actually Jasmine's video. Go ahead. Not Jasmine, Lynette's video. Sorry. Can we just play Lynette's video?
Everyone, happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. You are celebrating 2 years. 2 years of the community coming together to inspire, to empower fellow women, fellow sisters around the world.
So who am I? I'm Lynette Har. I'm a business etiquette coach. My greatest takeaway of joining the community is that believe in yourself, that you can do it. Because I didn't. I thought that it was an uphill climb, but the community, the leaders around led the way. And it's a community really that comes together as to really live a life of courage, love, authenticity, stewardship, and resilience. And those values really drive me right now in my way of life. So thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much, Sarah, for playing the video. And now I will not waste any time now. I'm going to bring on Lynette. She has been with me the whole morning. Okay, we have been, with each other sharing and talking and emceeing together. But please note that Lynette is an expert. Okay, Lynette is a mompreneur. She's a coach certified by International Coaching Federation, facilitator, co-author of the same book that we're in, community leader, Women Courage Asia, and a mom of 3. I know when you and her daughter, one of her eldest daughter, is here with us, supporting the mother. And she dreams of an equitable world of opportunity and empower. Recognize that the origins of poverty is not just circumstantial, but also a limiting mindset. Okay, her story epitomized the ideal of a successful modern woman, and she also has a husband with modern woman husband with great career, children, and a thriving corporate career spanning 15 years. Okay, yet her life was pulled in many directions, and she was bombarded by many challenges. I know we've seen Lynette today whole day, and you've seen the softer side of her. You've seen the professional side of her. But today she's also going to serve. She also serves as a community leader here. That's why she's here with me. I mean, I cannot do this without Lynette, to be very honest. emceeing the whole day alone, and without Lynette, spurring me on, it'd be impossible. One thing I can say much about Lynette is that Lynette holds, as you can see her today, she holds the screen. She commands the attention. And that's why she's a business ethic coach. Okay, you need to pay attention now. You need to listen to this lady. I'm going to bring Lynette here now. Okay, and Lynette, all yours.
Thanks. Thank you, Anita. I'm quite shy now, bashful actually in some ways. And I realized that when I was trying out the slides, I cut off my own video in the midst as well. So thank you very much for staying with us throughout. And as you can see, I'm actually donning on a jacket in addition to still the Women of Courage's Asia's scarf. So this is another way to which you can wear the scarf. So if we can have the slides up. So I'm, as Anita had already shared, I'm an executive and team leadership coach, which because of my history, I have business etiquette in my background, and I'm happy to share that with you. So I like to put in a little bit of trivia here, just for fun. There is a QR code there, so please feel free to scan it. And when you scan it, you will be able to connect with me. So in order to hold your attention, let me be a little bit cheeky. Count the number of QR codes that are in the slide, and you will put it into the Facebook page of either the Women of Courage Asia or onto my Facebook page when you connect with me. And that will be a little bit of a giveaway afterwards. All right? So let me go on to the next slide. All right. So as we move on to the next slide, as Anita was sharing, I'm currently on a mission to help those in need help themselves, because my dream is to see an equitable world of opportunities for all, and to empower, recognizing that the origins of poverty are not actually just circumstances, but a lot of the limiting mindset. Before I cut off myself earlier in the video, I was sharing that I used to live in a limiting, have a limiting mindset. But after a level of self-awareness, of being aware of the emotions that I was going through, the struggles of the rest of the women out there, just putting myself through, I realized what I had to do. So now let me take you through my story of courage. Now, what comes to mind when you hear of this? My partner before is still in the maritime industry, and he used to sail. And when he sailed, it meant that he would be away for more than 6 to 8 months at a stretch. Now, I did enjoy some of the breaks, but it didn't get fun when I found out that I was expecting. That changed dramatically because at that point in time, I discovered that I was expecting, and I was very early in the marriage at the start of my career in the oil and gas industry, starting out as a new mom, and facing a new family altogether while staying with them. Not wanting to actually also burden my family with worries, I took it all in, choosing to numb myself with work, the day-to-day commitments of life, and choosing to actually even consider not proceeding, because my child was growing within me, but my partner was not around. At that point, I was very young, about 26 or so. So that's why some say I look very young. I'm a young mom, I guess, at that stage. But it was horrifying, to say the least. So when I discovered my pregnancy, after that, I made a choice. I made a choice to proceed with what I had. I made a choice to embrace the different challenges that life had thrown for me at that point, and embarked onto the journey of not only being a young mom, but afterwards having 3 kids together. So this is this was taken some years ago. And when I made that choice to stop corporate, to embark into the journey of being a real mom. I say a real mom because remember, I was actually tossing between career, a full-time career that demanded close to 24-hour attention because I was serving global clients, to then having a very tight office in Singapore. When I chose to leave corporate then, that was when my story as a mom really began for me as well. So let me share with you that after I decided to make that change, I decided to plunge fully into my children's life. I became an active member of the schools that they were in. I supported my kids along their journey, which was my dream then. These are some of the accolades that my children have had, that they have gained, and I think all moms would resonate with me also when they know or when they hear that the children have actually achieved what they thought was not possible. Because when we went away and when we came back, there was a struggle of, can I really adapt back into the Singapore mainstream when we've not used English, Mandarin for the longest time? Can we actually then also cope up with math? Those were some of the key questions that came up. But I'm very proud to say that they've actually led the way. So these are some of the accolades that they have. And recently, my son participated in the World Robotics Olympiad, and his team, his school, came in first. And this is an international base, so I'm really proud of my children, but also really proud of that decision, with no regrets, that I chose to stop corporate because of personal reasons. And that is my story of courage. So these are some of the clients that I've worked with in the past. And today, I'm a trainer, turned facilitator, turned team leadership coach. But for today's session, what I like to share with you is really about how do you create that lasting first impression? Because the parting quote that I'd like to leave with you for this segment is that boats don't sink because of the water around them, but they sink when the water gets into them. So don't let what's happening around you weigh you down. Chin up, there is light at the end of the tunnel, right? So now, let's have some fun. Breathe. Okay, so how do you create a lasting first impression? What makes a good impression, and what is a good impression? These are some of the questions that have been commonly asked, and people around have been questioning, and especially now because of because of the pandemic, we're all forced online. And like what Carol was sharing earlier, and also Julia, what kind of online presence are you leaving when we actually go online? How do you actually make a good impression then? So let me take you through that journey of how do you create a lasting first impression. First impression, they say, can be made in the first 7 seconds. But now, because of the speed of digitization, the speed of information, it is done in 3 seconds. So how do you actually create that first lasting impression? So let's go with me as we slowly show this slide out. Now, when you turn on your computer and go into that meeting, be it an interview or be it to go into a meeting, a business meeting, how are you turning up? How are you showing up? Because your first impression starts with your facial recognition, your body language, how you stand, how you smile, how you walk into the room actually speaks a lot about you, even before you open your mouth to speak. Because the interviewer or the experienced person at the opposite end of the table would probably already have sized you out. So how do you actually create that first impression and make it a lasting impression? I'd like to share with you this that Albert Maharan popularized, which are the 3 main categories of communication. So let's just bear with me. When 93% of it is actually non-verbal. 55% is actually communicated through our body language. How our body is standing, how we are smiling or not, actually communicates through before we actually say anything. The intonations that you use, your pitch of voice, the balance of which is only what you say.
So that very first impression that you make upon others starts there, even before you open your mouth to vocalize what you have to say outside. So do yourself a favor, ensure that you've got that smile on. So I've got a slide later to talk about it, but some ask and challenge then, do first impressions really matter? Is it that critical? Or I had a learner ask me, but it's so unfair. How can they judge me just in that 3 seconds without even really knowing who I am? Unfortunately, in today's actually fast-paced world, first impressions really do matter. I give this caricature here of this gentleman saying, trust me, I'm a sales guy. And his hands were folding up and looking across like that. When we talk about body language, this means that you're actually enclosed, that you have something to hide. So or you're super nervous and there may be something that's going behind. So what kind of impression do you want to leave, right? And then another example that I like to share with you is, trust me, I'm a doctor. Of the first picture versus the second. The first person where he's donned in a doctor's suit versus in t-shirt and shorts, which is probably his weekend outfit. Which do you trust more? Or which would you trust to put your life to? I think the answer is pretty obvious. So I'd like to hear from you also. Please put in your comments in either our Facebook Live, or I think I'm still live streaming on my page, or onto YouTube. Put in your comments, as I love to hear from you as well. How much do you think first impression matters? Okay, so let's go on to the next. In this next one, so now we know that 93% is non-verbal. So after that non-verbal, about your body language, how do you then communicate? What is the first thing that you need to do, right? The golden rule that we say is when you treat others the way you want others to be treated, right? Treat others the way you want to be treated. So over here again, I have some pictures, some cartoon characters just to bring the point across. But when we actually start entering a meeting and saying, hello, how are you? Versus, hey, as you would with a friend. That first impression that you set out is different already. So to my friends out there, especially the students that may be listening in, how are you creating that first impression for the interview that you're going for? It is something that you need to be aware of. Are you looking at your phone when you're in a meeting? Is that what you like to do when you're actually having the meeting? Do you think the interviewer is actually paying attention to you if the interviewer is looking at the phone? If you think otherwise, then don't do it. Make sure you have your full attention and give full respect to the person that's put aside their time to be with you, to accord that respect. And not only that, be attentive because you've invested that time together for yourself, together with an interviewer, or in that meeting. It's very strange the other day when we were going out with the family, and we commented that the person that was actually on the other side of the dinner table, the whole family was actually using their mobile while we were actually having conversations and just talking, having family conversations, because we have a no phone rule on the dinner table at home. But we were just having conversation. We were catching up with each other's life, knowing how each other were, because they mean something to us. And that's why we've made time to stay there. With that impression that I had left on my kids, they were the ones who then turned that attention around and say,
how are they communicating with each other? Why are they actually even together when they are actually talking to each other on the phone, perhaps? Or checking their social media channels? How do you actually create? What kind of impression would you like to leave with the person that is opposite you the next time you are out with that person? Are you giving that person that full 100% attention as respect towards the time that they have taken for you? Are you doing justice to yourself? You decide. Because then, and I hope that this small talk that we're having now actually would make a difference for you. Now, let me go on to the next slide, which is, okay, a lot of people ask, what is business etiquette? Business etiquette is actually a combination of manners. It's the sticky glue, we say, that promotes and builds a strong positive atmosphere because it establishes the norm of business manners as a key to fitting in. Because there are so many different cultures out there. What is that baseline that you can have so that you build that connection in a multiracial Singapore, multinational audience as you step out and connect with the world? Because today, because of digitization, we're no longer actually only talking to one person. You're actually talking to the world. With the advent of internet and all of us going on Zoom, or even we're now live streaming to you on YouTube and on FB, what kind of impression are you leaving? And how do you carry your best self forward? In specifically here, a business environment is what I like to share with you in the next few slides. Okay? So it basically creates a mutually respectful atmosphere for all to take away. Now, in this next, okay, so I've got various definitions here extracted from the dictionary that I think you can read. And I'm not going to go through them in detail, but basically etiquette is how you actually build that connection in a respectfully professional setting. And when we go on to the next one, it's about smiling, being authentic. I think right from this morning, from 9 a.m. where we started off, you can feel the authenticity that's behind all the people who share. And smiling is contagious because when a person smiles at you, you would smile back. So be the person who starts that smile. Be the first person to start that smile, and the rest of the world actually would start smiling with you. So be authentic. Be yourself in that respectful, attentive manner. Right? Now, another important aspect of body language is your handshake. So many people ask, how do you hold another person? How long do you shake? And how do you shake? So over here is a very simple illustration that we've put forward. And when I do live demonstrations in class, it's very fun when we get learners to actually shake each other's hand. And you can hear some screams at the back of the bone cruncher when they actually crunch the bone. And like you can actually feel the other person's hand going all pale. So the standard is the 3 F's, right? Look at the person in the eye, slide your hand forward, shake 3 times. 1, 2, 3. A firm handshake and let go. Some learners also share, but when do I let go? And the person is actually holding to me as a fishy handshake. It's kind of like when we go to the market, or like when our moms go to the market and you see the fish being sold in the market where you actually want to touch but you don't really want to. How do you actually hold the other person's hand? Because that impression that you set across when you shake the other person's hand actually tells about your state, about who you are inside without you vocalizing it. And that's why body language is actually so important. And when the next one, we talk about the body language of posture of sitting and standing. I think a lot of us now are on Zoom or on virtual meetups. How do you actually sit? How do you actually stand? And what kind of image are you projecting of yourself when you're on screen? Now, earlier on, what I was saying, right? When you hold your hands and you cross like that, it means that I have something to hide. I'm actually quite nervous. I don't quite know what's going to happen. And maybe I don't really want to be here, but I'm kind of forced to. Versus if my hands are out, I talk with my hands open. It shows that I have an open gesture. Or if I grab a chair here, when I sit, do I actually lean forward when I talk to you? Showing that I'm keen, I'm interested in what you have to say. Or do I sit backwards and actually go backwards like this and like, yes, this is actually kind of like the style a boss would adapt. A dog, not adapt, a dog. Showing a very confident, nonchalant perhaps, stance. So what kind of image or what kind of impression really do you want to portray across to the person that's sitting opposite you? And if I can, when I'm on screen now, if I'm sitting like that and I'm talking to you, I have your attention. I know if your body language is like this and you're reflecting me, I know then that you are actually listening to me, that you are paying that 101% attention on what I have to say. And it shows that you're interested. And I would reciprocate because I know then that you're interested in what I have to say. So the person sitting opposite you is actually reflecting what you have, what you are unconsciously sharing with the other person. So how are you sitting now? How would you sit the next time you have a meeting? Look at the way your legs are crossed. Especially for ladies, right? There will be a little bit of backroom to pay attention to, right? So we talk about posture, and of course we talk about dressing appropriately. Okay, I wanted to put this slide on because there were some learners who've also asked before. How do I dress for an interview? Some there were a lot of question marks that were floating in the air. How do you dress? This morning, from those that have actually stayed with us from 9 a.m., and I thank you for that again, you saw that I was actually in a sleeveless dress. But when I was actually coming on to my segment, I actually put on a jacket. And this is a business jacket. Because I respect the audience who are listening to the segment on business etiquette. I wanted to show you that dressing appropriately gives respect to the person who's actually listening to you. And that is that impression that you want to leave, particularly if you're going for a job interview. Now, in the picture also, it shows the skirt length, ideally knee length or slightly below, just to cover the knees. But there's something also below, that some of the shoes or attire that you might not want to have when you are going for a formal business meeting. So just for trivia, I've also taken a jacket on. So let me very quickly change. And then you tell me which one actually shows a business front versus something that's a little bit more casual and informal. So, commercial break. Okay, I got cat whistles at the back. I have people coming out with cat whistles. All right, so see, I'm putting on a sports jacket, so immediately it shows that I'm more relaxed, right? That's why there is Yeah, I need a cat now to top it up. So you see, immediately just from the way you're dressing shows that I have a different impression that I'm set up. Look, yeah. Okay, my daughter was actually guiding me here. See? So now it shows that I'm actually more casual. And if I top it up with this, look, the impression that I set is very different. It doesn't take a lot to dress up or to dress down. But the thing here is, when we put on or when we take time and effort to dress for that business meeting that's coming up, you can actually see that difference immediately. And it's just with a hat and a jacket. But if you're going for that business meeting, how do you want them to listen, to pay attention to what you have to say versus otherwise? So you decide, right? You decide how the other person would respect you because it's in your hands. And that's why I say, and I like to leave this with you, dress how you want to be addressed. Because when you dress how you want to be addressed, you can see it makes a difference instantaneously. When the cat whistles came out, especially, and when hat was thrown to me to top it up. This is a sports attire. So don't wear that to a business interview. It's not appropriate, but rather a business jacket, because that's actually something that's, if you're going for a business meeting, that's what you want to wear, right? Okay, so now let's go on. I think we have the last slide that's coming up. Okay, last slide. Okay, next slide that we have. After you dress how you, okay, so now is what I was talking about initially, to take action, right? So scan the QR code, and how many QR codes have you counted? Let's put it into the Women of Courage Asia's FB page, or into YouTube, or onto my Facebook page, and the 10 lucky winners who share, comment on my FB page on how you found my sharing will stand a chance also to win a copy of the Voices of Courage. And I'm encouraged by the people who have stayed with us. So connect with me. And when you scan, you would see that it contains a link for you to connect and book a chemistry call with me as well. And I'll be happy to talk further with you. So first thing, count the number of QR codes. Put it into the chat or comments about the people who have the number of QR codes that have been shared in the presentation, number one. And you'll stand to win some freebies. Number two, the 10 lucky winners who share, comment on my FB page about how you found my sharing, I actually would stand a courage to win a copy of the Voices of Courage. All right? So thank you very much for listening to me. I hand the floor back to our MC.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Lynette. That was so amazing. Again, business ethic, how you present yourself, first impression. So talking about first impression, we'll give Lynette a break because she was doing a bit of fashion show for us. So we're going to play some happy birthday greetings. We're going to play, gather at co-work place. So back to you, Sarah, for a while.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. I am Anita here. Just want to wish you a very happy birthday. You're 2 years old and definitely a matured 2 years old. I'm Anita. I'm one of the community leaders for Women of Courage Asia. Been serving with yours for about a year now in the community. And what I do is that I am a social entrepreneur. I raise funds and I also sow, and 100% of the proceeds goes to educate children, Rohingya refugee children in Malaysia. Why I love Women of Courage Asia, why I'm so glad to be part of the community is meeting like-minded women and women that genuinely cares for you, women that empowers you, and a group of women that loves you for who you are. Definitely a lot of learning and a lot of amazing women. So happy birthday once again and keep growing.
And welcome back. Yes. All right. Welcome back. I have changed clothes, as you can see, taken off my jacket because now I'm now in the role of being an EMC again. And actually, it's with great pleasure. Anita and I were just talking, right? Looks like we are the last two to wrap up the day as well for all the sharings. Not only have we listened to amazing women that have shared their story of courage with us, but also the expertise that goes behind. So I hope you've been inspired and would stay with us, connect with us on our FB, or leave your comments in YouTube. See, I've actually done on a different headgear now. Another way that the scarf can be worn as well. But rather, let me waste no time in introducing our next speaker, a great friend, a leader turned a great friend. And I think the chemistry from what was being shared earlier from the leaders, and Lillian was saying, I don't know where that magical combination came from, but it worked. And we are glad that this partnership that Anita and I have has helped you. Stay online, be with us, and also stay engaged, because her journey, her story of courage is something that you want to stay for. So, I've alluded, the speaker of this next segment is none other than my co-partner, Anita Kaur. Anita, no stranger to all of you. You've seen her FB lives, you've seen her going online. She started her own platform of books. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to digress. But Anita was a teacher, and is also a social entrepreneur. She is a mentor for high and mid-needs teenagers at a juvenile institution, a free-spirited individual, and a strong believer on giving back to the community. She went overseas to teach English to the Rohingya refugees. Formerly a product manager, she believes that giving back is her calling. The abused and neglected will always have a place in her heart. And as she shares her story of courage, you would see the other side of Anita. And your heartstrings, I'm sure, would pull, because even as I'm sharing, knowing her. Okay, I'm not going to give spoilers. You guys stay tuned. So let me, without further ado, introduce Anita.
Okay, thank you, Lynette. Now I stand in front of you is Anita. We are not, I am the last sharing for Story of Courage, but after this, for our final finale, we do have the panel discussion about women and community, a group of ladies, community leaders, group of ladies building the community. Okay, so to my story of courage, I share this with permission from my daughter. It is a very personal story, and I have gone semi-public about this story because, but that was in a Zoom chat, a Zoom meeting. But this time I'm going international, because I know my Malaysian friends are listening in, my family is listening in, so I'm sharing with permission. It all started with 2020. 2020 was an amazing year for me and my family, because 2020 started off with, in February, I decided, in January, I decided once and for all that I need to take charge of my life. I'm one person which I can wake up in the morning and wherever the day leads, if it rains, it shines, I don't plan. I'm so free-spirited, I don't plan. But I do get frustrated when I don't plan, because when you don't plan, you don't get anything. When you don't prepare, you don't achieve anything. So my life has been like that for a very, very long time. And I was okay. I mean, for me, it's like, oh, I'll be a teacher today, social entrepreneur tomorrow, no focus. So my compass, if you see, was always spinning, and it's never in the right direction. So January 2020, I was in prison. No, I wasn't in prison. I was volunteering in a juvenile institute. Okay, and I met Lillian. And it is someone that I remember when I first met her, I thought, I cannot like this lady, because she's so meek, she's so gentle. I'm going to swallow her. I'm going to swallow her whole, like a whole python, right? But again, after much thought and all, and when you serve in a juvenile institution, one thing that you actually, the stories and what the actual incidents the children go through, the girls go through, it hit a lot in my heart. It hit a lot in my heart, because I felt that some of the stories I can resonate to. And it brought back a lot of memories. And it brought back awakening, awareness, that I need to take charge of my life. So I approached Lillian, I remember, in January 2020. And the first thing I remember she said to me is, join Women of Courage Asia, come and join our meeting. And it was the beginning of my journey. And that is why I'm here today, serving in the community. And because of that journey, with that relationship, wanting to join a community, there is a commitment. And the commitment was very simple. Hey, Anita, let's go publish a book. Okay, it was a very simple book of quotes on my part, which resonated to me. And that quote I used was actually to give to a girlfriend. I'll mention her name, Rajika. She was going through something at that time. And I remember when I passed her that quote, and I got a reply immediately. She said, Anita, thank you. I really needed that. So again, 2020 started off very well. It started off on a high. I got 3 amazing daughters who are teenagers and still listen to me. And that for me is so nice, okay? I'm co-author of a book. I'm 2020 is really on the high. You see a V shape, right? I'm on that high. I met people like Lynette. I remember on the day we launched this book, Lynette was the only person and was the only and first person that came up to me, don't know who she was. She said, because they were interviewing me, and she went, would you like me to take some photographs for you and video you? I didn't know that was important. And now, for me, that was really important, because I have archives now. And this was very important, because even though it's a simple book for me, for some, but for me, it was a breakthrough. I don't like writing, and I had to write. So 2020 was great. Amazing for my families. My 3 children collected their O-level results, and the twins collected O's. The eldest collected her A-levels results. They did well. Let's go back to the low of the V. 2018. I wish 2018, 2019 never happened in my life. If I can reset button again, and if I can seek divine power, I'll say, please delete that part of my life. It started off with 2018, where one of my younger children, one of the twins, came back. And when teenagers come back and go, mommy, verbal direct. And when teenagers want to talk to you, right, you really thank the stars, because teenagers do not talk to you. So, and what happened is that, let me go to the next slide. Let me share with you a bit of my story. The next slide. Yeah, this is me. Okay, as I was sharing, my parents, my mom is Chinese. She's as Chinese as can be. My dad is as Indian. That's me, looking beautiful when I was 5. Teacher, graduated. My 3 daughters. Right at the bottom, evidence of interracial marriage. Both my grandparents were there. My grandmas were there. Very important people in my life. Top right hand is one of my passion and love. Going back every month to Kuala Lumpur just to help out with Rohingya refugee children. Okay, we will stop share the slide. Thank you. So let's go down to 2018, 2019. So 2018, this girl came back, my daughter came back. I'm the head prefect of school, Not only head prefect of school, they also made me head of a CCA. Her CCA was Red Cross. A child of 15 years old holding 2 huge portfolios. Huge. And I went, okay. But again, please note that this is not a story of blaming. We're not blaming anyone. This is a story of a mother going through a journey with her teenage daughter. So 2018, she was high, as being so happy, elated about being a head prefect and being a head of CCA. I can see her going to school, and as time went on in 2019, I realized, because this daughter of mine is like me, very similar. She's a giver. People first. As long as people are happy, okay. And she gave so much of herself. She gave so much of herself that she refused even to, sorry, the computer is done. Okay. She refused to ask for help, and she kept giving. And what happened is that when you're a yes person, everybody wants a piece of you. And she ended up writing speeches for her teacher, preparing slides for her teachers, the kind of thing, last minute, like 30 minutes beforehand, say, hey, can you check my slides? Can you do this? Friends were pulling her all different directions. Towards the mid of 2019, the cheerful giver that's always happy, I have 3 daughters, but I have to admit, she's the one of the most helpful and cheerful one. I saw a totally 180 degrees turn. She became angry. She became very, very quiet. And I remember her phone screen was all black. And there was words like death, suicide, life is not worth living. Anything negative that you can think of was on her phone cover. She locked her phone. Normally, she's one person that shares. She locks her phone. She doesn't want to have anything. She'll come back home in the car. She'll sit at the back. Normally, she always sit in the front. She'll sit at the back and just on her screen. And I remember many times, because we have a family Spotify account, and her songs on her playlist was death. How can I kill myself? When can I die? It's better to commit suicide. Rap songs, certain rap songs that condone suicide. As a mother, I was in denial. I said, no lah, maybe it's a phase lah. Every teenager is moody. Every teenager is grumpy. So it was towards the tail end of towards the tail end of 2019, middle of 2019, that I saw this difference. I saw marks, slash marks, cut marks on her hand. And they're not cuts, they're slash. There was slash mark on her thighs. And these are not cut, they are slash. Okay. Again, I came as a fearful mom because I didn't know how to handle this. I mean, I grew up as a teenager. I never had those thoughts, right? I was too positive, so I didn't know how to handle this. And until one day, her twin told me, "Mommy, we got to do something. She needs help." So when I approached her, she was saying, "I don't need help, what's that? I'm normal, No, just stress in school. I think easy, man. Being head prefect, being head of CCA, and all that." And one day, what happened was that Sunday, she attends church, and I picked them up at about 5:30. I saw a different person. When you see your child glaze, I saw a zombie walking. Just don't care if she wakes up in the morning the next day. So that night when I was sitting in my bed, I remember she came up to me and she bolted her eyes out. I think she reached to a point where she couldn't do anything anymore. And she went, "Do you know what happened today, Mommy? During lunchtime? Block 2, Holland V. I stood on the 21st floor at the ledge. And I wrote a goodbye letter to 5 of my friends, to you and to Papa and to my sisters." She went, "I'm so sorry. I really don't want to live because I'm a burden to you. I'm a burden to you. I'm of no significance. I'm useless. Look at my studies. Look at my eldest sister. Look at my twin. They're so much more better. Let's stop the burden, Mommy. Let's end this all." And this is when a mother's strength come in. Remember, I told you I didn't know how to handle this. I'm so good at handling happy children. So what I did was, I do not know where the courage came. I didn't know where the strength came. I told her, I said, you give me 5%. You just tell me you want to live. That's all I need. If that's 1% of you, you just say, I want to live, mommy. I will go the 99% for you. She said, okay, let's try living. So I just took 1%. We did the normal route of, going to see the psychiatrist, seeing psychologists, and became worse because the medication didn't agree. So not all antidepressant medication works on the child the first time. It became worse. There were more slash marks. They're not cuts, they're slash marks. I remember driving her to school. She used to sit in the back and she curled underneath the seat. I can't step into school, mommy. I can't step into school. I can't. 2019 was her O-level year. She's got to sit for O-levels. If you all know O-levels, in my friends in Malaysia, it's SPM. If you don't sit for it, you cannot proceed on. That's what I thought as a mother. And we have always been very academic at home. We don't put pressure on our kids, but we thought basic education, secondary school is important. 6 months of the year, she didn't go to school. We went to school daily, but she'll sit in the back seat, curl in underneath the seat, and cannot come out. And as a mother, I will drive back. I remember watching her sleep because, what if she gets up and she walks out of the house, stand on the 21st floor, and this time really jump? I don't have the set skills to teach my daughter to save her. I don't have it. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not medically trained. I'm only a teacher. But what I forgot, I'm a mother. What I forgot is, as a woman, as a mother, I have enough strength to carry my daughter through. So towards that, we went to see the doctor. We changed the medication. Medication takes 6 weeks before it sets in, the chemical and all. She was okay. Remember I told my daughter, I need you to want to live. Just say, give me 1%. I will travel 99 for you. And we traveled 99 today. We traveled 99 today. We survived. Okay. This girl, for some miracle, she did well for her exams. She made it. She passed. She made it to go to junior college, or what you all call Form 6 in Malaysia. But she decided to take the polytechnic route, which is a diploma route, which I think was the best decision for her. So for a child who was depressed, who could make decision to do a course that would be easier for her, she's doing well. I remember when we collected the result in 2020, January, she did well. She immediately got a job with Uniqlo. The boss loved her. I told her, don't quit. Can you please continue working for us? She's starting her intern on Monday. I got back my daughter. The cheerful one, the helpful one, who's supposed to be here today to help me if Sarah couldn't make it. She said, sure, no problem. I know how to click slides. My daughter lived. I just want to share with y'all, there is hope. When your child is depressed, first thing you got to do is clear your emotions. Take the step of courage. You need to face the giants. And guess what? As a mother, your daughter only needs to say one thing, that she wants to live. And you can go the 99%. And on that note, and that's my story of courage today, that my daughter lived. And I wish the same for all of you, that your child will live, because every mother is strong. Every mother is a woman of courage. And every teenager that's listening out there, I know my daughter's friends are listening. I want to tell you that life is worth living. Just hold on. Just give that 1% and hold on. So on that note, thank you. And these are just some of the suicide, understanding it. Okay, please face the hopelessness. Okay, there's a lot of watch and wait. There's a lot of why me. There's a lot of tick-tock back and forth. These are emotions I went through, and you have to go through it. But come out of it. And the next slide. And this is Karan. Okay, in that picture, that's me going back with the Rohingya refugee children. Okay, and she's there. Okay, below is my work to help the mid and high risk kids today. I'm a co-author. I MC. I sew, and there's Lynette up there. So she was the only one who's going to take photograph with me. Okay, and the best part is now when I go home tonight, I'll be having dinner with my child that left. So it's never an end. So I have, and I am glad I can share this story with you. On that note, I thank you for listening, and I'm going to bring my MC host back, Lynette.
I think you don't go. You deserve a very big hug for sharing your story online.
Yeah.
And I think it just goes to show, that we're all human.
Yep.
We've got emotions. And even though as mummies, or as ladies, we may, or sometimes because of support, that strength that we need to provide to our family, to our children. We go through our emotions. Give us some time. When we get that back, we will be there.
We will be there.
We will be there. And in fact, I mean, that mummyhood journey is something that's amazing.
Yeah.
Something that is like no other. There's no encyclopedia. Nothing that we can refer to. It's not a one size fits all. And I think you've heard from all our sharings how different life can be otherwise if you choose not to listen.
Yeah, and there is strength in this. I just want to encourage the women out there. Every single one of you, there is a beacon of help. There's a beacon of strength in you. So don't put yourself down, okay? If you need support, connect with us, Women Courage Asia. PM us. You are watching live now on our Facebook page, Women Courage Asia Facebook page, YouTube live. All the sharing today that you hear, the story of courage, the expertise sharing, we learn what we call from the V model. Okay, we are all coached. We are all learned to share our story. See, whenever you share your story, like how she shared the expertise, we share from a victor's point of view. Okay, because that's how we need to share our story. We need to share our story from a victor's point of view, and we need to share a story of courage to encourage another lady. That's why we're doing this today. Okay, we're celebrating our 2nd anniversary in a very different form, in a very, very different light. I think we tried to persuade Lillian and go, no need lah.
Can we just condense it?
Can we
like
just condense it? Like a normal monthly empowerment meeting, 2 hours, we pak liao, we finish liao.
and like the boot camp goes, we got booted.
Like the boot camp goes, we got booted, right? Yeah, so again, but Lillian being Lillian, as I always say, she's very quiet, she may be very meek, but she stood firm and she led. She knew the group of us here, we needed the community, the people out there needed to hear our story, either the expertise or the story of courage. And she put her foot down in a very gentle way. She didn't storm.
No storming. It's just like, just do it.
Yeah, just
that few words, just do it. That 3 meant a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of overtime.
Tell me about it.
A lot of overtime because all of us are volunteers. It's not a full-time profession in that sense.
It's not.
We have a full-time life as well.
Yeah, and we don't have. I'm going to show you this. I know it's very. I'm going to show you Carol here. Okay, I'm going to walk around with this. I do not know how good this is. Battery is fine. Let me bring far. I'm going to walk around here and show you certain people. Okay, I know it's not very but I really want us.
Some leaders are hiding already.
Okay. As you can see, this is Carol. The whole day you can see the banners and all. This is a lady ticking it. Okay, we got Jack over there. Okay. Okay, Jack has been. Where are you, Jack? Hi, Jack. Where are you? Okay, that's Jack. Jack has been in charge of our MC and all that. That they've been chatting the whole day. She even brought us sushi. I'm gonna go around. I mean, it takes a team. We got Brenda. I can't see Brenda. Okay, Brenda decided to borrow the cap. She's the co-founder. Okay, so this, and we got many more people right at the back that we will not sabotage them.
Sabotage them, yeah. Some of them you could see that they are running.
Yeah. Okay, so that's us. That's us. We have no technical degree, but what we do is that we have available, and that's who we are. Okay, and on that note, we will play some commercials for you, and then we have our final segment. There's a panelist discussion that we're going to go to talk to 4 amazing women about building a community. So stay back. We'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, play on, Sarah. See, I told you, right? Didn't I just confess that we have no expertise?
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. You turned 2 today. Congratulations. I'm Jacqueline, a community leader of Women of Courage Asia. I'm so happy and proud to be part of this young, inspiring, and vibrant community. A community of women who are there for each other, supporting and motivating each other through good and bad times, through ups and downs. You know, my biggest takeaway being part of this community is that you can genuinely have a community of women who are there for each other, no airs, no judgment. So that is, very refreshing. What do? I'm a corporate services professional, and I help aspiring entrepreneurs to set up their companies in Singapore, understand the Singapore laws and requirements, accounting, tax, payroll, business advisory. So if you're looking at or thinking of wanting to set up a company or start a business, look for me. In the meantime, back to more important things. Happy birthday again, Women of Courage Asia. Looking forward to many, many more years to come, and so happy that we get to celebrate this together and that you have joined us too as well.
Okay, let me introduce you.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. Thank you so much for inspiring and empowering women like myself within our community. And I wish that you will keep shining and keep on inspiring. My name is Catherine, and I'm a community leader with Women of Courage Asia. I'm a financial services consultant with Manulife Financial Advisors. My work is to help protect lives, ensuring individuals have sufficient coverage and be prepared for life uncertainties. I also like to work with individuals on future planning and add value in areas of wealth creation. As Women of Courage Asia continue to empower women in our community, I hope you will spread the word and join us in helping women who may be in need. See you around at our events. Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia.
Hi, happy birthday. Well, here's wishing you a really happy and wonderful birthday, and cheers to more wonderful years to come. Hi everybody. I'm Wendy from Community Leader with Women of Courage, and there were so many challenges along the way, but well, we made it. Well, the greatest takeaway I have is that we do not learn from experience, but we learn from reflecting on experiences. And no matter what happens, if you have a troop to encourage you along the way, you will be able to do more and achieve more. And well, I'd like to say be empowered with the Women of Courage events. Happy birthday once again.
Okay, I think we're coming back online. Yes. All right, we're back online. And the next segment that we have here is a panel discussion, which is on self-leadership. Being a female community builder, how have they actually adopted self-leadership as a female community builder? It is said that behind every woman, There is a tribe of other women who would support her, love her, push her to be her absolute best, yet stick to her even when she's at her absolute worst. And I think the stories that have shown, that have come through, the journey that the Women of Courage Asia has been through from the start till now is actually testament of what we just shared. A tribe of other women who choose to collaborate, who refuse to get jealous, but really to celebrate each other's success. A tribe of women who have just each other's back, as always. I think as we have also shown in the program from this morning of 9 a.m. We have here today with us 3 amazing women who have built women communities. Even now, as we celebrate our 2nd anniversary, it's a challenge for us to step out of our comfort zone and to do something different, radically different, something that we've not done before. So I think without further ado, let me bring on Carol, who will be the moderator for the next panel discussion that's with fellow female community builders. Carol? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lynette. And I want to say thank you so much to every one of you who is watching us today and since the morning as well. And I would like to extend this message of gratitude to Anita, who has just shared with us her story of courage. I'm actually very, very glad to be part of this women community. What Lynette has said earlier is 100% true, because behind every single woman, there is a tribe of women who is there to support. And this is what we are here to do. And this panel discussion, we're going to bring on 3 amazing ladies who have decided to build women community to support the growth and empower women to take their next step towards a better life. Now, before I bring them onto the screen, I would like to introduce and share with you who they are. Then you have an understanding of the current situation, and then later on we will ask them in terms of why they started building this community. And if you have any questions, we would like this session to be as interactive as possible. Put in onto the chat, ask away. At the end of the panel discussion, we will be there to answer your question. So we have 3 panelists today. They are Christine Lu from NRSC, the founder of NRSC. And then we have the second panelist is Miss Bae Teck Cheng, and she is the president for WINGS. And last but not least, we have our very last panelist, who is none other than Lilian Ong, the founder of Women of Courage Asia. So let me just bring on Christine. Teck Cheng. Yes. Okay, Christine, hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Carol.
Hey, thank you for coming on. Everybody, let me introduce Christine. Christine is a divorcee with 3 kids. She's retrenched from a high-paying job, who then faced financial instability and eventually lost hope. Overcoming all odds, the motivated and high-spirited Christine replaced her problems with an inspiration to create a community to support and empower women. Her key strength is having the desire to be successful in achieving targets and goals, believing by working hard and smart, one can achieve them. Christine also believes that the keys to success are being able to multitask and be passionate in whatever she does. The beliefs had led Christine to be disciplined and staying committed to her goals. Christine is also a strong advocate in the parenting and charity community. She is an optimistic individual and loves giving back to the society. Thank you for joining us today, Christine. And the next panelist I would like to bring up would be Miss Bae Teck Cheng, and she is currently the president for WINGS. And that means WINGS is actually, in short, for Women's Initiative for Aging Successfully. The only non-profit in Singapore that empowers women to age well through programs focused on physical and emotional health, financial security, and forming meaningful connections within the community. She is passionate in unlocking opportunities presented by increasing longevity for individuals and the community. Hi, Teck Cheng. Thank you so much for joining us today. Would you say hello
Hi,
to
everybody.
please? Hi. Thank you. And the last panelist, which is, as I mentioned earlier, is none other than Ms. Lilian Ong, the founder of Women of Courage Asia. And also Class Leading, which are both women inspiring and empowering platforms. She's a mother of 2 youths. She's also the author of A Woman of Courage, Breaking the Fear Barrier. A courage coach, mentor, speaker, and she has touched thousands of lives through sharing her story of courage, both locally and overseas. She volunteers in humanitarian and social work projects around the region, including female juvenile institutions locally. Having struggled with self-doubt and fear, she battled with postnatal depression, body image issues, and attempted suicide. Her mission now is to inspire and empower women to break through and to get unstuck from her vicious cycles of fear, self-doubt, and limiting beliefs to live the life of courage, purpose, and significance, and get the results that they want in their personal or professional lives through the proprietary, the Courage Blueprint. And of course, Women of Courage Asia, providing that community support. Lilian, hi, hello. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you for taking time, all of you, Teck Cheng, Christine as well, for spending your Saturday afternoon with Women of Courage Asia. And I'm very, very excited for all your support by coming on to support women. Because traditionally, in the past, women are pit against each other. And for all three of you to come out to build a community, it is actually very inspiring. We are actually setting the pace and actually spreading a big message to the entire world that together we are strong. So let's let the audience get to know you a little bit better. Tell us about yourself. Why did you decide to build a women's community? Who would like to start first? How about we start with Lilian?
Oh, I thought we were going to let our guests go first. Yeah, my story was a story why I decide to build a women's community. I didn't plan it, yeah, but it was a personal journey, personal breakthrough that I went through in my own personal development journey and the awakening of the courage in me, which when I gained that freedom, that liberty, and wanting to show how my children could learn courage, and that's one thing led to the other. As I begin to share my personal experience with the women around me, and they got inspired, they got motivated, and that's how it grew organically, actually. Yeah, and you saw earlier in the video that I approached Brenda to support me. So yeah, that's how it all began.
What about you, Christine? What's your story, and why did you decide to build NRSC?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Carol. I also want to thank Lilian from Women of Courage Asia inviting me for this session. I founded a Neuron Cerebral Club in July last year, and I used to climb the corporate level, successful, hitting my targets and earning a 5-figure income every month. However, things doesn't last long in the corporate world, and I was retrenched while I was going through my divorce. It was tough. As I was still applying for a loan from the bank for my house. I have to move out from my metropolitan house, living with friends randomly. So running around houses to whoever my girlfriends want to adopt me for a few nights. And I'm always away from my children as I cannot afford to take care of myself at the moment. I was devastated and depressed. Suicide thoughts are in my mind, drinking every night, trying to find identity for myself. But I was blessed with good friends around. They're giving me support. And, after knowing what happened to me, they meet up with me, giving me some opportunities and ideas. I even went to be a delivery woman, helping my friend to deliver stuff at hot admin jobs for them as long as I can survive. And I found a job that is less than what I'm earning previously, but I took it up anyway to find survival. And this job actually helped me in my journey, knowing more and gaining more exposure to new networks, media production, or even live show. And this also strikes me to start NRSC because during COVID, I can see many friends coming to me, telling me their issues, abusive relationship, money issue, retrench. And since I always think that I'm a problem solver, right, and a multitasker. Even though I don't have an answer now, I will always find ways to help my friends. So I know that if I am, they are willing to take one step forward to share, they deserve a listening ear and help from us. So Niran Secret Club was created to create a platform and community for the ladies to come together, to empower one another, to build connection and creating opportunities from a personal to a business level. So in Niran Secret Club, we focus to nurture, to be responsible, spontaneous in the community, and have compassion in whatever we are doing to grow this community. So I believe that, we do not take things for granted. We love and we appreciate things around us. Gratitude can make us a better person. Yeah, thank you.
Indeed. I can't agree with you more. And what about you, Teck Ching? What's the reason that you decided to build Wings?
Yeah, so firstly, thank you, Women of Courage, for inviting me to this session. I'm your average Singaporean, right? Born, bred locally, study hard, work hard in my corporate career, got married, and was truly expecting myself to continue on this life trajectory until I retire into my silver years. Yeah? So on this day, exactly 10 years ago, I gave birth to my princess. I remember the scene very well, how the doctors and nurses set up the place, they jabbed me with epidural, and then hearing the first cry. I even remembered asking the doctor, oh, so that's it? All done? Next moment, they passed me, my girl, right? All bundled up. So this is the first time where I thought something seemed different from what I was expecting, because my friends have showed me pictures or videos of them holding their baby who are naked. So why is my girl bundled up? So, cut the long story short, the fact is my child is born healthy, but with a congenital condition that comes with a limb difference. So my journey in the months after actually made me realize, right, woman has really multiple roles to play. We are mother to nurture our child. We are daughter to aging parents, a soulmate to our partner, a professional in our own right, whether at the workplace or in the family. And we ourselves are undergoing through transition and changes ourselves. And sometimes we invest in ourselves. So if I myself isn't happy, healthy, or fulfilled, I won't be able to positively impact and care for those around me. It also become very apparent to me that if I want my child to live an unconstrained life, live courageously, I myself need to be courageous too. Yep, and that's when I really want women around me, women in Singapore, in the community, to be empowered while navigating their various life stages, to unlock the opportunities and the possibilities, right? Especially on aging, where the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, they are a liability in society, which is something that I want to change the perception, and I believe that it doesn't have to be so. And that's how I first got myself involved in the community through Wings.
Yeah, I actually, here really agree with you in terms of investing in yourself, because I think a lot of the times the women we are not given that guidance to constantly invest in ourselves to actually to move forward. I think we just lost Christine there for a second. No, not a problem. If we can, just move on.
Sorry, Carol. Sorry, Carol. You want to come closer to the mic? You want to speak louder? Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, slightly better.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to find out from you. We lost Christine here for a minute. We'll just wait for her to come back on. The thing for us, for International Women's Day is we're talking about self-leadership. We're also talking about really rising through to changes, right? And all three of you are currently community leaders in your own right. Being the head of your individual community. And I wanted to find out from you, what does leadership mean for you in the past? And what does leadership mean to you right now? Who would like to go first? So we start with Christine first this time.
All right. Okay, I think previously in the corporate world is all about targets and KPIs for me. Sometimes it can be so unrealistic and stressful. For those who in the corporate world, they will know. Leadership in the corporate world can be quite intimidating and restricted, I would felt. But I must say, I have learned a lot of the leadership skills in the corporate world as they have professional teams to actually train us. This has definitely helped me in my current role as an entrepreneur. But now I can plan my time accordingly and have more time for myself and children. It's all about self-learning and personal growth to the people I meet now. I can now choose positivity more wisely as a leader. Leadership is much easier when I let my team explore their work and express themselves freely through their creativity and flexibility. I believe we can do much more without any restriction, giving them more freedom to create wonders in NRSC. Leadership is having the correct mindset, act on it, and be committed to each and every aspect of the business. We are who they see, walk the talk is the key for being a leader. So now this is, how I feel.
What about you?
Thank you.
What about you, Teck Chin? What does leadership mean to you in the past and now? What's the difference?
Well, I used to prefer that leadership be left to those people with very charismatic personality, right? People who are subject matter experts and super competent in what they do, stand out there, be seen and be heard, and get things done. Leadership to me now means something quite different. I mean, if I'm passionate about a cause or passionate about something, I should get into action, right? Be the change you want to be and bring people along with you in that journey. I mean, I truly believe that don't wait for the next guy or the next gal beside you to get things done. Yeah.
Yeah, I truly agree with you because as I say, leadership is a journey. I will just add on a little bit of my comment after I hear Lillian's answer. What does leadership mean to Lillian? And what does it mean to you in the past and right now?
Well, in the past, leadership, this word is not in my vocabulary. Yeah, I don't even, I resonate with Teck Cheng. It's like, it's not for me, it's for people who are a certain qualification, a certain experience and accolades and things like that. So yeah, I don't even think about leadership, that's too big a word for me. But over time and over the experiences in life, this word leadership has meant very differently to me now. It means walking the talk. It means positively influencing one person at a time. Yeah. So in a nutshell, that's what leadership means to me. Influencing one person at a time.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. Well, I really have to agree with all three of you because in the past, being an introvert myself, leadership is someone who look a certain way, who walks a certain way, who carry herself a certain way, and women who are leaders, in the past, I've always thought that she would be someone who is incredibly smart, someone who's a natural, who would gather people together. Unfortunately, to me, leadership was nothing in my vocabulary as well. I wanted to actually blend into it right now. And I'm sure this is actually the kind of sentiments a lot of women are feeling right now. The word leadership kind of scares them. Right? So earlier in the day, we have a panel discussion with female entrepreneurs. For entrepreneurs, always have this certain mindset. The entrepreneurs, they are already natural born leaders. So that's what we wanted to hear from the three of you, the reading community, and what leadership really means for women. We want to, in fact, for me, I would say I would want to challenge the word leadership. So that's the reason why this question. I really feel thankful for your contribution and your voice in what leadership means to you. It's really inspiring to the women who are listening in today. And I would like to know, what would you say was the biggest challenge you had to overcome to be who you are today? Who would like to start first?
Let me be next then, right? Since I said come into action, let me be next. I would say the biggest challenge I had to overcome myself is actually being too self-critical, right? I'm that type of student which my classmate will hate me. If I get 99 upon 100, I will beat myself up for the 1 mark, right? So I'm also somebody who tends to procrastinate till I have a perfect plan, right? So you can see that perfectionist streak in me. So don't get me wrong. I think as a leader, we need to be accountable and we need to be planful. But I also learned over time in this self-cultivation, self-leadership that I need to celebrate success, need to celebrate effort, right? I also need to learn to fail and have this growth mindset, right? It's okay if I don't get it perfect this time, but I will do it better next time. And it's really a mantra now that it's better to be done, better to get done than to be perfect, because when I wait for perfection, sometimes nothing gets done, right? So really taking that first step in that journey of 1,000 miles, that's something I have to overcome, and I'm still reminding myself time and again that I should not wait for the perfect plan before I take action.
Well, I'll go in the middle. I think for me, the biggest challenge is stepping out and showing up. That is my greatest challenge, is in action, and the willingness to step out of the comfort zone. Yeah, because stepping out means put myself out there, and that is something very scary for me. Yeah, and again, I think it boils back to the self-confidence. Yeah, the self-identity, the self-worth. So the challenge was to first of all discover myself, because if I can't lead myself, I don't think I can lead others. So yeah, that was my greatest challenge, my biggest challenge to overcome.
What about you, Christine? What would you say is the biggest challenge that you had to overcome to be where you are today?
Yeah, to overcome to be who I am today, I think the biggest challenge I had was to let go. Of course, my children financially, and my friends will always say that, oh, I am very noble to give my matrimony house, my car, my children, even a maintenance fee for my ex. But I learned that in life, all these material stuff are just unrealistic. And yes, it keep us safe and comfortable, but it might not give us happiness. Like previously, when I was earning a 5 figure, I spent a lot of branded good, luxury. I am not happy. I felt empty and lonely. By making the first step to step out from my marriage was to first let my children stay with their caregiver, which is their grandparents. People can say I am irresponsible, but I would say that if I am not able to take care of myself in wellness and financially, how can I take care of my children? As long as I can restart my life and with the inner well-being, I will be able to have abundance in my new life. We need to let go of negativity, manifest, and the universe will give you what you want. I cannot vouch that everything that I've done before was worth it. It has drilled me and shaped me to a better person. And I believe that loving yourself, the universe will love you back. So yeah, the biggest challenge previously was to let go, and now I learn to let go and manifest.
Wow. That is actually pretty profound, and thank you for sharing so wholeheartedly, because the thing is, a lot of women, we tend to have a lot of nuances and internal conversations that we have in our head, and telling us, it's if there's any challenge, that means maybe we can't do it, maybe we wait for someone else to do it, and maybe if I just ignore it, then the problem might go away. But in actual fact, life isn't this way, and women don't realize how powerful we are. And another thing is, as I mentioned earlier, when I hear from the three of you, then the women, we should invest a lot in ourselves. For Christine, you have invested a lot in yourself, in your personal growth. Like for you taking, you have community that you want to actually get women to invest in themselves, to be financially viable, right? And also for Lillian as well, the reason why you start out Women of Courage Asia is to encourage women to continue our own personal growth, because it is through personal growth that we actually grow, and then we can go out and impact and influence the people around us. So why is it important for women to invest in themselves? If you can share with us, with the audience today, why is it important, in your opinion, for women to continue investing in themselves? Lilian, would you like to go first?
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
Why is it important for women to invest in themselves? I learned this through personal experience again, because like I mentioned earlier, I struggle with a lot of self-doubt and limiting beliefs, right? And all the fears and all that. So if and to add on to that, stepping out of my comfort zone was another challenge. So the whole process was very challenging to have to experience a breakthrough if I did not invest in myself. So the first step was the most challenging. But when I took that first step to invest in myself, I began to gain awareness. I begin to discover about myself. I begin to explore and the different things that I'm able to do, that, hey, I actually can do this, and progressively, as I invest more and more, then I begin to discover more potential in me, and that builds up my low self-esteem, low self-worth, and the value and all that. So it's the first step in investing in yourself. Yeah, that was very challenging, but which is why it's so important, because once you take that first step, and then you begin to learn more and discover more about yourself. Yeah.
Thank you for that. What about you, Teck Ching?
Yeah, I mean, I find this question very interesting, right? I mean, I seldom hear it asked to men or youth, why are they investing in themselves? Or why should they invest in themselves? I mean, the truth is, everybody should never stop learning or stop growing, right? Regardless of age and gender. And it allows us to discover our potential, to live out our potential as individual. Yeah, in this case, women. And the other thing that is quite unique about women is also that we often pride ourselves in the role that we play in the family and in the society. And investing in ourselves is actually not being selfish, right? Prioritizing ourselves is actually not being selfish. It's really about empowering ourselves, take charge of our role, so that we can make a bigger impact in the family or in the society. I think that's the mindset shift that women should have about investing in themselves.
What about you, Christine? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, firstly, I think of course we need to stay fabulous to look good, right? And you will feel good. There's always no ugly woman, only lazy woman. So when you dress and look good, you will have the radiance and confidence that will grow from within. Even you are feeling down, when you dress up, you will feel better. That's why you have another investment, that would be mindfulness. Invest in upgrading your skills and knowledge. Go for short courses, meet the experts, and learn how they thrive in life. Buy them a drink or pick some ideas out from their brain. Invest in yourself. Always learn. Learning is a journey, no matter how old we are, right? I am always learning from my children, the younger generation, always listening to people that are older from us to hear and learn their experiences. That's why we have, various workshops, go for yoga, cooking, dancing. Your well-being from within play a very big part in your life. A correct mindset with action and commitment will transform your life tremendously. That's why you need to invest in yourself.
I couldn't agree with you more. And
Yeah.
besides investing in ourselves, and sometimes we tend, sometimes women, we just don't really know how to go about doing it, and we always somehow, I think it's an inbuilt thing in us that we like to have company, right? I will remember in the past, the teacher asking us, how come we have to go toilets in pairs? Women tend to gravitate towards each other. I think it's just an inbuilt thing, an innate thing for us being women. And that is the reason why, I believe that all three of you have to set up a community. But, why do you think being in a community is important? Pei-Chen, would you like to start this time out?
Yeah, I think, sure. Being in the community definitely allow each of us to seek support, mutual support and help from the network. Personally, I think it also offers me a different perspective, right? Which sometimes is very helpful in reframing my personal situation. I think by talking, by sharing, by leaning in on each other, that's that breakthrough that can happen. And I think also humans are social creature by nature. We want to be part of that larger whole, whether it's going to the toilet together or something else. And I think we also want to know that we have made a difference to somebody around us. I think that give us meaning, give us purpose in
Thank you. What about you, Christine? What's your
Yeah, when you talk about toilet, yesterday I just went to toilet with two of my other girlfriends. So three of us actually squeezed inside the toilet. And yes, I totally agree with you, right? Yeah, because too often when we see strong, successful women, they are so powerful, so confident, so self-assurance, right? But we do not see things that behind that front, the fierce front they have. In a human being with her own stress or struggles, failures, and vulnerability, right? So this is where a community comes in. We want to create a sisterhood of like-minded, strong women on the go who rise together by lifting each other up. So whichever shape you may be, right, a community can actually provide opportunities for members to connect on a personal or professional level. Of course, without any prejudice or judgment. A community of sisterhood, friendship, and potential business partner to create a platform to exchange ideas and personal development and business growth. So that's where we have, events and workshop to talk about life, talk about business, talk about health together as a community. So that's why a community is very important to grow for women like us. Yeah.
Thank you for that. What about you, Lilian? Would you share with us your wisdom in terms of why being in a community is so important?
Well, I think first of all, it was important to me. There are a few reasons to me. First of all, it was because of a community support that I was able to walk out of my depression. I was able to go through that journey in recovering, recuperating, and healing, right? Yeah. So that journey itself, I didn't do it alone. I was with a few friends, a small community, a connecting mothers support group, and a few girlfriends. So that itself is a community of support. And being in a community, I also begin to see beyond myself. So I begin to see from different perspective. Life is not just about me, I, and myself. And like I mentioned just now, once you start to invest in yourself, you start to learn what you are able to do. Those things, those capabilities, or those potential, those gifts and talents, it's not meant for you and not meant for yourself. It's meant to give away and benefit others. So being a community give you that opportunity to do that, to share what you learn about yourself, that gift and talents with others who need it, and likewise you receive from the other person as well of what you don't, what you need. So yeah, perspectives and like iron sharpening iron as well, like what we do here in Women of Courage Asia. We challenge each other so much, and because of that challenge, we realize that, hey, we can actually do this, with the support of the community. So yeah, it brings out the potential in us. Yeah.
Yeah, I really resonate with what the three of you have said earlier. Because to be frank, without the support of women, friends in particular, female girlfriends in particular, I really wouldn't be standing here today. I don't know if you had a chance to listen in to sharing earlier in the day. There was a period of time that I was so down that I wanted to attempted suicide. If it's not for a girlfriend and say, hey, stop being depressed, right? You need to do something for yourself, lift yourself up, seek help, and not to be not to actually wallow in self-pity. And it's very, very important because when you're in that zone, you really need to have a community, a girlfriend, a woman who understand you and tell you, say, hey, a sister, say, hey, shake you up and say, get a group, let's seek help and take the next step to betterment. And I couldn't agree more because this is what community is doing. for everyone. Because in the past, before the pandemic, all of us, our individual communities are actually doing our own things. And I'm very, very thankful for today because of the pandemic, we're able to come together, 3 communities sharing information so that we can lock arms together to impact more women as together, right? As a team, as womanhood. There's no such thing as, this is mine and this is yours and let's not mix. But then also looking at what the 3 of you are doing right now, right? We are heading a community. And I'm sure there's a lot of time that's been put into building this community. So I'm also very curious to know how do you strike a balance between your family, your business, the community services, all the mission or the ministry work that you are doing. How do you strike a balance? Because I think this is what a lot of women are actually struggling with right now at this time and date. I have no time. Usually the common phrase that comes, I have no time. So how do you do it? Maybe you can help us to share with all the women who are listening to us today. How do you balance it? What have you done? So Ting, would you like to be the one to start with this question then?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm of course very thankful for having a very strong support network to enable me to do what I do today. So my husband, my daughter, who is now 10 years old today, my sister, my parents and in-laws who are both seniors and healthy seniors. That kind of also allows me to have the mind space to do some of this work, right? Of course, like you said, girlfriends, mentors who along the way have helped me, guide me, give me tips, teach me what to look out for. So I think all those help. Strong support network, mentorship network, whether formal or informal, definitely help. I personally also believe that there's a season to everything. If this is the season where I need to prioritize my family, let's say because of a health emergency in my family, I think I would have to shift the balance. There's no doubt about it. Women can have it all, right? Just in different proportion at different season in life. That's what I personally believe. And I think the wonderful thing about building a community is that the very community that you have nurtured or built will carry on the good work and the cause. I've seen in rings women who are 80 years old, very, very active in the community and really living what rings is about, right? Living successfully, aging successfully. And they themselves have a group of women that come together occasionally and uplift each other in the aging process. I think that's the power of being a community.
Thank you. What about you, Christine?
Totally agree with Teck Ching, right? We have all the community leaders who are willing to step forward to help build this community, empower one another in this group. So entrepreneur, you guys also know time management is very important. Even now we are still talking and working, right? But after that, we still need to plan for our children dinner, time together. So what I would say that as an entrepreneur, as a community leader, we can actually plan a lot of things in advance. Plan your time accordingly, because we don't know, we are working like almost 24 hours a day, to be honest. But by proper time management, I think we will definitely be able to juggle our family, our businesses, and whatever mission that we are doing, and get your family involved. Like, charity work, bring my children or even bring my mom, get them involved in workshops that we have. Lillian and Carol, you see my daughter coming to help me in the workshop. So get them involved, and community leaders getting them involved, segregate the time. I think it will be more meaningful than when you're working 8 hours in a corporate world. So I think, that's how we need to do, get together, plan stuff together, and you do this, we do this, that's all. It's a community, as you said. We need to help one another to grow. Yeah.
What about
Well,
you?
yeah. For me, I learn by doing reflection, right? I always advocate that you learn by reflection. And on the hindsight, when I reflect upon my life, when people ask me, Lillian, where you find all the time to do this, do that, do this, do that, right? And I realized that, and I came up with this system called the POSS system, POSS. Yeah, it actually show me how I actually use my time. Yeah. So with that POSS system, right? P as in the personal time, O as in opportunity time, S as in shared time, and the other S is scheduled time. Like, Christine talked about planning, right? That's scheduling and all that. Yeah. So I realized that I find time within time, or some say you multiply time. Yeah. And I do agree with you. I think that's what most of us do here. We quite a number of us have our children with us, our daughters with us. Yeah, that's shared time. That's opportunity time, to get them involved, to do community work together and bonding together. Yeah. So that's one system that I learned and reflected, and I learned that, that's how I use my time. And prioritizing is very critical, because everybody wants a piece of you, everybody wants your time. So how do you divide yourself? Yeah. So prioritizing is another factor. Then
Yeah. Well, okay, before we have move on to our final question for this panel discussion, I want to take this opportunity to bring this focus back to the audience. All right. So, ladies who are listening in right now, if you have any questions for any of our panelists, so I will encourage you to put in your comment on the chat box here so that we can flash it up onto the screen for the panelists to answer your questions. So while you're doing that, I would like to take this opportunity, to say hi to some of the ladies who have logged in, who have commented as well. So we have Hyojin, the courageous woman. Yes, indeed. That's all three courageous panelists here. And we have, in fact, Hyojin actually gave us quite a lot of comment as well. She needs to take care of ourselves first, indeed. Right? And also, we are all leaders of our own life. And she also mentioned leadership is influencing one at a time. And one growth mindset is important. So this is all, in agreement with what you have just shared. You have just impacted a life of a lady here. And of course, the first step is the most difficult part. And then we have this is Nicole. Nicole, she's actually one of the community leaders in Courage Asia. She's saying investing in ourselves is really, really important. And what's next? Okay. And Hyojin, she said we need support from others to help us achieve breakthrough. Right? And this is actually what I love the most, sisterhood. The community is sisterhood. And by all of you being here, we're actually being sisters to each other as women. So let's see if we have any, for ladies who are watching this, do we have any questions for our panelists? Please put in onto the chat itself. So while we're waiting for this to come on, then I would also like to move on to our final question for this panel discussion. Yeah, I'm really, I've learned so much from the three of you and this afternoon. So the last question I'd like to ask is that, in a few words, do share with the audience the benefits of being in your community. Because from what you have said, your individual communities are also targeted at different women with different needs as well. So we also want to take this opportunity to help to reach out to other women who may be struggling on her own and is needing some kind of help, so that she can be accepted into one of our communities, so that we can continue to help her in terms of growth and to lead her to where she wants to be. So in a few words, just share with us, what is the benefit of being in your community? Christine, would you like to start this time?
Okay, so like what other communities do, they want to bring the ladies together, and for us it will also be both personal and business level to develop themselves. Of course, we do have every Tuesday and Thursday live at 8 p.m. We stay fabulous, we also stay mindfulness. So we also offer marketing services for our members, exclusive networking events, workshop. We also have profiling services for the members, online platform for them to connect. So do follow us on Facebook and IG. Or even our website to find out more. You can also connect with me offline via my own Facebook IG account. And of course, I want to thank Women of Courage Asia and Lillian again for this opportunity to share with other wonderful and awesome women today. Yeah.
Thank you. What about you, Teck Cheng?
Right. Wings empowers women aged 40 and above to age well and live well. So we offer a range of programs to promote well-being at the health, physical health, mental health, emotional, and financial security. Aging is a natural transition we all will go through. It doesn't have to be overwhelming. It may sound scary, but it doesn't have to be overwhelming, right? We want to empower every woman to live a long and fulfilled life. So the future you will thank you for taking action today. Thank you.
Vivian?
Yeah, I think your banner behind you speaks a lot. We are all about moving from fear to courage, you know, breaking fear barriers. And we work a lot on the mindset. Yeah, the mindset and the skill set. So there's a lot of opportunity for coaching, mentoring, you know, discovering about yourself, you know, tearing down a lot of limiting beliefs. So our community is really very focused on, you know, getting you unstuck from that fear and limiting beliefs. Yeah, I mean, those of us who are in the community here can resonate with that. And the very fact that we are doing this right now, that we're able to put this whole thing together, is actually stepping out of our comfort zone, breaking limiting beliefs. Yeah, practicing courage, practicing being courageous. So because I believe that, you know, courage is the most important virtue, because Maya Angelou says that. And you know, with you know, if you're able to practice courage consistently, yeah, the other virtues, you know, yeah, radically, but courage is the one that, you know, you want to be consistently practicing it. So our community is very focused on that, and all our trainings, workshops, mentoring, coaching are all very focused on getting you practicing being courageous. Yeah.
Wow, I mean, thank you
And
so much.
not forgetting our monthly empowerment meeting. Yeah, that is free for all to join. Yeah, every last Tuesday of the month. Yeah, they can have an experience of what it is like at our monthly empowerment meeting. Yes.
Yeah, well, as for the month of March, you know, this is actually considered an extended version of the money empowerment meeting. And, you know, I'm just standing here, you know, speaking to the three of you, and really in awe in all the things that you have achieved and going to achieve, and also going forward to empowerment, to empower more women. So I think we have a couple of comments that came in. Okay, so we have one again, you know, from Kyojin, you know, from fear to courage. Yes, thank you for that. Right.
Yes.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for you coming on this Saturday afternoon to join us, and really for sharing your heart. And I really feel your sincerity in terms of that, of betterment for other women as well. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Teck Cheng, and thank you, Lilian, for coming on for this panel discussion. So with that, you know, I will hand the floor back to our MCs, Anita and Lynette.
Thank you, Carol, for
Thank you
courage.
so much, Lilian, Teck Cheng, and Christine. You know, for I think I personally feel it is. You correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's harder to build a community than to be an entrepreneur. Because entrepreneur, I feel it's just business and, you know, a little bit. But I think community, you take care of lives. So I want to salute Christine, Teck Cheng, and Lilian, you know, for, you know, taking care of lives, women lives, you know. So thank you for sharing. Do stay in touch with us, okay? Do come back, you know, and do invite us, and we go and you visit, you know, on that note. So have a great day, ladies. And
Thank you.
it just finished raining, so you can go off. Okay, let's finish. Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. And we are not done.
We have the spot. This is the last segment.
This is the last, promise you last one. Promise, last one. And you need to hear from this lady, okay? And she just ran. And Brenda went, oi. Okay, this is how real we are.
She was like, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it sounds like an elephant. Go, 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 go.
We're in heels, right?
Yeah. What's wrong with you, child?
Okay.
We're still live?
Yeah,
we're not finished. So you need to hear now, okay? No more from us. Why aren't you in the frame? Okay. No more from us. Okay, now you're going to hear Leland. You're going to hear her heart. Okay, you're going to hear her heart. You're going to hear her why. Okay, and then you are going to hear her closing address. Let me introduce you, our friend, our founder, our mentor, our dear darling, who has did this. Button pusher. Can I add that? Feet stomper. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. What kind of woman are you? You're a woman of courage. Okay. Anyway, please let me pass this time to Lillian. You need the slides. Okay, we will do the slide.
Hang on, sorry, we just swap.
Okay. Anyway, Sarah will be putting up the slides for you. And ladies and gentlemen, closing address. After that, we're eating cake. Okay? Lillian Ong, please.
Thank you. Glad I'm back here again. Yeah, so, wow, okay, the slides is already up. As you can see, Sarah has put up the slides for our vision and mission. But before I go there, yeah, Sarah, maybe you want to take off the slide first. I just want to thank everyone who had come forward to, I know especially all our ladies, all 15 ladies that have shown up today. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for stepping out. Thank you for showing up and to demonstrate and to show what courage looks like, right? Because I know many of you have the fear of public speaking. And like Lynette said, button pusher. I mean, it's for your own good.
She can actually say that. She actually said that some more.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you heard her story. You heard how each one share their vulnerability. You heard each one share their fears. You heard each one share their struggles and how they overcome their adversity, how they overcome their challenges. And I think that is something that calls for a celebration. And that is what we are doing here. We are celebrating the success. We are celebrating the breakthroughs. We are celebrating, all the victories that all the ladies have gone through. So I really want to thank every female speaker, every lady who has stepped up and show up to share your stories, share your expertise. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for overcoming that fear, because to put yourself out there, to share your vulnerability is a challenge itself. And because you face the fear of being judged, the fear of being criticized, there are so many other fears, that you may be struggling in your head, but you chose to step forward because courage is a choice to face fear, to take committed and intentional action in the face of fear. So I want to affirm you for that. I'm very, very proud of all of you. The very first time when I see your reaction, when I asked, to share your story, I saw the horror in your face, the fear that went through in your face. But look at you right now. Look at you today. Look at all of you today. You spoke, you show up, and you spoke and you share. I think that is the most important thing, that our audience out there can learn from you and be inspired by you, by all your sharing. So once again, I want to thank all of you for doing that. And all those who are behind the scene, they are not forgotten because they show up too. All the technical support and all the things that they may not be familiar with. And because you show up, and because you show up, you realize that you can learn things fast. You are a fast learner, and things are not like, it's not, maybe not rocket science, and you could do it. So kudos to all who are behind the scene as well. And I know Sarah, especially behind, controlling the slides and all that. So to wrap things up, for those of you who may just join our session, this is a community where we support each other, where we push each other out from fear to courage. And our vision and mission, like Sarah, now you can bring up the vision and mission slide. Yeah, is to inspire, and to empower women to live a life of courage, to live their dreams, live your destiny, and make a positive impact in your own sphere of influence. So we do that through mentoring, through the community support, through all the coaching,
You know, our goal is to get you unstuck from fear, self-doubt, limiting beliefs, and to live a life of purpose, courage, and significance. Right? So, and we do, on top of the vision and mission, we have a very strong core value. This is why this community is so special and so different, because we are so, you know, we are nurturing and culturing and protecting, you know, these core values. We live by this core value, and we tell ourselves to do everything in life with class. What does class stand for? Class means courage, love, authenticity, and stewardship. And that anchor us, you know, get us grounded, you know, to live our lives. And there are certain things that's non-negotiable, and this is what guides us. Right? So what is the next slide? There's no more slides. Yeah, I didn't really think too much about today closing address, because my focus was in celebrating all the ladies' achievement, the results, all your results. So my focus is celebrate and enjoy the results that you have, you are showing today. Yeah, it's a time worth celebrating. So thank you once again, Mdm Rahayu, for gracing our event, and all our panelists, our guest panelists, for the female entrepreneur as well as the female community builder. Thank you so much for showing your support in our mission work at the community level. And thank you to all our community leaders, you know, for sharing your story of courage and your expertise to inspire and empower the women out there. Okay, so if you want to, and thank you also to our venue partner for this such a lovely venue. We are enjoying ourselves here because of your generosity. Gather Co-work, come and visit them, you know, find out more about the space. It's really a very lovely space. Okay, and if you want to support our mission and our cause, there are sponsorship opportunities for you. Right, there are two ways that you can support us. One is you have been hearing a lot, and Lynette has been wearing the different style of the scarf, and you know, the books that we have, the two books that we have, the Voices of Courage Asia and the Women of Courage Asia book. Right, this bundle, the book bundle, yes, thanks Sarah. Yeah, and the scarf, the lovely scarf that Lynette has been wearing. Yeah, and Carol has been showing the different ways that you can wear it. Yeah, and thank you, Mdm Rahayu, for wearing it as well this morning. So go to the link to find out how you can support our cause. And the other way that you can support us is to sponsor another woman to our Transform with Courage Bootcamp. Now, this bootcamp is put together, custom designed for women by women only. Because we went through the adversity, we went through the struggles, we know what are the things that we want to address specifically for women. So that's why this bootcamp is so precious to us, and we want women to benefit from it. So sponsor another woman. If you know a friend, you know someone is struggling, and you have that financial capacity to support that woman, it's just a very small investment. Click on the link, you know, or scan the QR code to find out how you can support another woman to have their own breakthroughs. Okay, so that's two ways that you can support us. And did I miss out anything else, MC? Oh, all the ladies are there already. Yes, and we have a cake. Yeah. Well, what is celebration without a cake? We have two cakes. Right. Okay, so Sarah, you want to come out here? Just leave, just put the slide away and then just come out here. No? One. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. See, I need the team support so that I know what to do. What am I supposed to do now?
Stay there, hook buttons, okay? That's what you say, right? Go hook buttons. Anyway, push button, not the hook button. Is Sarah coming? Hi, Sarah. Moni, you just have
play. Yes, please. Yeah. Yeah, this is Sarah.
the one that has been behind the scene, right? Right now, even coming out of scene, she still put on the mask. So compliant, social distance. Yeah, so thank you, Sarah, for the support. It's not easy, okay, facing the screen from 9 to 5. Yeah. And to hear every speaker, get every cue to coordinate the slides. So thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to all of us, to Women of Courage Asia. Yeah.
Okay, and Lynette is here. Oh yeah, let's burn the place while we're at it. Okay, why not?
We are live, my dear.
I know. So this is our birthday cake. We turned 2, so we have 2 candles. Okay, we need Brenda here. We also have a cake, special mention.
Our good friend Karen has actually sent us a surprise.
Oh, Karen!
Yes, because you see, community leaders, because of the pandemic, we're actually streaming in. A lot of us are streaming in from home. And because of the pandemic, only a handful of us can be here.
Yeah.
So Karen has so kindly sent, and let me read the greetings that she's actually written there, yeah? That every celebration needs a cake. Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. So we want to do a special shout out for Karen because she has actually gone beyond, above and beyond.
Yep.
A lot of what she's done.
Karen! If you're not listening, I'm gonna come to your house.
Anyway, this is on FB Live. We'll just replay it for her, right? Yeah. And then do make sure you visit her page. She's actually into health
Gracious
and wellness,
goodness.
gracious goodness. Do like her page, participate. She's got a lot of wholesome products there. And please be sure to visit the Women of Courage Asia's page, which actually you are there already. So I don't know what I'm talking about.
So the right thing to do now is to bring Brenda. She's gonna hold the cake. Lynette and I will disappear because it is social distancing. Hold the cake, you two. You two are the cause of all this. Okay, in a good way. Okay. You guys decide to start. Okay, because of making your work so hard, is it? You know, it's not actually on a serious note. It's a cause to actually give every one of us here hope. So we thank you for being so brave. We thank you for the conversation under Paya Lebar MRT. Okay, and we thank you for, we know your story. We know it's not easy. And we just want to say thank you. This is 2 years, okay? And we're going to celebrate again. We celebrated over 7 hours live. Okay, and counting. We did this.
Yes.
This 7 hours live will not be possible if you two didn't decide to walk under the MRT and say yes.
Yeah, if she didn't say yes.
If she didn't say
I would
yes.
still be thinking. I think a long time already. I think.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, everybody needs a partner, and Brenda has always been Lillian's backbone and shoulder. Okay? We didn't see her much today, but she was here the whole time. So we're gonna sing a happy birthday, and you guys can blow the candle. So let's sing 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Women of Courage Asia. Happy birthday to you. Make a wish.
In the video, you say what? 1 year, 2 years,
10
years.
2 years, many, many years to come. And I want to really thank all of you. Yeah. Without all of you, this will not happen. And we want to give glory to our Heavenly Father who has made this happen. Many, many years to come with His blessing. Yes?
Amen.
Amen.
Now blow.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, now you can social distancing yourself over there. Okay. And Lynette, let's come back. Let's say our final goodbye. We are going to log off. We have spoken for over 7 hours and 9 minutes.
10 minutes around.
Okay, round off. Happy birthday. Let's play our final happy birthday from our mentors and friends. Then we really say goodbye. Yes.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. I know this second birthday is a very special occasion for you. I'm Pastor Naomi Dowdy, and I do a lot of mentoring, coaching. I've been a pastor for many years. And it's an honor to know that I can continue in my ministry, even though I'm not pastoring, of investing in women like you, that you will continue to carry on and build a legacy that will bring glory to God. That through your own rising up, like the Deborahs and the Esthers of years ago, you rise up with courage to stand against the lies of the enemy and to dare to do daring exploits for God. May you have a great birthday and celebration. God bless you.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. I am Pastor Aris Zulkarnain from City Harvest Church, Singapore, and I'm the executive pastor over here. And I just want to say, Women of Courage Asia, you guys are simply amazing. Because of you, because of your vision and of your passion and of your courage, you have helped so many women to discover their purpose and of course to discover their own identity. And I know that this is only just the beginning. There are many, many more great years ahead of you. You have gone through many thick and thin, even though the last 2 years seems so brief and so fast. But I want you to know that God has something great in store for you as well. Greater things are yet to be seen. Greater things are yet to come. So stay strong, stay courageous, and stay united with one another. And I want to wish you a happy birthday. May God grant you the desires of your heart.
I am Ellen Chu, Chairman of Kim Korean Barbecue and Goro Goro Steamboat. Happy birthday to all of you. You make Women of Courage possible because all of you have come together, be united, and rise above everything else during this time of challenges and difficulties. But not only you have overcome and create a greater purpose for your life, you have also impacted the life of others. So I'm so proud of all of you and what you have done. And I know that you are going to continue to live that legacy to not only impact your life, to live a greater purpose and also impact the life of your communities. So continue to live that life and live your legacy. So happy birthday once again and rise up and be that change.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. My name is Yanni Wu. I'm a self-funded full-time missionary in Brooklyn, New York, working with Metro World Child. It is the largest Sunday school in the world, serving 250,000 children every week. I'm also a social media entrepreneur. I help people to get into their ideal shape in 3 months' time. I also do training and life coaching. I used to live in Singapore for 15 years. That's how me and Lillian became great friends and saw her give birth to Women of Courage Asia. The greatest takeaway that I'm involved with Women of Courage Asia is that it took one person to give birth, to give the vision to the idea. But it took the whole community of women to make it happen. That's what I saw, what I see in Women of Courage Asia. And congratulations for your anniversary and happy birthday. I believe that you will continue to encourage more women to become the woman of courage. Congratulations.
Happy birthday, Women of Courage Asia. You are turning 2. Hi, I'm Jocelyn. I'm an etiquette trainer, an educator, as well as an author. I've co-authored Voices of Courage, and right now I'm excited because I'm about to launch my own book entitled Standing Tall, Overcoming All. 3 years ago, when I was going through the toughest period of my life, it was my dream that one day I will pen it all down into a book in order to inspire and encourage other women. And this would not have been possible if not for class living. Thank you, Lillian, for your coaching sessions, your clarity sessions, and for partnering me in publishing this book. My greatest takeaway from Women of Courage Asia is that courage is not the absence of fear. Surround yourself when you are stuck, seek clarity, and together we can achieve our breakthrough. So happy birthday once again, and keep up the good work.